It is 8 minutes past the hour, and we're off and running. Thank you so much for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've got a very special guest next hour. We'll explain that. Plus, look ahead to a very busy week. Yesterday was a lot of fun with you, and we'll keep moving forward. We are just full of interns today. Look at them, all awake and just chipper and ready to go. I'm kidding, of course, but they're here, right? And we look forward to another day with them as well. So let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Fired up.
We have got Dr. Dudney with us next hour.
Look out.
And the much-anticipated announcement of the 2023 Fix Mama's Mouth contest will happen today. And it'll happen in a little over an hour from now. He will be in. We've been letting you vote at rickandbubba.com under contests for the last week. And we broke it down to the top three, and then y'all took over, the audience, and you voted. And we have a winner, and we'll announce that next hour with Dr. Dudney. And this is always a special moment for a mama out there, especially with Mother's Day being this past weekend, and the stories that come from this, and the kids or the family that write the letters. It's always very heartwarming, and it's fun to see the transformation. And so he'll be in today. He'll announce the winner. And then they'll take over, contact the winner, and then at some point come in, do some before and after shots, and let us meet the winner. So that's today. So don't forget that. You can go to Dr. Dudney's website, and that's tedudney.com for more information about Dudney and his great staff. But they'll be with us next hour. Also, we've got interns today, Alapuka and Cam Solo, both from Alabama and Auburn. And today, Pearson Branham starts today from Jacksonville State University. You might recognize that name, huh, Gregory?
Oh, yeah.
He came in today, and he's like, oh, boy, here we go.
Here we go.
Anytime a family member comes in, they know because they've grown up around it.
Yeah.
And he knows what's about to happen to him.
No surprise.
And he's ready, though. He's already helped. So we have 3 interns here today, Jacksonville State, Alabama, and Auburn. And they're all getting along.
Yeah, so far.
It's kind of neat. So how was y'all's day yesterday? Everything good?
Busy but good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Greg, what's that about?
Oh, no.
Huh?
That's
Here goes the puppies.
No, that's puppies.
Here goes the
I'm just ready
puppies.
for all that to be done.
That's
Yeah.
puppies.
Huh?
No, just another day in the old.
Sometimes when I'm dealing with
Puppy
things,
farm.
I do think about him. I'm like, well, at least I don't have 8
Yeah,
puppies.
that's a good point.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, I ain't got nothing new.
Mama Millie's not feeding them.
Not really.
That's
no.
what that look is.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Still
whatever.
feeding them?
Nah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. There you go.
You can't wait to get rid of
I'm
these
done.
puppies.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It's okay.
But, you know-
Everybody's good. Everybody's happy.
So it's funny because you start talking about how the puppies are changing. Eyes are open. They're walking around. Now we're growling, barking,
Oh,
fighting. Every week has something different, you know?
Mm-hmm.
At first, they just had their little eyes closed and laying there.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
now they're up and active. Before you know it, they're going to be running around and just trying to get out in the yard.
Yeah. I'll have to get a bigger pen. They'll outgrow it. They've already outgrown one.
Right.
Fell over the end of
Sure.
it. So, yeah. Hey, I'm not talking about it today.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, when we ask you how you doing, you go, we just
sleepy
wondering.
always, as
Yeah,
usual.
I know.
I got my plumbing issue fixed.
Good.
Yeah.
That's
to the
good.
tune of $500, but it's fixed.
Great.
Okay.
Got a great report on my kid's car. I'm looking at about $2,100 there just to get it going.
Suddenly the puppies aren't that bad.
So
Yeah.
I did go out to the Pelham Racket Club yesterday for the women's pro event, and for just a few minutes I forgot about all
Just
that.
for a second.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so it's
You
hot,
were thinking
and
about
I was
how hot it
watching
was, yeah.
Sydney Clark, who plays at UAB, got to watch her play, and Mackenzie White, who plays at UAB. They're playing in it, so got to watch them and a lot of great players, and just for a smidge, I forgot about all that money I'd spent and going to spend
Yeah,
on
just
just
for-
life
for a
stuff,
second.
just life being thrown at you.
Mm-hmm.
Every turn,
Yeah.
there's life.
You know, I was talking about that to it's nothing that the boys have done, but as they get older, there's still, you know, problems and issues with life. They just become more expensive now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's drama and problems when they're younger, but they're not quite as expensive.
You're right.
You know,
Yeah.
and that hurts a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. I did something yesterday. You were talking about how hot it was.
It was, man. It was
And
muggy.
Where we live, it was in the low 90s, which we'll be begging for that in about a month or two.
I was okay.
Hey, man, it's 91.
I'm okay with the temp, but it choked you. That humidity was tough yesterday.
Yeah. Well, because it was so hot, and I don't always do this, but I pull up around maybe 1:30 to the house, and I'm mad at the hourly forecast. And I'm mad at the radar, too, because I checked the radar out, and I didn't see any rain. And I saw that it was I saw there was some up in northwest Alabama kind of easing this way, but it was going to kind of go away. So I left my windows down just because it was so hot, and I was going to be in and out of the house and stuff. And so fixed me a sandwich, and all of a sudden I hear it's just cutting up outside. I'm like, well, that's weird. Well, but then I just let it go. And then all of a sudden I noticed that one of the dogs that's a freak when it comes to bad weather, he starts doing all this kind of stuff. I'm like, well, that's
Did you
weird.
put that thunder jacket on?
Yeah. I'm like, well, this is kind of strange. What's going on here? And then all of a sudden I see a notification come up on my phone, heavy rain in your area. And I still didn't think about my windows.
It never occurred to you.
Still never thought about it. And I look out. You know how sometimes you just look out the window? I look out the window. I'm kind of throwing stuff, just kind of casual. And it is raining so hard. Hey, and then my eyes just kind of glance over to the right, and there's all my windows down. And my car is getting soaked. I'm talking about the kind. I'm kind of the kind where you open the door.
Yeah, like that. Somebody just dumped a bucket in.
Yes, and there's water in the side of the door, like it's a bucket. To what Greg just said, and it's so.
Did you go running out in the rain to go fix it?
Well, at that point, I'm like, what do you do? What do you do? I just walked out there casually, so right now my butt's wet just a little bit from riding in this morning, and so for the next, and it was quick too, y'all. It was over within maybe 6-7 minutes. It was over.
The neighbors hear you cussing.
But hey, it was raining so hard. Okay, so the garbage man came, and when they dropped the garbage, the lid stayed open. I'll tell you this much: there was about this much water at that's how hard it was raining.
You had to dump it.
So that's in my car, and I taught myself a lesson because I had towels cleaning out. Buddy, you're gonna stand out here in the hot sun, and because I know it's sunny now, but it wasn't a while ago, and you're gonna clean out your car right now. Had just laying around.
It wasn't. Once we got one of those,
dumb.
and I guess it was probably the same shower or part of that, but we got it yesterday too. But you know how these storms will hover over one spot, and it won't be raining anywhere else but at that one spot, and we got that spot yesterday. Now, granted, if it sprinkles in Vestavia, you get flash flood warnings because of the way everything is. But yesterday they needed it. There was water everywhere, and we hadn't had rain in a while because we've been that area where it's not hovering over. But I got to tell you, I don't know that we needed that much rain yesterday.
That's what I heard. I heard the first time I heard that. I was like, that's
and
weird.
It was gully washer.
Yeah, and then I was like, well, I'm just going to stay because you know how I like to watch it rain. So I went out to the window. I was like, this is nice. And I just glanced over.
So
totally forgot about it.
So what was the process? Were you able to pull the car in the garage and put fans in there, or did you just? No. What did you do?
Well, it was like.
Call surf
blistering sun, okay, and so I just rolled the windows down, opened the doors,
let it
tried to get to get towels and soak up some of the water that was up building, but and then just let the sun dry it out, and it's close. But when I sat in the seat this morning, I was like, well, that's a little wet, it's a little damp.
Yeah, it will be.
That was about 45 minutes of my day yesterday. Taught myself a lesson. I said, no, don't put this off. You deal with it right now.
I love that your butt's a little wet right now.
It is, just slightly.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today.
In
this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles. Plus, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother. brother.
We're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour, so this hour has been full of updates from some past stories that we have brought to the kickoff hour. First of all, we had a puppy update from Greg, and his update was, which means it's not going well. Mama Millie
It's
not
just the same
feeding.
old.
It's just the same old, which is still,
But they're getting. I've had people reach out that are claiming they would like to have one.
Yeah.
So I hope I can get them all paired up, and maybe as they're getting older and they're starting to look a certain way, get pictures of them out there and all that mess.
I don't think you're going to have a problem adopting them. I think your problem is just getting to that adoption point.
Yeah.
And holding your sanity.
They're funny.
You know?
Right now, they'll fight. It's pretty funny. At that age, they'll growl and bite each other and fight.
Yeah, well, I know you're proud
that's
of
the
them.
sales pitch you want to give.
No, I mean they're full of energy.
I know you're proud of them because yesterday you walked around, and you ready for this, y'all? He walked around showing us puppy pictures.
I didn't know what I was watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I know you're proud of them. You're proud daddy.
Try and promote them.
I know. Get them out. I don't like.
Well,
I said, I don't
mean,
think
they need
I
a
don't
good
think you're
home.
gonna.
I can't keep 8 dogs. I just can't.
No.
Well, you're gonna keep 2.
No, I don't want
You
to.
do
I've
got
got
to get
to.
6.
Your biggest.
Listen, I'm keeping the
one
mother
for sure.
I'm
One
keeping
for
the
sure.
mother who had them.
Yeah.
Stray that came up, so I'm keeping her.
You're keeping her, and you're keeping the one that you said that you and Lisa thinks real. Just
Lisa
Elvis
loves all
or
of
Bob
Lisa wants to
Seger?
keep
Which
all of
one?
them. She wants both of them.
Okay. Are you getting too attached to Elvis?
Elvis, yeah, he's all right.
see, they're gonna keep Elvis.
No, I like all of them.
They're gonna
It's
keep
just,
Elvis.
I mean,
Did you ever figure out? Did you ever tell us what the 8 names were? I mean, you would always
they're
start.
all singers.
Yeah, you say that, but you never get to the full
Elvis
list.
Presley,
hold
Bob
on.
Seger,
All right, 2,
Okay.
Tom Petty.
Yeah.
3.
There's another boy, and I can't think of his name.
Greg. Bon Jovi.
No,
That's
and
what you
then
always
the
get.
girls are Loretta Lynn, Tammy Wynette.
That's what I needed right here.
I got
So you've only got we've
got
only
8.
named 5 of the 8.
I don't know.
And like when
This is what we do.
when Lisa texts you like this morning, does she go? Does she say like Bob Seger won't eat this morning?
Thank
or
you for
does
that.
she?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
sometimes.
Huh?
here we go. I
Elvis
got it,
keeps
I got it,
biting
I got
Bob
it.
Seger.
Right,
What
yeah.
are we gonna do? Loretta Lynn is so mad right now. She won't
Well, he
eat.
changed one. I can't remember his name now. Anyway, the girls are Daisy Jones, Dolly Parton, Loretta Lynn, and Tammy Wynette. I gotta have a way to identify them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Of course, you can't remember the other boy's name. But
Yeah,
You said Bob Seger, Tom Petty, Elvis, and
I don't.
it's 4 boys, 4 girls,
We
right?
hadn't- I don't know.
Kenny Rogers.
No, the gambler. Garth Brooks. Let's just say that. I
Oh,
don't know.
Garth. And I thought it was
like
Jason Crabb.
Well, I mean, he could have been alternate. I don't know.
Mhm.
Anyway, you got to identify him somehow.
We love your frustration. That's why we ask you questions.
No, I mean I mean they're fun and all that.
That is a
I
great
just-
one. So because instead of the the little gray and white one, or the solid gray or the solid black, it's names.
Yeah,
You know, solid black is Elvis, right?
that's Elvis.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the one y'all are attached to, and I can tell you're going to keep
No,
Elvis.
she
You're
likes
keeping
it.
Elvis.
She likes all of them, and that's 8.
That's your biggest problem. It's not getting rid of them because you're not going to have a problem with that. It's getting to the 8-week mark, and
That's the
then,
first
and then,
problem.
and then finding out which one
I
Lisa.
think I'm going 6 week.
Oh, really? You making it up?
Oh, yeah.
Because every vet and
Depends
everybody's
on who you
contact
ask.
said 8.
No, it's not all. I don't know.
Yeah.
They say if you were doing the right thing, doing it proper way, it'd be 8 weeks.
Yeah.
That ain't what they said.
That's exactly,
what they
That's
said.
not what they said.
They said if you go halfway, do it 6.
Yeah.
No. How about 4? That'd be this weekend.
How about that?
Yeah.
Well, if somebody adopted the mama too, it might work.
No,
Just
I
take
guess
them
I'm
all.
stuck with
Take them
her.
all with mama.
Can you
Well, no,
think?
if you don't take her now, she ain't no help. If you
that's
got,
a good point.
I mean,
That's a great point.
she'll get in there and they all get excited and fired up, and then she bails on them.
Can you think of anything else in your life over 50 years
Wow.
where you've wanted to get something over with so quickly?
Well, no, yeah, I don't know.
That's a good answer.
Wait,
I
this,
don't-
no, this is where
I'm just
this
my
is
brain's
this is
just
frustrating.
completely
Greg.
done
Yeah.
with it right now.
Lisa did just text me the other one, by the way.
What is it?
Boy George.
No. Okay.
Oh, you said it was your favorite
Yeah,
artist.
that's true. Forgot about how much.
No,
I
I'm
love
sorry, Sam Smith. There it is. Right there.
Oh Lord.
Oh me, I love these updates.
Nah,
That's just because you're so frustrated.
We're finally getting a system down where we can feed them pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Syringe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just get in the back of that throat and.
Well, no, you got a bottle nipple on
Okay.
the syringe, and then you just slowly.
They tearing it up now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It used to be that you would have to kind of force it, but now they
still won't do the bottle.
When they gonna get on solid food?
That ought to be close.
I would think so.
Because it'll be 4 weeks this weekend, I think, what they call mush or something, where you put like milk and something.
By the way, I've got some extra.
You sound like you're
cans
very informed
of that of the wet dog food, which I can't stand. Amanda mixes.
Yeah,
it
they
with the
can't
dry.
have that for a while. I think.
Okay, well, never mind.
Scratching his head for yours.
We had a couple. We've got like I don't know 12 cans of the stuff that evidently our dogs they're too good for it.
Yeah,
right.
And so it's sitting there, and I'm like, we need to get this out of here. And I thought, well, I'll give it to Greg, but you're saying they can't have it yet.
Yeah, I think they can't have that till late.
Okay, you
Hopefully.
a lot of thinking. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Well, will Mr. Buddy like it?
Oh, he'll eat anything. Nah, I don't know. Nah.
I do. I won't bring them.
Yeah,
there it is. I won't bring them. Just tell me you don't want them.
I
Greg.
don't want them. I don't. I don't know what kind they are.
When you get frustrated, you look just like your dad.
Yeah, well,
Huh?
good. No, it's fine. They're coming right along.
Okay. All right. Well,
We're not going to ask you about it
there's
anymore.
a big
today.
update.
There's
There's a big
the
puppy
update. We got
update.
it. We got.
We're missing one name.
Holding steady.
But other than that,
we've changed it about 3 times.
I told
don't
you
remember.
Morgan Wallen. Let's go with Morgan Wallen.
It's got to be a classic.
Okay.
Well, it is a classic to me. He's my man.
Merle Haggard.
Wait a minute. I think we may have changed it to George Jones.
I think
Okay.
you have
All
said
right.
that before. I do.
That may be his name.
George Jones?
Yeah.
Okay. Bob Seger, George Jones, Elvis,
and Tom Petty.
And y'all are keeping Loretta Lynn.
No, Loretti.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And, of course, it's made right here in the USA. And, folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Spring is in bloom, and you know what comes next, vacation season. But before you pack your bags, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents ready to act to defend against break-ins, fires, and other threats. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay connected from anywhere, anytime. Arm or disarm your system remotely. Check your cameras to make sure everything is okay. Simply Safe ships to your door and is easy to set up yourself in about 30 minutes, or you can have Simply Safe certified technicians install it for you. With financing through a firm, secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start a
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number if you choose to call. We have a number of interns here today. We have got, and I say veteran, he's been here a week. Alapuka is here today.
He's the old man.
Yep, from Alabama. And we also have Cam Solo from Auburn. She was named yesterday, and she's here. And Pearson Branham is here today from Jacksonville State University. Gamecocks. Let's
nephew.
go. Oh, yeah. You don't think growing up around the Burgess boys hadn't toughened him up a little bit?
Yeah.
So he knows what's coming.
He knows what's happening.
He knows. You ain't fooling him. But he is here as well. We have Dr. Dudney joining us next hour, and he will announce this year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth, a $17,000 dental makeover coming to one lucky lady. And the top 3 have been on the website, and we have got us a winner, and we'll announce that next hour. There's a couple of different things. One that we were just talking about in the break I want to discuss. Yesterday I did something very handy, and Terry kind of brought me down because she said well, that wasn't that big a deal, but I thought it was.
When you do something productive like that and then leave your windows down for it to rain in, does it kind of, It does cancel out.
Yeah. But I will say this, windows down first. I came in late around dinner time.
So you saved it a little bit.
Did this, and I felt better about myself.
Good. Wanted to hear that.
But I noticed that Reese's truck, I noticed that one of his lights had gone out, one of his headlamps, and it was low beam. And so we had been talking about it for about 2 or 3 days, and life just gets in the way, and I'm like, well, before long we're going to get pulled over. And he comes in and Greg, you would love this. He comes in his high-res shirt. He's so tired and so dirty and stuff. He's
working man.
He's they're working 10s right now. He's a
little overtime
electrician apprenticeship program, and so he's out doing his thing. And I said, you know what? I'm doing him a solid. I'm knocking out this light. So where do you go? You go to YouTube. Now you would think, why do you have to go to YouTube to change the light out? Well, it was the passenger low beam, and you had to take a bunch of stuff off to get to it.
Oh, that's why they get you.
And the driver's side, it was easy. You just reach in there, undo it, take it out, replace it, put everything back. But on the passenger side, you had to you had to pop out those little rubber screws.
No, I don't want. And they never go back.
No,
right.
And then you had to have the right bit to unscrew this and that to get to that. And it was about 3 or 4 different steps. And so I went to YouTube and I put in, his year truck,
make model,
all that, and there it is. Here's how here's the the step-by-step process of getting to the headlamp. So I go off, and we've discussed this, y'all. You get so far off in it, you go, okay, well, I'm off in it now.
Around, yeah.
I am. I mean, we got stuff laying all over.
No way back.
Yeah. Of course, I told Terry I had to take half the engine apart, and she walked out there, and there was just like one little plastic piece.
Well,
but to me, I felt like I was taking half the engine apart.
As opposed to just reaching in and pulling the bulb out and putting it back.
At any point, were you taking pictures of the things that you were taking apart just so you know how to put it back together? I've got to where I do that.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea at all. But I didn't do that.
Okay.
Reese was in the shower at the time, and he comes out of the shower all clean and still just go, "What are you doing, Dad?" It's like, well, man, I'm knocking out your lamp.
I'm doing you a solid.
I'm messing your truck up.
Right.
Yeah.
I got my gloves on.
Don't know if you know this earlier, but I left my windows down, and I'm trying to make up for it.
Right.
It rained in my truck.
Right. Hey, tell Mom I'm out here under the hood. And so
a little sweaty.
Right.
Tell Mom I'm sweaty.
Working hard.
So and she was and dinner was smelling pretty good too. Yeah. And I was like, okay, what I'm gonna do is, even though I've Googled what I need, I want to take the lamp out, the bulb, whatever, and I want to walk into like a Riley Auto Parts or something and go, I need this, So I I get it out. And there's stuff laying everywhere. We got tools all over the place, and probably not doing that the way I should. I walk in, I got my gloves on, and I'm like, I'll be right back, going to the auto parts store. And she said, you don't want to eat first? I'm like, yeah. Man's got to do what he's got to do. I got to get this done. And she said, oh, okay.
Is that what you said?
I did. I was kind of walking around. If I'd have been shirtless, it'd have been better. But
a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Got to fix this lamp. So I walked in there, and this is where you feel silly. You know what I mean? It's just not my element, y'all. I mean, there's things I can do, but when it comes to cars and being a mechanic, even though changing out a light,
I might as well have been holding a radiator when it comes to stuff like that. I don't know.
And so I walk in, and they go, well, may we help you, sir? I'm like, yep, need 2 of these. Been out working. And they just look at me.
You said been out working?
Yeah. What's
wrong with you?
And they said, well, sir, that's on aisle 3. I thought they were going to have to go in the back and when they go back and they got all the parts and stuff.
Yeah.
She said, well, the headlamps they were just right there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but there's 100 different ones.
Right.
I need you to walk to this aisle and grab the one I need. Man's working.
Right. Man's working and got to get this done. Dinner is almost ready.
Yeah. Dinner's getting cold.
Yeah. And so we walk over there and we pick out the right one. And I'd already decided, hey, you go ahead and replace both of them. But don't be the car that's got the one bright one and then the other one's kind of dim, And so picked those out, got back in the car, and drove home. And when I pulled up, Terry was standing there because she knew her man was coming back. And I got out of the car, had the 2 little bulbs with me, and then at that point I was like, hey, Reese, I need you to hold the flashlight for your daddy. And so he's like, well, Dad, this is it? I mean, I'm like, yeah. Well, I mean, I had to take a couple screws out, 3 total. And we just need to make sure we get them back in. So we did. And, at that point, I know you're supposed to have gloves on. I kind of didn't. I didn't touch the bulb. I know that. And so now my hands are really dirty.
Why are you supposed to have gloves on?
Well, apparently you're not supposed to touch the bulb part.
I'm touching all the time.
What's it going to do to you?
I don't know. I don't know. I was just given those instructions
me scared
from the auto parts store.
They might have been messing with you,
They said,
too.
hey, one thing is do not touch that. Make sure you're wearing gloves.
How are you
going to
get it in if you ain't touching it?
Well, I have some thin gloves. Greg, us guys that do work have work gloves. And so I pop it back in, and then I said, Reese, while we're at it, let's just do the driver's side. And the driver's side couldn't have been any
Here's where
easier.
you
I think
screw
it
up.
literally took 30 seconds. So I said, back it up real quick. Turn your headlights on. And I said, hey, let me get you. Hey, honey, come out here.
High beams, low beams, honk your horn.
Right.
Is that what you
Yeah, I
do?
did. I said, honey, stand here
Left
with me.
blinker,
Stand
right
here with me.
blinker.
I wish they'd have went completely out.
I said, stand here with me real quick. Son, crank it up. Back up for me. Back it up. There we go. Hit them lights. Look at that, honey. Look at those lights right there. And I fixed it.
Do you know that I still hadn't replaced that one that you noticed like a year ago on my truck?
You haven't?
No.
What in
I
the
knew
world?
it'd bother you, and I didn't want to bring it up, but I haven't.
Well, she said, for that, honey, you have got you a warm bowl of dinner. And I'm like, okay, what you got? And she just did the fixings for the hardworking man.
Okay. How about that?
That left his windows down and flooded his car.
Yeah. It now smells like mildew.
Right. But replace some headlamps.
Good. Yeah.
Low
Tell you what,
beams.
if I got any headlamp work, I'll know who to call.
All right. And there was one problem that I hid from everybody. And that was
You touched the bulb.
I took out the. Well, apparently that's a thing, Greg. You know,
I had to touch.
I don't know that.
I mean,
I don't know that it's hurt
What's it
you.
gonna-
I don't know if that
is
it
it gonna
hurts
give you
you or it's
cancer?
just
Like,
bad.
what's
For,
it?
I think it's bad for the bulb. I think I don't know, but anyway, that's just what I was told.
you talking about skin?
I
the
took
bulb
out.
crime?
I accidentally took out the high beam one first. Didn't let anybody know about that. And so I had to put the high beam back in because we had the low. It was the low beam that we needed to get, and it was on in there a little bit. Well, they'll hide stuff from you in a
Yeah,
second.
that's how they get you. Can't stand it.
I told him, I said,
Drives me nuts.
next son, fog lamps.
I think that's what's out on mine.
Yeah, and it's easy. You just gotta. You want me to do it?
I'd love for you to do
about
it. I'll even pay you a little bit for it.
Yeah.
You might as well. You're paying everybody else.
Golly. I have to get a fourth job.
Yeah. I got a piece of audio here that I'd love to play for y'all.
Before we can do that right now because
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's do that. But
We're not in a hurry.
I got a tool question when we come back.
Okay, well then ask me.
I don't like. I know Greg. He's not a hard
He's
working
checked
guy
out. If it's
anymore.
about puppies, ask him.
Are you talking about lactation and puppies? Ask Greg.
Yeah.
Sure.
What if you started a blog, lactation and puppies?
Well, evidently, I'm not very good at it.
No, do we have time to ask you? I don't. I'm really frustrated with my tool organization at my house.
Oh, really?
Like I have a great garage, a huge garage,
Right.
great shelving.
Mm-hmm.
It is phenomenal. And people walk in my garage and they're like, "Man, this is awesome little place you got here." But my organization on tools stinks.
Oh, I can't never find what I want because I've got them spread out everywhere.
Yeah.
I got to do
I
a
got 'em
better
in
job.
drawers. I got them in
That's me.
cabinets.
I'll have to look 6 or 7 places. I know I got it. I look 6 or 7 places. I finally find it. I gotta have a better organization of my tools.
I give you that. I mean, because I had to have at one time a Power Torque T15 4-inch star and was able to find it, take out what I needed.
How about that? You put your gloves on so you can touch the bulb.
There was one point I couldn't find it and I panicked a little bit. I found the bit, was able to put it in.
I've even got one of those nice blue.
No, I got everything spread out.
You know those toolboxes, the big ones. But
There's stuff everywhere.
It's not organized.
I'm the same way.
I may get on that this week.
Yeah. You know where your work gloves are?
I do know where those
Okay,
are.
good.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer. 'Cause if it's summertime, it's frosty time. Beach time, frosty time. Tea time, frosty time. Me time, frosty time. Treat yourself to Wendy's Strawberry Frosty this summer and make time for frosty time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open till midnight or later.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without them, brother.
All right, we're rolling back. Thank you so much for being with us. Dr. Dudney in the house. He'll join us in about 30 minutes from now to announce this year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth. You don't want to miss that. This portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation from time to time, some of us more seriously than others, you need to check out Relief Factor. 100% natural, research-based formula that was created to help combat the root causes of inflammation, the body's natural inflammatory response function that can cause those aches and pains from maybe exercising, overexertion, aging. That's what we're doing. Everyday living. You need to check them out, ReliefFactor.com. The 3-week quick start pack is what you're looking for, and they feel like that 3-week period of time will let you know if it's going to work for you, I should say. It has worked for us and the staff members that take it. We definitely need it in our lives as much as we're hurting. But so stop popping those popular over-the-counter painkillers. They could be harming your body. They're not designed for that. Instead, get Relief Factor relieffactor.com. Relief Factor, the 1995 Quick Start Package, a three-week supply. That's relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Dr. Dudney came in and said why I needed to have gloves on, and they were so adamant about it at O'Reilly Auto Parts, and he said that your hands have, I guess,
it's oil. Your hands have oily, when you get sweaty and oily, and that's what, look, Greg, you know what the first question, Greg, I told Greg this in the break. Somebody sent an email. Roger, thank you, Roger, for checking in so early. Good info, and he said, so the oil will reduce the life of the light bulb because if you get oil on there, then the heat burns the oil and it reduces. And Greg's first question was, well, how long?
Yeah,
like, how long?
It would have lasted 10 years, but it lasted 9.
Yeah, I don't know. I just knew they were very adamant about it.
It's a valid question.
Everybody calm down.
Luckily, I had my work gloves ready.
You did. They said either wear rubber gloves or you can take a paper towel and kind of hold it and do it.
Yeah,
like that.
I did.
Well, I've changed many of them out. I've touched them the whole time.
Well, you've made messing up then.
Yep.
I would.
I ain't scared of them.
I wonder if I could cold call Reese and just make sure that the lights are working right.
Don't bother him. He's a working man.
Well, he's on his way in right now. I think he might already be there.
Hello.
Hey, son. It's Dad with Uncle Helms and
Also
Uncle
known
Greg.
as
Hey, buddy. What you doing?
Just wanted to see how the headlights were working, bud.
Good night.
Well, even though it's daylight, you can still see them. So.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it is daylight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really helping you.
Right.
Maybe it'll start raining.
Forgot about that. Well, when you pulled out.
This morning they were bright.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, your dad did some good work, didn't he, buddy?
Yeah.
Were you
I've been struggling on it, but you got it done.
Okay.
I think he touched the bulb though, so it probably ain't gonna last but about 8 years instead of 10.
Right. Yeah. There's that. Were you proud holding the flashlight while your daddy was working?
Mm-hmm.
I was very proud. It was an easy job. So
Great father-son moment. Yeah. Well, son, you enjoy those headlights, even though it's daylight now.
I think you ought to high beam a few people just.
Just to let them know. Yeah. But just going in, just being proud, okay, son?
Okay.
Oh yeah. I'll brag to everybody that you changed my headlights.
Thank you very much.
You'll never hear the end of it if he changes your oil one day.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
He'll want a picture.
Just don't tell him that I left my windows down when it rained earlier in the day. Just stay with the headlamps. Okay.
I'll stay with the headlamps.
Okay, man. Love you, son. Have a good day. Be a hard worker. All right, bye.
What if y'all looked up on AL.com and it said man changes son's light bulb and that was the big story?
He's down there grinning.
Yeah.
Holding the old bulb.
You know what it was?
Shirtless and sweaty.
With a tissue paper holding the bulb.
You know how you like you know how you like to team build?
Oh, I love team building. Nothing like it.
Little father-son
It's
team
encouraging.
building. Fixed it. Then we ate together.
That's it.
Broke bread.
What do y'all think's happening right here? Take a listen to this. What you think so far?
Wind.
Okay.
Somebody's in water.
Well, he just yelled a shark.
Okay.
It's something to do with the shark.
Right. But, I mean, there's a lot that could be happening with a shark.
You're right.
What do y'all think?
He's either caught one,
Right.
Okay, that's a good one.
or he saw one and he panicked.
This man was in a kayak, and it was off the coast of Hawaii, and he encountered a shark. It says here, the shark came up and bit the kayak and almost flipped it, almost turned
I don't
it.
want no part of that.
And he starts screaming, "It's a kayak!"
And what kind of shark? Great white or what are we talking about?
It was a tiger shark.
Tigers usually don't attack, do they?
Says-
not like
That's what bit what's her name's arm off in that movie.
Soul Surfer.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the movie?
He
That's
said,
a good movie.
He said, "Tiger shark, tiger shark, tiger shark ran me."
But do they attack like boats, kayaks?
Evidently.
Didn't know
They were
that.
fishing. They was probably following.
Tiger shark,
Tiger shark ran
tiger
me.
shark.
Holy.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! He liked it.
Well,
Tiger shark.
He's
Tiger shark
fishing.
Is
ran
he
me.
saying tiger shark?
Yeah, he is.
He's fishing, so he's probably chum and all, you know.
Yeah.
The-
How about that moment?
That's a bad day.
Yeah, it's not good.
But it didn't knock him over. It just kind of hit him a little bit.
They keep fishing.
Yeah, well, he said it happened so fast that he didn't really realize exactly what had happened until he checked out the GoPro footage. He knew it was a shark, and he knew that it looked like a tiger shark, but until he was able to watch the video that he had rolling later on that he eventually posted to YouTube. it didn't sink in until then. He was like, wow, so that was close.
A lot of tiger sharks around Hawaii.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated
Everybody
with
knows
sharks.
that.
Always have been, but I don't want to be in the water with them.
No, I'm not. No.
He told KITV he assumed the shark was looking for a wounded seal he had spotted earlier. He saw the wounded seal, and he says, I'm thinking that the shark actually disabled and wounded the seal, was waiting for it to die, came back and thought I was the seal and attacked me instead.
Okay.
But
He must be an ugly guy if he looks like a seal.
The thing is,
well, they just looking up. Did you see me looking up like I was a shark?
Like you're a shark.
I got this one here for you too. A professor in Florida has broken the record for the longest time living underwater.
What's that even mean?
Does that so we're living like? Are we in the water, or are we like in a container that's just down under?
Well, here it says,
like, can I breathe on my own?
Right.
Yeah.
That he has spent 70 days underwater and is aiming to make it a full 100 days living in an undersea lodge.
Well, then that's no different. I could be sitting in a lodge on top of the ground.
I do biomedical
It's a big
research.
deal.
So I did a whole bunch of blood, urine, and saliva testing beforehand. Then I'm doing a whole bunch while I'm down here. We'll do a whole bunch afterwards. We're looking for lines, trend lines, right? Are you getting better? Or are you getting worse? We know that when you stay on the International Space Station for a year, that you get taller. Why? There's no gravity compressing you down. I am underwater. I am being overly compressed. I will probably be an inch shorter when I come up. We'll see.
How about that?
Adler's wanting to go to space.
That was him. That's so good. That is him talking to his middle school class from underwater, teaching the class.
I don't
like
want
when he referred to urine.
Of course you did. I don't want any part of 70 days, but I'd like to hang out a weekend down there with him.
A weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd even donate some blood for him to test.
Would you?
And urine.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. There he is. Look at that man
There
right
he
there. Thank y'all so much for being with us here during the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, for the main show. And Dr. Dudney is with us next hour to announce this year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of the stories talking about the current state of America. Now, is anybody familiar that there's been some, and maybe I don't want to wade into this part of it, but anyway, there's an assistant principal of a Tennessee high school who's been placed on administrative leave Wednesday after a video of him blaming female students for a dress code policy that now prohibits athletic shorts.
This is fantastic, by the way.
And he, in a video produced by journalism students and posted to the Saudi Daisy High School.
Yeah, that's the high school. It's like their closed circuit TV station.
Is the name of the high school Saudi Davis?
Yeah,
Daisy?
yeah.
Who's Saudi Daisy?
Saudi Daisy.
I don't know.
High school.
Who is Saudi Daisy?
Imagine that. Who y'all play Friday? Saudi Daisy.
Saudi
Hey,
Daisy.
guys,
Saudi Daisy.
guys, you know,
good,
hey,
too.
who scheduled Saudi Daisy for homecoming?
Hey, they're pretty good this year.
Yeah. So anyway, the vice principal and athletic director said girls ruin everything
It's fine.
while explaining the athletic shorts ban. And here's what happened. Here's what it says in his video. If you really want someone to blame the girls, because they pretty much ruin everything. They ruin the dress code. They ruin, well, hey, ask Adam. Look at Eve. That's really all you got to do. Okay, you can really just go back to the beginning of time. So it'll be like that for the rest of your life. Get used to it. Keep your mouth shut. Suck it up and follow the rules.
We played this audio and video in
I
the
haven't
kickoff
seen it
hour,
yet.
and you really need to see his facial expression,
Everybody
too.
needs to lighten up.
Well, and they're saying,
Is he doing it as a joke?
Well,
Yes.
this,
Yeah, he's having fun.
This is the problem we're going to have, okay? Now we have all the people that are now going to pretend that they care about this more than they really do because they think they're supposed to. And what they're saying, when you talk about the people that are mad at him, the Chattanooga Moms for Social Justice, an activist group. Let me say that again. The Chattanooga Moms for Social Justice.
Well, he's got them stirred up.
They're stirred up, and they will say, I have no doubt that Mr. Hensley will claim he was joking. Well, maybe because he was.
Of course he was.
However, given the current social climate, his comments are insensitive at best, wildly inappropriate at worst. To suggest that girls are responsible for ruining everything since the beginning of time and will continue to do so is completely unacceptable, and he needs to apologize.
Oh, wow, I'm getting a text. I got a buddy of mine that's from Saudi Daisy.
Really?
school. Yeah. How about that? Oh, hey, Jeremy.
You got a bud?
Now, Bubba,
I got a
Let's
bud.
see the video. I think the guy makes good points, and if you don't like that, just send me an email at adler@rickandbubba.com.
Well, I have not seen the video. I saw the headline of the story.
It's clear.
We're going to see it.
Rick, it's clear he's having fun.
Let's look at it.
Of
I will
course he's
see.
having fun. Okay, all right. Just
You there?
I thought he'd
You
be
got me?
louder. Yeah, this is the same problem we keep having with
Are
you.
you serious?
Yeah.
What the heck?
He's a little quiet. That's one thing about him.
It looks like
His delivery is excellent.
He looks like he's squared up to the camera like he knows he's going to be on Saudi Daisy Closer.
No, he does this all the time.
Yeah,
this
this is their
is
little
part of their
school
little
thing.
school thing they do.
Right.
Oh, Rick, he's not hiding. He is. This is what he wanted to say.
Well, if he don't talk any louder than that, why are they offended?
I know it. I mean, how can you be offended if you can't hear it?
This is the new thing that's
I
starting
understand why
now.
it's not fair. Athletic shorts go past
There
your
we go.
knees.
Hold on, let me go back.
Okay,
I didn't make the rule.
I'll tell you what.
Few things to address. I don't think anything's going on the rest of the week, sports-wise, other than some practice and hoping to stay dry. But we need to make sure athletic shorts. And I know, boys, you're thinking, I don't understand why it's not fair. Athletic shorts go past your knees. I didn't make the rules. Well, I kind of did. But that's the rules. So that's just what we're going to stick to. And that doesn't mean that you can wear athletic shorts. So everybody who's going, well, I got a detention for athletic shorts, that's what you're going to get. And if you don't serve it, you're going to do a Saturday school. So just don't wear them. And if you really want someone to blame the girls, because they pretty much ruin everything. They ruin the dress code. They ruin, ask Adam. Look at Eve. It's really all you really get to get to, okay? You can really go back to the beginning of time. So it'll be like that the rest of your life. Get used to it. Just keep your mouth shut, suck it up, follow the rules.
I love this guy. That's obviously a comedy bit.
He's been suspended with pay. He's been sent home.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
I will say this.
For how long?
I guess till they decide if the mothers of whatever county will calm down.
Until they figure
Well,
out
and a guy made
The group that's mad is the Chattanooga Moms for Social Justice.
So this school is close to Chattanooga?
Must be. Evident. Must be.
On
Saudi
Twitter, someone makes a great point. They said if this guy loses his job because of a girl, it only reinforces his argument. Sorry, that's good.
Yeah, I have to put that one under lighten up, Francis.
yeah, isn't that the truth?
In all fairness, and this is a woman, Rhonda Thurman, who is a school board representative, says, there's a lot going on right now that we should be worried about at Saudi Daisy High School. I'm having a real hard time getting upset about this. I'm not worried about that right now. He meant absolutely no harm.
Right.
What she's saying is we got real problems at this high school,
Right,
and we're going to
yeah.
spend time on this.
Yeah.
And that is a woman.
Yeah, right.
So who's...
I like when he said, I didn't make the rules. Well, actually, I did make the rules.
Well, I'll take that back.
Well, what he's saying is, and we've seen this. I mean, and I don't mean the whole thing. He shouldn't. He's kidding around about the whole thing. But I've dealt with this, dealing with church events, dealing with camps and mission trips. A lot of times they have to ban everybody wearing shorts because girls wear them up to their butts.
Yeah.
It's the hour Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. Starting this hour with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. They've already given you a kickoff hour along a load of Rick and Bubba platforms, however you get the program, whether that be live and or archived. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience. It's live and archived every day. Welcome, tubers. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, do that. We're trying to hit that mark of 100,000 subscribers and get that silver button from YouTube. We just would like to hang one up in here. Thought it'd be cool. Big Boy is looking on. Look at him over there, just reassuring face. Everything's going to be fine as long as the Big Boy's here. So we'll break down the stories of the day. We'll probably need to look at Big Boy a lot during some of these stories. Interns, Alapuca, Cam Solo. Taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we have an unnamed intern that will get his name on the program today as well. We're only missing one. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice. Professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba. And we're going to make somebody's day today, Rick.
Yeah, we are. Sure.
What about it?
What about it? So, Bubba, you're right. Here momentarily, just in a few moments, Dr. Dudney will roll up to this microphone, and he will say to a lucky mom somewhere, I will fix your mouth.
That's it. New grill headed your way.
I just love it. And so
it's a game changer.
Yeah.
We have fun with it and we joke around, but I'm going to tell you, it is a game changer.
Yes. And again, as Dr. Dudney has, as long as we've known him, plays mind games with you, a dentist bringing lemon squares today. I've never. They make cookies. It's almost like
after they clean your teeth and give you cookies. That's what I love.
You know what it's like? It's like you go
ready to go again.
It's like you pull up at a body shop and they give you a mallet. You know, I mean, it's just. Take a swing one time on the way out.
We got it.
See you Thursday. So anyway, we'll do that today. The stories pour in, Bubba. We've got our nation. Goodness, we'll look at that.
Rick,
I have an update from the world of aging.
Oh wow!
A little low moment yesterday. A little dose of reality. As I had to sit down and speak with the doctor yesterday, it was pretty funny. But we'll talk about that on the program today, and we'll, as I said, we'll name a new intern. Greg and our nephew is going to intern with us today.
Rick, there's no bigger patriots than the folks that do this show.
Here he goes.
We love our country.
I want to warn y'all, he's really upset about this today.
We love our military.
I mean, he is. Let me tell you, if Bubba was a bow, he is drawled back, and all we're waiting on is the release. He is mad about this. I mean, he's mad.
I could not be more disappointed in about 3 or 4 stories we have today about our government, about our FBI, about our military. It's just ridiculous where we've got to.
Are you taking the position of really, honestly, what a parent can do that is worse than anything to say what you just said? I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Oh, I know I'm mad.
Yeah, you're both.
I'm mad.
Mad and disappointed.
Yeah.
But to your
because
point,
I see our country going down the toilet.
Look at that. You hear this?
I know.
I mean, he's elevated.
And I mean, it's
he's
spinning.
elevated.
He is.
And
so
I'm not
elevated.
talking about a low flow toilet. Okay, I'm talking about one of them good ones.
Hey, he's mad. Golf balls.
Huh? You could, it's
hey, he's mad.
I know.
We got people walking around.
There he goes.
We got people walking around that ought to be in cuffs this morning, headed to bust rocks somewhere.
Yeah.
And but yet they're just walking around doing talk shows. doing book deals.
Man,
I know.
And he wants to push this past Dudney's announcement, but he can't. He's just too mad.
I know.
Well,
He can't even
I'm
wait.
glad my dad's not here to see this.
Oh no.
I'm just glad he's
Bubba,
not here.
I didn't know you were going in
Yeah,
that.
his
bad.
eyes are about to fill up with tears. Here.
Oh yeah,
Here we go.
They are.
Here we go.
He would have put his
Here we
hands
go.
on somebody
He's
over
crying.
some of that.
He got wet eyes. Hey, when Bubba gets wet eyes, you better watch out.
You better watch out.
You better watch out.
Did you see him lean back just then?
Oh yeah. Oh, I remember seeing. I remember seeing little Greg. If he had wet eyes, I mean, somebody's about to throw a rock. He picked him out on Mad Cry. He's about to throw something now.
I know.
Uh huh.
Look, sad
Oh
state.
my gosh.
Sad state.
He can't stop it.
Well, look. There's times when
There's tissue in that.
Well, I
drawer.
will say this, and I don't mean to be Debbie Downer and all this, because look, like we just prayed right here, so we know, okay, what matters, and we also know, like I have been saying, going through this study of Revelation. By the way, all of y'all, please stop saying if God doesn't do blank blank, He owes Sodom and Gomorrah an apology. If you have not read ahead, we don't get away with it.
Right.
He's not going to owe anybody an apology. Okay, what He did to them, He's going to do to this place. Okay, so we're not getting away with it.
No.
You just better be redeemed. So, but what we're going to talk about today, when this kind of stuff starts happening, the very fabric of the country can't hold together.
No,
I mean, because now the way we had it set up for law and order is now the seams have come out of it, and it just all falls apart.
Right.
So it's not good.
Oh, he's thinking about it again. Here we go.
Bubba, you got it.
Here he goes.
Here he goes. We're going to talk about somebody's mama here in just a minute.
Yeah, we're about to bring joy.
I'm fixing to go get me a lemon square and calm down.
Right. You know what you're saying? You know what he's saying? Dudney is about to fix some mama's mouth.
That's right.
Bubba's going to fix this country.
Yeah.
No, it's unfixable.
It
I'm
is.
afraid. That's why I'm sad.
It's in a desperate need of a makeover.
I feel like Iron Eyes Cody right now, standing on the side of the road on my horse.
Somebody might as well have just thrown a trash bag out at your feet.
Yep.
Golly.
Yeah,
Sorry, buddy.
it's bad. It is bad.
It's not good, I can tell you that.
No, and look, it's multi-layered too. It's not just one thing.
No.
There's some layers today.
And what's so sad
there?
too? You ready for this? No, I think what's even more frustrating is that the stories we talk about, nobody would be held accountable.
No, they're not. That's why they're just continuing to go on.
That's why Iron Eyes is over here with wet eyes.
Yep.
We've been studying Joshua in Sunday school too.
You talk about somebody.
Have you noticed how many preachers do prefer not to preach on the book of Joshua?
Yeah. Well, how does it?
Because they have a really hard time explaining it.
Yeah. Well, and let's face it. Right now, you feel like you're standing before God, and you're Joshua and Caleb and the other 10 say we don't believe in God, and God says, well, 40 years, y'all see if y'all can't work this out, and you go, wow, thanks a lot, guys. We were sitting here, we were in, and now the other 10 of y'all are going to get us all punished. And again, He doesn't hand out apologies. He weeded out everybody that didn't believe, and it was not pretty. And then when it got time to take it, it was.
There were other people living there.
Yeah. Yep. So we'll be back.
Wrath did come, didn't it?
I said this thing of owing people apology. You're not getting away with it.
No.
I mean, it's just not the.
Anybody toured the great city of AI lately? Doesn't exist.
Be hard to find it.
Can't even find it.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What they have to do is say, and so everybody won't get mad, nobody can wear shorts. And the point he's making is that most of these girls put on shorts, with
shorts
with their rear ends hanging out of it. And so the way to curtail that is to say, I guess nobody can wear shorts. And that's the point he's making. Now, he goes on to make a joke, but that's one of those things too. That,
you misogynist.
Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, we've had to deal with it.
I still want to change that word. I'm so uncomfortable with that.
They've had to deal with it at the place where we go to work out, and where I go to work out is the guys that run it are followers of Christ. They've had to address it there. Hey, ladies, you got to be.
We've had to address it here.
Yeah, had to address it with interns.
Yeah.
And
speeding.
And I guess the part I don't understand is I don't understand how ladies, like I saw a young lady trying to go into church the other day, and she was walking the parking lot trying to pull her skirt down because it kept hiking up. And I thought, was that not a heads up to you that you keep having to pull your skirt to make it come down because it's making you uncomfortable? Did it not make you uncomfortable when you put it on? Was there something that didn't go off in your head and said, maybe I shouldn't wear this? Maybe this isn't the best presentation if I want to be respected and certainly want to come into the house of the Lord. You remember when our friend Steve Gaines had to take that off, which was hilarious,
yes.
by the way.
Yes. I've used that quote many times.
Right. And I don't know, because there is this weird thing, and certainly men have to control themselves, and we're responsible for our behavior, and we're even responsible biblically of protecting women from themselves, but I don't understand how women, they don't help the situation. And it's certainly, everybody has to have self-control, and I certainly understand that, but I don't understand. And I think if you understood the way men in their fallen state really think, when they see you dressed like that, when you're fishing, according to what bait you use, that's the kind of fish you're going to catch. You're fishing with bait that's going to bring in some bad fish.
Well, and like when you see a fire, Rick, you have a couple of choices. You just let the fire stay like it is. You can put the fire out, or you can fan the flames.
Right.
And that a lot of times that's what happens.
Yeah, and then you get into this thing about well, this is the style and all that. Well, that's what if the style becomes walking around in your panties and bras? Does that mean you're going to start doing that? Oh, I'm sorry, that's already happened. But anyway, I mean, it's just there has to be some self-policing that has to take place. But anyway, so. That he was making a point and then turning it into a joke, obviously. But he's suspended right now. Don't turn on the light, cause I don't want to see. Mama told me not to come. Time for Fix Mama's Mouth. Again, here we go, say. Where would we be without Mama? How many times did you find yourself in a situation and you say, Mama told me not to come? Mama told me not to come. So time to tell Mama thank you for all of her guidance. We're just coming off Mother's Day. We had people sending in their moms from all over to be considered. We broke it down to the final three. The people have gone out and they have voted. Dr. Dudney and Christy are here from Dudney's office. Team Dudney is here. We were doing some figuring. This is 19 mamas
Yes, sir.
Today that have
sir.
had makeovers.
Wow.
And Bubba, for yours, your makeover was 20 years ago.
20 years ago. Holding in there.
Holding in there.
Good
20 years.
night alive.
So, Dudney, let's talk about the process. How did it go?
Well, like it does every year, it is very tough to pick 3 finalists.
Oh, yeah.
These letters are amazing. It's just it reinforces with everything going on, as Bubba said, out there in the world. It's so frustrating to see what people write about their mothers and the way they feel about them, and the way the mothers have had such an impact on their lives is very refreshing, and it's just fun to see something like that, and how much people really care. And I wish they could all win. I say it every year, and I mean it. For those of you that don't win and have sent letters in, there's some reward there for you for taking the time and wanting, to do something for your mother or your wife or a friend. Sometimes if people send letters in for their friends. So I just think it's great. But we're excited about the winner. I think it's a very, very, I think the voters picked a good one. And
Well, did you think it was wise, though, to let Greg pick the final 3?
Well, with this puppy situation.
2 mamas and 1 puppy.
I'm not so sure.
How much that puppy in the window?
He's our new intern.
So here is the winner. The 3 finalists were there.
We need Greg to do a drum roll right
Yeah,
here.
well, you know what? Yeah, I got one right here. All right, so here it is. This year's winner of Fix Mama's Mouth $17,000 dental makeover goes to Helen Gilmore. Helen Gilmore. Mama told me not to come. Thank you, Mama. So we will read her letter when she comes in after the makeover. Her daughter Angel wrote the letter. It's obvious that just like every mom, all 19 of them now, you always see one theme: selfless people.
Yep,
very much so.
Yep.
Putting everybody else
The
what
mama.
they need ahead of them. That's what Mama does.
Well, Mama's,
Yeah, and so that I want you to warn you too. In part of celebration, Christy's already asked, "Is the wheel spinning again?" right.
Yeah, she loves that wheel.
Disappointed. It's not lit up or anything.
She just looked over like a little child. Says,
Like,
"Is
that's
the
sad.
wheel spinning again?" So
like
anyway,
me and Sears at Christmas time.
So Dudney, tell us what happens next.
Okay, so we'll be calling Helen, and we'll contact her. We'll try to contact her today. We'll get her in for an initial appointment, kind of see what's going on. From the pictures, you really can't tell a lot. So it is kind of like getting a little Christmas surprise when we get to look in their mouth and really see what's there. But from what we can tell, it looks like it'll be a fairly straightforward case. And our goal is to just give her a beautiful smile, something she feels good about. I don't want to give the letter away, but she, again, this is something that happened to her. She was in an accident and damaged some teeth. So it'll be, I think, nice to get something that looks really, really pretty.
Boy, hearing about that accident, she's lucky to be alive.
Yeah. And so, and unfortunately damaged some teeth. And so, sometimes we get some surprises, but it's okay. Listen, I really enjoy this. This is fun. This is fun to give somebody, I know a lot of people, are out there that are saying, well, I'm in the same situation. And, but it's nice if only one case and it's only once a year, it's still fun to be able to do this and give something back, but help somebody who probably wouldn't be able to have it done, but's doing so much for other people.
I know you've done this, but I feel like we need to do it every time because there's always a little bit of, well, I sent mine in and what there is a certain criteria that you have to meet to even be considered a candidate. Yeah. Some people's situation, unfortunately, they're not a candidate.
Right. And, it is. There's certain things that we can do. And there's some cases that could take months to do. And ideally, we would like to have this done by July or August, have them back by July or August where it doesn't extend out too far. And so where there's certain types of cases, and listen, I'm not just saying it. We wish more people. I know it gets frustrated, and there are people that send in letters every year, and we want we want to pick a winner, but just like a lot of contests, there's one winner, and that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes, like I say, the for this procedure, some people can have sent in cases that I said wouldn't be candidates.
Right.
Know what you need, because you have to have something to work with.
Exactly, exactly. And again, we're not miracle workers. We try to help people any way we can, and fortunately, dentistry, Bubba, we talk about this and how with technology and how far things have come. And I know Bubba's really big into technology, and it's just amazing what we're able to do today in dentistry and what we have to do. And I hear you talking about AI on the show a lot, and AI is in dentistry now, and so. But I think what it's doing in dentistry, I think, is good. It's helping us see things that we couldn't see before with our naked eye.
Oh, it's like anything else. Yeah. It can be used for great advancements, and of course, then it can be used for evil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and
as long as the robot doesn't get a hold of that drill while I'm in that chair and go nuts.
Did you hear about the one that Bubba wants to do next year? It'll just be an extra. We won't take away from this. It's called Fix the FBI.
Yeah. Listen,
we can't wait till next year on that one.
Fix the FBI for me would be no anesthesia, drill and no anesthesia. That's how I'd like to fix them.
Thank you very much, Dudney. It's always a pleasure to work with you guys, and these stories, they never get old. And I cannot wait to when Helen Gilmore comes in here. I hope her daughter gets to come, who wrote the letter, and be here with her. And we will see that makeover, and it watching their faces, and many of them smiling for the first time, either ever or smiling for the first time in a long time.
I love visiting y'all's office because you have the framed pictures of some of the winners.
Right.
I mean, to just showcase them as they walk in, and I know it means a lot to y'all.
It does, and hopefully it'll mean a lot to them.
Yep.
All right, Christy. All right, Dudney.
Yep.
Another great job.
Thank you.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Fix Mama's Mouth. The winner for 2023. Helen Gilmore. Congratulations, Helen, and to your daughter, Angel. We look forward to seeing the results coming up probably in July, somewhere like that. Yep. All right, we'll be right back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do have some video here to look at, a couple of stories to work through. Now, anytime there is, we've never fully understood why people want to release mad bulls and run from them. I don't know why people want to do that. I can't wrap my mind around that concept. But again, maybe that's just me. Maybe some of you go, I'm a thrill seeker, and it seems like there's so many other ways to do that than being chased by raging bulls. And then because people do this, then people want to document it so we can enjoy it and watch their stupidity. But sadly, sometimes those attempting to document are also in harm's way. And boy, we have an example today.
Now, is this an illegal bull race?
Is it? I don't know.
This says, I was reading
the headline is not good. Cameraman is flattened as he tries to film bull race.
Yeah, videographer films the illegal bull race from the back of a motorbike.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, and it looks
well, you
like...
got your legal raging bulls and your illegal raging bulls.
Right, I didn't know we had this on the side.
Well, I didn't either.
It kind of looks like... the bulls, are they pulling a cart of some kind?
Something.
All right, so here's the guy with the camera on the back of a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's holding the camera over his head, facing backwards.
Here comes the illegal bull. Oh,
this is a chariot, like a bull.
Picture chariot races.
Wow.
Picture chariot races, but the
chariot.
It's chariots being pulled by bulls
running over people.
And buddy, I mean, he got ran over.
Rick, they're sitting in the middle of the road, and these things are flying by them. I thought they were going to go with the race. And
evidently he couldn't get the bike to crank.
Yeah, that's what it is, I think.
Oh, okay.
It has to be it.
So he's supposed to be on a motorcycle
out in front of them,
and they couldn't get the motorcycle. They couldn't get the motorcycle cranked.
Yeah, and he got.
I'm surprised.
And now we're just being run over by carts, just one after another.
Imagine the scene in the Ten Commandments when they're leaving Egypt with all the carts and everything pulling the carts. That's kind of what it looks like.
But they're being pulled by bulls, not horses.
What's hard to believe is the person injured is not the cameraman, it's the driver.
Well, the guy driving, he takes a bad hit.
Oh, bad.
Oh, good.
No.
He got hit in the back of the head. Never saw it coming.
They're trying to get him up. He's struggling.
Good
well,
night.
you're struggling, Greg. You keep being run over by bull-drawn carts.
That's a roughing the passer right
Look
there.
at him.
Woo.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
that's-
happened. What
that's
happened?
a flag.
That's
night.
it. So do we have we drug the unresponsive motorcycle driver away? Did he make it?
Yeah, they said he was.
Got a couple of hoof prints on him.
Yeah.
Right. He was sitting up here towards the end of the video, so
Okay.
I guess he's okay.
He's got an incredible
Said
story.
he sustained minor injuries.
Yeah, he just got knocked out, I guess.
Now in that country, I don't know what minor injuries mean.
Well,
I mean,
that's
you
a
could
great
lose
point.
an arm or leg, I guess.
Bubba, although banned by the Supreme Court of India, illegal bull racing keeps taking place under the nose of the administration. So undoubtedly, you're not supposed to get together on a street and what in the world? This person
Illegal bull racing.
Yeah, they said here that
Who would have thought that was a big issue in India today?
I know it.
they
So
did
many
say
other things.
it took a while to wake the man up, but eventually they did.
Okay, so he did make it.
Why is it illegal?
I guess because people get run over and get flattened. I mean, is this one of the
Or do
reasons?
they not like to see their relatives all racing like that?
Oh, that's a good
something
point.
about bull
You know
racing,
what?
they're not
Hey, wait a minute.
Because don't they?
Wait
they
a
think
minute.
they got reincarnated.
Wait a minute. They think it's mistreatment of these bulls because
You're
these
right.
bulls are their ancestors.
Either that or is it like blocking the road off here in drag racing? And the police going, hey, what are y'all doing?
I think you got to take a look at the way the people who of the Hindu religion see cows. I think you got to go there. This is not in Latin America.
No.
This is none of that. Okay.
They just want them to have a little fun. What's wrong with that?
I wish I spoke their language so I could understand what they were saying.
I
I
wish
think they
you
were
did,
trying to
too.
tell the guy, here they come.
I
And he
don't.
wouldn't listen.
I don't know how.
Part
to,
of me wishes you were in.
I don't know how to speak their
Really?
their language, but I'm going to go ahead and bet that he's screaming, "Look out!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Or
Because you
oh,
Yeah, because the cameraman sees what they're doing.
Right. not trying to say.
He was hollering bull something. I can't make it out.
I don't know which language this is, but I can tell you in English it means look out,
look at him trying to crank.
move, crank the motorcycle.
Maybe they
Why
should have had it
getting
running before.
Yeah, why in the middle of the road? Why
bet
not
it
on
went
the
down.
side?
Well, they thought they was going to be sharp, Bubba, and get that shot from behind out in front.
Well, they got a shot, all right. I'd love to see the video.
Boy,
He
I
messed
would
up
too.
on the clutch and killed the motor. Couldn't get the crank back up.
No, you're right.
He's panicking.
Yep.
Probably not
Bulls
the best. Probably not the best gas.
No.
No. The so anyway, also a related, not related story, but another story.
This is a very touching story.
It's a very touching story.
Well, then it's not related.
Texas boy, 5, thought to be nonverbal, stuns family by suddenly talking after a dentist realized that he is tongue-tied and cures him with laser treatment.
Dang.
Now,
Rick, tongue-tied would be.
we're back 35 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Some things that you need to know coming up this week. Speedy, Bubba, and number 1, we're headed to Montgomery on Thursday night. Sounds like a country song. Headed to Montgomery. We'll be there on Thursday night for the Montgomery Biscuits. Their game, WLWI, I-92 Country Night. Those of you that have got an opportunity to hang out with us prior to the game, we look forward to seeing all of you. We'll also get to go down and thank some of our sponsors that make this show happen. We'll play Country Song or It Ain't in the first inning with the entire crowd. And there's also a great T-shirt promotion going on. Even if you didn't win the opportunity to be with us Thursday night, you can still get those shirts while they last when you're coming into the game. So we look forward to seeing all of you for I-92 Country Night with Rick and Bubba this Thursday night in Montgomery, Alabama. Also coming up on Saturday, Mobile, Alabama. Rich Wingo will be there for West Mobile Baptist Church's Next Man Church. They're doing a breakfast this Saturday morning. And if you've never heard of Rich Wingo, men, go make plans, get up on a Saturday morning. It's your day off. Get you a cup of coffee, a delicious breakfast, and hear a great challenge from a great man of God coming up this Saturday. And then if you're not already doing one of the small groups with one of our curriculum from themanchurch.com, you can plug into that too. All right, so Bubba, do you want to start, buddy? Do you want to I mean, I know you're ready. We've got our video list here. Tell me which one of these topics.
Well,
I know there's 2 you really want to talk about. If you notice, we have 2 A and B video going on that one, and then you've got the other one involving Huntsville. Just wherever you want to start. It's up to you, buddy.
Rick,
I know you're upset.
Yeah.
I don't.
it's such mixed emotions with this today because I don't want to live in a country where I can't trust the FBI.
I know.
I don't want. I can't sleep at night in that America where the FBI is so political that they will bend and break the law.
Yep.
Just because of politics.
We can't have that. You cannot have that. I mean, I'm talking about no matter where you are on the political aisle, we can't have that as a country. We just can't have it. Because what if all of a sudden the FBI decides they don't like your candidate, or they don't like that? That's not their place.
So the independent prosecutor investigator, the Durham report, has finally been released. He says the FBI did not have any factual evidence to investigate the Trump-Russia collusion and slams the Bias Bureau for failing to properly probe the Steele dossier. Now, this goes all the way back to the 2016 election. You remember they used the FISA court to surveil Trump and some of his top folks, all based on a lie. Now, according to the report, the plan by Hillary Clinton to create a false story linking Donald Trump to Russia was briefed in August of 2016 by CIA Director John Brennan to President Obama, Vice President Biden, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, and FBI Director Comey. Those people listed there should be charged and arrested today for treason. Yeah. They are guilty of treason.
Now, you know that's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen.
Right.
But let me tell you, if any of y'all had done it, we would be in handcuffs today.
Yeah.
And that says we don't have equal justice under the law.
Well, and you said earlier, and we believe rightfully so, you and Greg both discussed it in the break, and I thought it was a great point. You know, you're going to hear from these people that Donald Trump was so wicked and evil and terrible for the country, they had to do whatever they had to do to save this country. Well, that sounds similar to what Timothy McVeigh said.
Yeah, and he did an evil act and killed innocent people and was put to death for it.
Yeah,
but had the same motivation.
Right.
As a lot of these people do, they think they're doing the right thing by breaking the law to protect all of us instead of just following the law and having a little confidence that the system will work. But this makes you think the system will not work.
Well, we have, first of all, to tell you how bad it is, we have CNN. This new CNN is an interesting thing to see. They got Charles Barkley. They've got people that are disagreeing with the Democrats. It's a new day at CNN. They're having Trump on for a town hall. You know what? The new guy running CNN. Can I tell you something I respect him for? He came out because a lot of their hosts and everybody were crying that they had this evil man on CNN. He said, by golly, he said, if Donald Trump's going to get on and tell the country what he's going to do and upset everybody, by golly, it better be covered by CNN.
Well, that's the truth.
He said, if he's going to go anywhere to talk, I want him talking here.
Well, you had Anderson Cooper on there apologizing to their listeners for letting him on.
Well, the CEO said, by golly, anytime he wants on, I'm putting him on.
He is a bona fide candidate for President of the United States. CNN needs to cover it, even if you don't like what he's got to say.
So CNN now, here's Jake Tapper. I'm sorry. He will. Here's them even admitting that the Russia investigation was a hoax. Here we go.
Regardless, the report is now here. It has dropped, and it might not have produced everything of what some Republicans hoped for. It is, regardless, devastating to the FBI, and to a degree, it does exonerate Donald Trump.
So that's CNN, and
that came out of Jake Tapper's mouth. Who, we can play a long list of sound quotes. He's no fan of Trump personally. His network is no fan. The special counsel, John Durham, found that the FBI did not have factual evidence to investigate allegations of Trump-Russia collusion in a scathing report. The report, which is over 300 pages, is a comprehensive summary of findings related to whether the then Trump campaign in 2016 colluded with Russia to meddle in the election outcome. It found that the Department of Justice and the FBI failed to uphold their mission of strict fidelity to the law when launching the Trump-Russia probe.
Yeah.
If we can't trust the FBI, who can we trust? and the Department of Justice. That is supposed to be who keeps everybody on the playing field.
Yep.
And it's just political. It's rotten to the core. They've got so big, so powerful. They have so much money and so many investigators. They think they are running the country.
You're right.
And that's why we've let our government get too big. And that's why we need to knock them down a ledge.
100% right. And we've been warning, and others have, warning and warning. What our founding fathers told us, whatever tools you give the government to use, they will always abuse them. So don't give them any. And you got to hold them accountable to the highest level. Now, this document photo is just basically what the actual document that shows everything that Bubba just laid out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Showing that this is actually it. You know, and it shows you, everything you just said and all the people who were involved in it, Bubba. Look right there. I mean, just right there out of the report.
Operation Crossfire Hurricane is what it was called. That was the internal code name at the FBI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she approved the campaign.
So they're saying that in 2016, U.S. intelligence agencies, and you said, obtained insight into the Russia intelligence analysis alleging that the presidential candidate, Hillary Clinton, had approved a campaign plan to stir up a scandal against U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump by trying tying him to Putin and the Russians' hacking of the Democratic National Committee. This is the guy who said, I'm going to investigate, and I'll come back. Hillary Clinton and her camp absolutely did this, and it was totally false, and it was nothing but a political hack job on an opposing candidate.
And the fact
and the FBI was
that
part
the
of it.
CIA knew about it, and they told President Obama what they were doing.
Yep.
They told Vice President Biden what they were doing. They told the Attorney General what they were doing, and they told the FBI director what they were doing so they could cover for this.
Read that last paragraph. That's
Rick, read this right here.
All right, the bottom one.
According to handwritten notes.
According to handwritten notes, this is right out of the document, CIA Director Brennan subsequently briefed President Obama, Bubba's point, and other senior national security officials on the intelligence, including the alleged approval by Hillary Clinton on July 26, getting very specific, 2016, of a proposal from one of her foreign policy advisors to vilify, which they really did that, Donald Trump, by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. I mean, guys, could it be any clearer? They're saying they absolutely did it. And so to Bubba's point about the state of our country, you've got a president right now that goes to a historically black college and can't even get all that right and wants you to believe that the biggest problem this country has is white supremacy. Now, the biggest problem our country has is our central government is out of control and abuses the people. That's the biggest problem we got. I promise you, white supremacy is not your biggest problem. A government that will use their agencies to destroy you, that's a much bigger problem. Agreed?
Absolutely agreed.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll come back. There's more.
And don't look for any of them to be in handcuffs today.
Nope. No.
Brennan, Clapper, all that crowd, they've been, Rick, they are shady at the very best.
And so you, as a citizen, so you feel helpless against that.
Yeah, but you are helpless.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Prescriptions require an online.
That part under your tongue that holds your tongue down, extending all the way out or further than it should. And I guess they just went in and cut that so he could move his tongue.
We call tongue-tied people the ones that, talk like that.
Oh, here we go.
Well, don't do it over there. Do it, you know what I'm saying? Like that.
Well, we usually
like
just
Speedy struggled
refer
with
to any of us trying to read something.
Ethics. I had. So
I just thought it was stuttering.
We called you tongue-tied. No, tongue-tied, you just talk.
Greg,
stop it.
You talk with the back of your throat because you can't make
talk,
sounds
though,
with
you
your
just
tongue.
couldn't pronounce
they said the child was
Give us an
nonverbal.
example.
They said the child was nonverbal.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now, maybe in our high school years, we were throwing around the word tongue-tied incorrectly medically. But what I don't get is this kid has been on the earth for 5 years and not one doctor, no one has said, well, I tell you what it might be.
They thought he had a syndrome, SOTOS, S-O-T-O-S.
Careful.
Syndrome, which is a hereditary condition that leaves people with one of these type problems. So I don't know. They had it misdiagnosed.
Mm-hmm.
But you would have thought a dentist, even prior to this, would have caught it and went, "Hey, his tongue's tied down here. No wonder he's not talking."
I hope this works.
Yeah, this is.
I really hope this works.
What's this?
Let me see. You got anything?
Are you talking like you're tongue tied?
No, that was great.
I might could possibly lose my mind on this.
Can I say this?
Then gotta play down now.
Should we?
That's Cajun.
Yeah.
Should we make?
Well, they're a little
I don't want to be uncomfortable, but you hear how we struggle on the show. When's the next Dudney appointment for all of us? Should we
need
tell
to
our
go.
dentist take a look? Because we
I'm sure
we struggle on this
he's
show.
already
Yeah,
checked.
What we do to words and what we do to the English language on this show is it's borderline criminal.
Are we technically tongue-tied?
I think we're just a bunch of DAs.
Yeah, probably.
But there's certain things.
I don't think
my mouth
Dudney can cure it.
So are they saying?
I think our chance to cure that was our not paying attention in various classes for years.
Yeah. Try it again, Rick.
Okay.
No.
Man.
Well,
wait, that's it. Oh, don't try anymore. So it's just the brain. So the brain and the tongue, we're not communicating.
No, it's tied down.
Is it just tied? I mean,
I don't think dentist could have fixed that.
Laser treatment went in there, freed it up.
I guess it's time he tried to talk,
Picture-
and it stay down like this,
Picture,
and now he freed it up and he can talk. Hold your tongue down.
Picture like a hot air balloon
Hard
is
to do.
tied down and somebody cut it loose.
That's real hard to do.
Now the tongue can go now. All right, we're back.
We'll be back after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Mother's Day is behind us. Father's Day is next. We had some Raycons that I passed along to one of my sons this past weekend. He said, "Dad, I see an extra pair of Raycons here." I said, "Yeah, you want those? Take those with you." We got them everywhere. But you know why? At this price, you can buy multiple pair. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba saves you 15%, and they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. Watch out for a dupe, Bubba, not just from the FBI. People a lot of times will make you pay more just because their name's on it, not because the other products aren't as good. And every now and then they'll really dupe you. You'll pay more for their name on it than you'll pay less for the same exact thing. They just took their name off of it and put some random name on it. So why don't you just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba.
That's a clapper program. Right?
Yes, it is. Get an outstanding pair of earbuds at about half the price of the others. Much more comfortable, much more discreet. Many more options, all kinds of sound profiles. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Get you another 15% off. Be a great idea for gifts, for birthdays, or for Father's Day coming up, whatever the case may be. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so Adler, I know we'll get to this other thing, but let's finish on what we've just discovered, unfortunately, about the FBI. I know, Adler, you said there were a couple things. Kind of walk us through this.
I got Hillary Clinton just talking about how she's saying Trump is an illegitimate president. And sorry about that music there. That was me as well.
That's all right. I pot so much music up. I thought it was on me that time.
Yeah, that was on me. Brian. But here it is, and it's very interesting considering what we know now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he knows he's an illegitimate president. He knows that there were a bunch of different reasons why the election turned out the way it did. And I take responsibility for those parts of it that I should. But, Jane, it was like applying for a job and getting 66 million letters of recommendation and losing to a corrupt human tornado. And so I know that he knows that this wasn't on the level. I don't know that we'll ever know everything that happened, but clearly we know a lot and are learning more every day, and history will probably sort it all out. So of course he's obsessed with me, and I believe that it's a guilty conscience in so much as...
Good night.
Unbelievable. Hey, you're right. History will vet it all out. We just had some history from 2016 we just looked at, and you're dirty.
Can you just believe the stone-faced lying going on?
Can you believe a Clinton, especially Hillary? I think she's worse than Bill, because I think Bill is just he's just running the fraternity boy. He's just running the fraternity. Hillary Clinton just said, how does Hillary Clinton even let the word corrupt come out of her mouth about anybody else?
Right.
How does that even get out? I mean, you have to have zero conscience to say that someone else is corrupt and with a straight face and be Hillary Clinton. And you say, what are you talking about? Well, it's not speculation. I just saw the report. I tell you, I can say I know for sure she was corrupt on this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an opinion. That's not gossip. That's fact.
And sitting there knowing she did that, and then saying what she said.
I know.
I couldn't sit there and say that. I just couldn't do it. Yeah. And I don't know how you sleep with yourself at night.
All right, so and then the next, we always love a musical montage. So this is a montage of what, Adler?
Well, we could come out of this at any point, but this is a montage of CNN anchors, The View people.
Oh, I love this kind of stuff.
It's you got politicians. You got Bernie Sanders in there. You got a lot of people. And we can come out of this at any point, but this is just highlights over the years. They pushed this for, 3 years?
Oh, yeah.
Straight?
Sure.
And so this is just a montage of the Trump-Russia possible collusion.
What sort of collusion?
Trump-Russian possible collusion.
Trump-Russian metal collusion.
Trump-Russia possible collusion.
Trump-Russian potentially collusion.
Trump-Russia possible collusion.
Trump-Russian possible collusion.
Trump-Russian collusion. Trump-Russian collusion.
Trump-Russian possible collusion.
Trump-Russian possible collusion. Russian collusion.
Trump-Russian possible collusion.
Trump-Russian possible collusion. Trump-Russians collusion.
Collusion with the Russians.
So it goes on and on and on.
And you wonder, by the way, and this may not be accurate because of where Bubba is right now. So this statement may not even stand. Can you imagine Sean Hannity today? Sean Hannity has been upset about this Russia thing. How many times have you heard Sean?
It's not him I'm worried about.
How many times have you heard him say Russia, Russia, Russia over and over again? How about Mark Levin?
Mark Levin is the one I'm worried about.
Mark Levin.
He may take off like a Saturn V today.
I know. Yeah.
If he hadn't already. I'm worried that we don't need to call somebody to check on him.
Have you ever been in a position
Can we call him speak?
Where you're trying to point to something that nobody can see, or you don't think anybody hears you, and you finally get the confirmation that what you've been saying is true? I think that there will be just a...
Well, Rick, here's the thing.
Even Jake Tapper had to get out ahead of it.
I'm not shocked that CNN said this or said that. That's what they've done for decades.
Yep.
I'm not surprised that Hillary Clinton is up to no good. Okay, I'm not surprised that there are lifelong politicians who are dirty.
That's right.
I'm not shocked by that at all.
Been there, done that.
What bothers me is that the FBI, the CIA, and all these other agencies, the Department of Justice, were in on it. They knew about it. The Attorney General, Loretta, what's her name? Loretta Lynch. Remember, she met with Bill Clinton on the tarmac, but they didn't discuss Hillary's investigation. They were just talking about grandkids.
Absolutely.
Remember our friend who wrote a book about it?
Bubba, please, you're not.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Rick, is that true or not?
Well,
did he write a book, and did we do a podcast, and is he dead today?
That is a fact.
Okay, those are all facts.
Christopher Stein,
You
Secret
can-
on the Tarmac.
You can pull that out however you want to. Okay, those are the facts. Loretta Lynch should have stood up as Attorney General and said, "I swore to uphold the Constitution. Stop this right now. If you want to do dirty campaign tricks, that's your business. You do whatever you want to do on TV. We're not going to be a part of it.
There you go.
We're not going to be a part of it. The FBI is not going to be a part of it. The CIA and the sitting president and the vice president is not going to be a part of this. Shut that part down. We're not going to issue FISA warrants and abuse the secret court system that we catch spies with for political games against Donald Trump. I mean, it's just unthinkable.
And those of you out there that you're obsessed with Trump and you think it's the worst thing that's ever happened, and he's the worst human on the planet, whether you're a rhino or whether you're a Democrat. The fuel that you just gave Donald Trump, this will embolden him and his supporters, because all of this that they've been saying and he's been saying, they now have as proof. And Donald Trump just became stronger with this coming out. No doubt about that. Because now trying to cast him as being some conspiracy theorist, can't do it now. And so he just got stronger overnight.
Oh yeah, he's already had several statements on it. You'll see him today.
Yep. Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll take your phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
And that's not the end of it, Rick.
No, there's more.
There's more today.
Do you want to chat with them on that one, or you want to go ahead and get to the other one? Let's chat, then we'll do the other. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where did our born tongue-tied guy go?
Oh, no, he didn't slip away.
We had a guy on the line that said he was born what we would call medically being tongue-tied. I'm sure that's not the medical phrase. He was in the story, though.
Yeah.
I wanted that person to call back.
We did have some emailers. It just says that those that are born with that just have a problem latching and yeah.
What do you mean? What does that even mean?
Latching, like latching on and breastfeeding?
Yeah.
Oh.
My wife's a lactation consultant. I know all
you
these
get to hear
things.
all that
Anything
stuff.
lactation y'all need, just let me know.
That probably alerts the parents, hey, we got an issue here. It won't latch. And
Oh my!
problems
So then he's
with
going to not be able to talk
with the feeding and stuff. Yeah. Well, no, that's there's a problem.
We're talking like we can't dock on the space shuttle.
Is that just an uncomfortable way to say, Rick, you did have a point that he was 5 and no one said, well, maybe it could be this? Was there not some signs that
There's your picture of it, Rick. See, I think it's just that bottom tissue extends too far out.
Right.
Well, we were wrong.
Your analogy was dead on.
We were calling
I know. Tongue-tied.
Right.
It's tied down.
I didn't think it looked like
so.
a little...
People that talk funny are technically not tongue-tied.
Yeah, we did. We talked.
Well, no, you
but
did.
do tongue-tied people talk funny?
But I was talking about you cut it
don't
loose.
talk at all.
Picture a balloon on the ground. You cut it loose there. Yeah.
Well, it is connected at the back, but sometimes it extends all the way to the front.
But that front, you cut it loose. Look at the front. Here it goes.
Yeah.
Now it's going.
I just didn't think it looked like a
you get that?
You didn't
a
think
little bitty rope.
You didn't think it
straight
looked
up.
like it looked.
I just thought, wow. I mean, that should have been caught.
Yeah, I don't know how it wasn't caught soon.
No, Rick. I mean, I'm no expert dentist. I think I could have called that. His tongue don't work. It's tied down.
Right. Thanks, Greg.
Would you have said it like that?
Yeah.
Josh, you said you were born tongue-tied. This is him. He's back.
Yes, sir. I was.
Interesting.
I have a twin brother as well. We were both born tongue-tied.
Did they catch it before you were 5?
Twin-tied.
Am I?
I don't quite remember. I know when I was born, I believe my dad, he told me a story that he decided for us to be tongue-tied, to get our tongues clipped. because I actually had a half sister that was born tongue-tied as well, and my stepmom wanted to get her tongue clipped, so they did that at birth.
Now, why would you not have it fixed?
I don't know. I
Maybe
never
so you
asked,
couldn't hear
I
it
never-
crying instead of
No, I
crying.
don't realize I had any. They say if you're tongue-tied, you have a harder time breastfeeding as well because of the suction. Apparently.
You can't get the suction built up.
I didn't. Me and my brother as kids, we didn't do that, so I don't think they were too worried about it.
Yeah.
Did they not notice?
Fed out of a bottle.
Did they not notice though you struggle with the bottle a little bit, or do you? Maybe you don't.
No, I didn't. I actually
Protrudes
didn't have
more.
an issue growing up with speech. I didn't have any issues with learning how to talk or anything like that.
Right.
It's pretty strange because I know I hear things about people that are born tongue-tied that have like speech issues and they're slower on learning.
So
how to talk
you didn't have any of those problems.
I did not.
But did you have yours fixed?
Nope, I did not. I still am tongue-tied.
Really?
Well, you
how
don't
about
sound
that?
tongue-tied.
You really don't. A big disappointment for Greg today.
I think I am too. Look.
You're not. I think Speedy's
Speedy, you're not
tongue-tied.
tongue-tied.
Speedy is tongue-tied. Josh, thanks, buddy.
I'm touching it. Look.
So
I guess there's different
He
degrees
probably-
of it.
degrees of tongue-tiedness.
Yeah, you probably couldn't stick your tongue out very far.
Yeah, but I bet there's some who, like this kid, obviously, I mean, it shut him down.
Yeah,
So is it loosen up over time? Is that what it is? The rope loosens?
How about let's take calls from only tongue-tied people this segment.
Tongue-tied only.
I guess, like you're saying, there's different levels of severity. Boy, think about those people that are chatty, though. If they're tongue-tied, but it's like trying to hold King Kong in a chain.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, we all know some people we wish were tongue-tied.
I'm trying to bust loose.
let's go to Thomas in Gadsden.
Thomas
Z93.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
You, Thomas.
All right, shed some light on this.
Well, my son, he was born in 14. You know, I started late because I wasn't grown yet. When my son, all they did, they came in with a pair, looked like cuticle scissors, and cut the bottom of the tongue loose, and we was good to go. It's not a big deal, but they noticed it like literally within minutes of him being alive and them handing him to me and meeting my first child. I weighed him like a fish and said, "Oh, he's about 6.5," and gave him to the nurse. I did. I said, if you let me hold him by the lip, I could have got a little closer.
There you go. But you're so I'm saying I don't know why they didn't catch this sooner.
Yeah,
it was very sad. I mean, the guy that delivered him, I mean, we're talking about football, and he said, hang on, let me deliver his kid. And then he came back to him and started talking about football. He said, oh, yeah, he's tongue-tied. Hang on just a minute. I mean, he's a super guy. The best doctor I've ever been around in my life. If I needed any of those initials, I'd have him. But unfortunately, I don't. But
I'd like to know what football team he pulls for.
Oh, I'm a Georgia guy. Grew up in Georgia. He's a Auburn guy.
Yeah.
So basically, we were hating on Alabama.
I
got it. Right in the middle of the birth.
That's good. Beth, Birmingham, Alabama. Beth, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, Beth.
I was actually tongue-tied when I was growing up, and so I went to the dentist, and they were the ones that found it, and then they went ahead and it snipped. It's called the frenum underneath the tongue, and so it just makes it where you can't stick your tongue out and stuff like that. But now I'm like daggum Gene Simmons. I can stick my tongue out like crazy, and but.
Well,
It's
calling
very
Dr. Love.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I got you. Six minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Interns Alapuka here today, and also Cam Solo. Unnamed intern. Try to get another intern name. That should be our 3 for the summer. We'll try to get that done today. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
866 We Be Big. We do have more to report on the not so good stories out of the government today, but we'll let you comment on what we've already heard, and that, of course, is it is now
official. The investigation is over, and the corruption from Hillary Clinton using the FBI against Donald Trump is now out for all to see. Comments on that or any topic at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's go to Mississippi. Chester is standing by. Chester, go ahead.
Guys, we've got to open our eyes here. They want Trump to get the nomination. They do not want to face DeSantis, and they are smearing him because they know it only makes him stronger in the nomination race. The vote is won between the 1% and 5%, and of those voters who swing back and forth, and we will lose that with Trump. That is a fact.
Well, that is absolutely a possibility, but I think where we have to stand, and Chester, we've even said that they may want to face Trump, but there is also a point that is undeniable. We now have absolute proof that this kind of corruption went on, no matter what results there are. Yeah. America is finding out something today, no matter how it helps Trump, helps DeSantis, hurts them, helps the Democrats. That's that's all true, and that's a possibility. So I'm not saying it's not, Chester. However, what America found out is it still stands as extremely important that we know this. Now, we may sit around and say, I'll have another pleas and do nothing about it, and no one get arrested and all that. I got it. But at least you see that the government not only is capable of doing this, but they will do this. And that, to me, is a larger point of how it's going to impact the future election.
And what really about this is
but
so
your point
strange
is valid, though.
Is that how high up this went and who all was in that room that was briefed on it.
Right.
CIA Director John Brennan briefed President Obama, Vice President Biden, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, and FBI Director Comey.
Yep.
These are the people that run our government.
Right.
It doesn't get any higher than this. And they all went along with it.
Right. And if you're a Democrat, the way you have to look at this as, okay, let me act like this all came out today, and the Republicans were in charge, and the Republicans did all this with all these agencies to a political candidate that was a Democrat. And if you're okay with that, then you got to be okay with this. If that would bother you, and you say we can't have a government with that kind of corruption, then you have to be upset about it no matter which party was doing what to who.
This makes Watergate look like a Girl Scout cookie operation. Okay.
Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just want to give Bubba a friendly reminder that this is what the enemy does. He deceives, and you can't do that because you have a fear of God, a reverence, and you represent Jesus, and they don't. So that's my point.
Yeah, and remember, which is not surprising, the thing that is kind of odd about some of these people, and of course Jesus warned us about that too, if you asked Hillary Clinton, and I know you're not going to believe what I'm about to say, and you asked Joe Biden if they were Christians, they would say yes. We continue. Let's go to Chris. Chris in Indian Springs. Chris, go ahead. Chris? Okay. Let's go to John out of Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So what they do with the Second Amendment issues is they have what they call interest balancing, where they say, yeah, we know it's unconstitutional to take your guns away, but for the greater good, we're going to justify it. That's what you are going to see today, widespread from all the Democrats and all the lefties and all the, the View and everything. They're going to say, yes, all that they did was wrong, but they were trying to protect the country from the evil Donald Trump. That's going to be the party line. And like you said, everyone's just going to thank you. I'll have another.
Well, by the way, first of all, can I do one thing for John? So far, and I know it's early in the week, best phone of the week.
Yeah. Well
good
done,
quality.
buddy.
Good quality.
But in that argument, and I have no doubt that's what they'll say. You're correct about that. But the point is, we don't have proof that Donald Trump is evil. We have proof they are.
Right.
We need
You're
protecting
absolutely
from
right, yeah.
them, not Donald Trump.
We do.
And we said last hour that even though you're 100% right, John, that will be the narrative. But as we said last hour, I don't know if you heard it, that's the same narrative that Timothy McVeigh used.
It is.
Yeah, so
frightening.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, buddy. 866 We Be Big. Michael out of Crenshaw County, looks like in Alabama. Michael, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good.
Yeah, this is the first time I ever called, so
Thank
I'm
you.
a little nervous about it. But
Don't be nervous. Look, if we can do this show and we can be on the air, Michael, it's not a big step for you. Go ahead.
that's the reason I called, because I listen to you guys, and I'm like, well, if I'm gonna talk to anybody, it's gonna be these guys.
Good, thank you.
But I was just wondering, you guys were talking about the FBI, and I was wondering if you guys had heard the news story that broke recently. Just to kind of let us know that they're not changing their ways from 2016. There's supposed to be a hearing Thursday with Representative Jim Jordan, and he's talking to Garrett Bull, Steve Friend, and Marcus Allen, who are all former FBI officials who are saying that they were coerced to manipulate data and to basically paint it as white extremism and things like that were the biggest problem in this country. So they falsified the narrative. Basically, they falsified all the crime reporting.
Yeah, Congress is investigating that right now. They trumped up, no pun intended, and doctored the numbers to make it look like white supremacy is the number one problem. And you heard Biden even echoing that this weekend. That is not the facts.
No.
That is not the truth. And they know it, but they think that is the political wedge they need to play, because they always have to play a race card when it comes to election time to try to split everybody up. And it's just not true. And Congress is investigating it, and the truth's going to come out in that too.
They're always trying to get you to look where they want you to look. And just like every illusionist does, illusionists are masters in its incredible talent to get you to look where they want you to look.
Right.
And that's what politicians have always done. And they're doing this. Y'all, this white supremacy thing is silly. I mean, are there still pockets of white supremacy? Yes. Do they have power? No. Are they the biggest problem you face today in this country? No. But for them to start saying that, as you said, kind of proves that this other thing that we're looking at, guys. We don't need to go to bed in America with a tyrannical government that uses government agencies to destroy whomever they deem to be unworthy, or they deem you to be a problem. You don't want that.
Yeah, we the people supposed to decide that, and we do at the ballot box. Hopefully, it's legal and upfront and all that. But how do you trust that?
Right.
We've already got enough doubt about that.
Right.
But how do you trust that when you see this? If they will do this, would they doctor an election?
See, it just opens up all.
How are you supposed to believe?
Right. We'll come back. There's more. Huntsville, Alabama. You're getting in the spotlight next. Space Force. Isn't that what it's called?
Yep.
Have you still got it on your computer? Is it on the front of your computer? Space Force.
Proudly.
Yeah, there it is.
We're going to have to feed Bubba in the break. I think he's going to lose it here.
Yeah. Maybe breakfast is here.
Yeah.
I don't think the Lemon Squares did it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, it's very uncomfortable to
Beth,
have
I hear you
done.
calling.
I would. Bubba, that's terrible.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
I bet you have. But what I'm talking about is this kid made it all the way to 5. Did nobody notice this?
There got to be
Well,
more
no.
issues than just that.
I don't know, but my best friend's son, he just turned 18, and he had the same procedure done like about 6 months ago. So it's just, I don't know. It just affects people differently, and you have different,
Understood.
So.
Yeah, different severities.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Everybody's
thank you.
feeling their tongue.
Yeah, we're all.
Let me see you.
Nah, I'm okay. Thank you.
Open up, buddy.
Nope.
Bubba, please look look at the subject line on line 8.
Let me see.
Okay, let's take that one.
There's something funny about that.
Let's see that.
Shelly in Alabama. Shelly, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to talk about the tongue-tied. I had an ex-boyfriend that was tongue-tied.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
I did, and his mom, I say it was a crackhead, so I guess she just never noticed it. But I had to tell a couple of my friends that he was not mentally retarded. And that was kind of sad.
Well,
but,
so
I bet he wasn't a
Shelley,
very good kisser.
There's a lot of questions here.
So uncomfortable.
Are you just saying that it affected?
As crude as that sounds,
it affected his speech to the point that you thought he had maybe some challenges.
I knew he did not, but when I introduced my friends to him, they were like, Shelley, you're so smart. Why are you with him?
Oh, wow.
I'm like, what do you mean? And they said, well, I mean, he's not retarded. And I'm like, no, he's not. And actually, he did not know he was tongue-tied. It was my mother that asked him, hey, you know, how far can you stick your tongue out? And it didn't go very far, about a half inch. So he was, 24, and nobody had known he was tongue-tied. So my mother asked him about it.
Well, let me ask you this. Why did your mother ask him about it?
Well, my mama is everybody's mama. So when she saw something was wrong with him or felt like something might be wrong, she said, hey there, you stick your tongue out and see what we got going here.
Did you ever ask him about it?
I did not. I thought he had a lisp or something like a speech impediment, and I just ignored it.
Wow.
You're
nice.
Okay.
We're all. There's one more question.
There's a lot of questions, but
guys, I'm gonna show that this is not the first year of the show. And
well, I'm just saying. It seems like.
Yeah.
I wonder if they were boyfriend girlfriend, if they had kissed, if she noticed it, and that's why.
She just thought he wasn't a very good kisser.
Rick, I tell you what you ought to do is move on right on to line 11.
I would like to. I would. I would like to say this. I would like to say this. Shelley, in all of her description of everything, you know how sometimes you'll find people trapped and they don't know the Civil War's over? You know what I mean? Shelley seems like she's been trapped and doesn't know what's happened in America
about that one word,
about phrases you use and you don't use. And I mean, all we were missing was midget, and we'd had the coup de grace. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's like because she was just talking about.
She offended like 3 groups.
She offended so many people. I've been talking about in today's oversensitive.
Yeah, we weren't.
Yeah.
But I'm just
It's almost like it's like she's not aware.
It was a little refreshing.
It's like she's just not aware of the current state.
About that.
His current state of it.
Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us. Do we even do this? I mean, Bubba, can you take after this FBI thing, which we've unpacked and all that's out there? We can take other phone segments later. You can comment on if you want to, but do you think you can take stepping into this? There's 3 people I'm worried about today. Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, and Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yep.
I mean, and now this next one, now I don't think Levin and Hannity are going to care about this one as much as you do. But I'm telling you, I just don't know that you can do these 2 stories in the same day.
Should we separate them a little bit?
Go ahead.
Well, you got more corrupt FBI stories if you want to keep going with them.
Let's go on, Bubba. Let's get this out. Let's get this off our chest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
Rick, again, I don't want to live in a country where the military
here he goes
is making decisions based off politics, not what is best for the military and for defending our country.
Right.
and the military's goal, as was outlined one time, I thought very, very well by Rush Limbaugh, to kill people and break things.
That's correct. That's
and
true.
They're very good at that.
They're very good.
According to NBC, the Biden White House wants to leave the U.S. Space Command headquarters permanently in its startup location of Colorado Springs. They broke that story last night.
Of course, it's supposed to be going to Huntsville.
Yes. The administration has signaled the Pentagon and lawmakers that they want to reverse the decision to move Space Command headquarters to Huntsville, Alabama, according to NBC News. That decision has been rumored for several days, in part because of concern about the state's restrictive abortion law, the story says. It quoted one unnamed U.S. official as saying they're delaying any move because of the abortion issue, referring to the White House, and another unnamed official saying it's all about abortion politics. Abortion is illegal in Alabama today unless there is a serious health risk to the fetus's mother. I'm reading from the story. A proposed new law in the state legislature would prosecute abortion as murder. The NBC report says the White House ordered another review into how the decision was made to send the headquarters to Alabama. Former President Trump has claimed credit for the move. He did that on our show, by the way.
Yes, he did.
But Redstone Arsenal came in first in a formal and required Pentagon comparison of candidates from multiple states. As a matter of fact, Colorado is not even the number 2 pick.
Thank you.
The NBC report said the Biden administration officials have signaled privately to the Pentagon officials and lawmakers that they're looking to reverse the Alabama decision. The reason given in the story was not abortion, but concerns about operational disruptions that moving Spacecom's headquarters, which is currently located in Colorado Springs, could bring to the service. This is the argument Colorado lawmakers have been making for months. The Base Realignment and Closure Committee, BRAC, was to fairly compare competing options to move or combine military operations and was created to keep basing decisions from becoming political and based on objective pros and cons of bases being considered and generally ensure a level playing field. The BRAC process grades competing bases and communities on issues related to their ability to accommodate new troops and their families. Redstone Arsenal won that comparison for the Permanent Space Command HQ that included such issues as quality of local schools, availability of affordable housing, and a job market that would support service members' spouses.
So who let the little cat out of the bag of, well, I tell you what Biden doesn't like is the abortion laws in Alabama, and he wants to punish Alabama by saying no to Space Command's move. We're going to keep it in Colorado. Because if that's really what's going on, which is likely, here we are again, we've got a central government that says, hey, states, we will punish you if you don't do what we want.
Now, get this. Joe Biden is saying he wants to do that. He's looking over the BRAC committee, what they said should happen.
Right.
And at the same time, they're accusing Donald Trump of saying he single-handedly did it.
Right.
Which he didn't.
Right.
The BRAC committee did it.
Right.
But yet, that's what they're doing.
Right.
They're doing exactly what they accused Donald Trump of doing incorrectly.
Correct.
Look, can I finish with this story?
Sure.
Colorado lawmakers have fought hard to keep the headquarters in Colorado Springs, where the command was formed and where the Air Force presence is strong. They have quoted former President Donald Trump saying on an Alabama radio show, that was Rick and Bubba.
How did we not get credit for that?
That he, not the base comparison, decided to move the Space Command headquarters to Huntsville. Trump was just talking. That is not the absolute truth of this.
Trump wanted Alabama voters to know that he believes in their state and believes that Huntsville and all of the research that's been done there for our space program is a proper home for Space Command. And, if I'm not mistaken, don't all politicians get on and say, if you elect me, here's how I'm going to do it?
Yes.
So,
again,
but still had a committee.
Saying,
but still had a committee that had to approve it.
Biden is saying Trump was unfair in saying he did it, not the base closure committee, which actually made the decision.
That's correct.
Now Biden is trying to override them. He's doing the exact thing he is accusing Trump of doing. And again, we're playing politics. If the BRAC committee said Huntsville is the best place for Space Command, then put it in Huntsville, period.
Not Joe Biden, not Donald Trump.
Not Joe Biden, not Donald Trump, not the abortion laws, not the legislature, not all that other crap. It doesn't matter. If that is the best base for it, put it there, period. That's what's best for the military.
Right.
And honestly, I know that a lot of the Air Force is based in Colorado Springs and Cheyenne Mountain. We all saw the movie War Games, and we know what goes on there. But isn't it dangerous to have it all in one place? Let's say there is a nuclear attack.
Right.
And let's say there is damage there. Shouldn't we have it in different places so that our entire operation is not damaged by one location or an earthquake or some other natural disaster?
Well, it sounds like to me that that's what the committee decided. So to your point, which is clear and valid, Biden cries because he said Trump's taking credit when the committee's the one who decides it. Then the committee decides it. Now Biden says, I'm going to overrule the committee because I don't like the abortion laws in Alabama.
Well,
there's
he also doesn't like Tuberville
there's also
holding
a
up the
hint
military.
in Tuberville,
that he is trying to undercut Senator Tommy Tuberville.
Right.
Again, playing politics with what should be a logical, non-political process that was decided not once but twice. Not once but twice. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So it's not a good day over there for Mr. Bussey. And not a good day for America, is it?
Well, it's again, if that's the America you want to live in, that's fine. But I think I'll pass.
Well, but the thing we're trying to, I know I may be wasting my time, but if you got to be real careful, even if things are currently working the way you want them to work for your political agenda, if the way it's being done could one day be devastating for the country and even for you and your political views, you're creating a monster that at some point is going to turn on you.
Yeah, see, I don't want that to happen either.
That's why we have these boundaries.
I don't want Republicans going in and saying, well, we're going to move this command or that command to Texas or to Alabama or to Tennessee or anywhere just because they're trying to get back at somebody from the Democrat Party.
Right.
Why don't we actually pick the best spot based on criteria everybody agreed with and go with it?
Isn't that what that committee was supposed to do?
That's what they are set up to do, Rick.
Yeah. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Every time I look around,
it's in my face.
There we go. Yeah, watching the State of America yesterday, the old national anthem felt a little rusty today, didn't it? Wow. Woo! But that was, I couldn't believe what I was watching. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. It was like a car wreck. We'll break that down today. Some really strange moments, and today will be step one from what we hear so far. There'll be no delay going forward. Now the process will start for Kavanaugh to either be denied or confirmed. There'll be no more of this, we hope. I know there's a lot of crying and screaming and kicking and rolling in the floor.
There's people throwing Hail Marys everywhere, Rick.
But I think we heard from both people. The American people certainly have our opinion about what we saw yesterday. And, on our show, we tend to, anytime we get into something like this, we do something that you don't really have any choice. We try to cut out everything that we don't know to be true or not, and then just kind of make a decision on what really no one denies. And I think then you can usually make a pretty informed decision on who's guilty and who's innocent. I mean, isn't that what you have to do since people won't just tell you? I mean, that's really...
You have to go reasonable doubt, Rick.
Because what we have is we have a woman who says this happened and this person did this to me. Then you have a man that says, no, that never happened, and this is completely false, and y'all are trying to destroy me because you have a political initiative that you're trying to push me out of the way of, and if you have to destroy me, you will. If you have to destroy the accuser, you'll destroy her too. And then you have to decide as an American, based on the information that has been given to you and to us, which one you believe.
And to add the confusion, it was 30 years ago.
36.
36.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? I mean, that's bad enough if it's a current situation. But now you got to go back that far and figure it out.
But just some of the things we heard yesterday and said we couldn't. I mean, see,
in America.
Yeah,
in America.
I had to leave. I mean, I thought I was done. I said, I've seen everything I need to see. He's almost done. They're almost wrapping it up. And then I had to leave, and then we had a group text going that was solid gold.
Yes,
I mean,
it was
good. It was fantastic. And then I hated to turn it loose, but I had to. And then I started staying with the group text, and I saw that we were talking about flagellants. I didn't hear that. Somebody,
that was weird.
And we've all been, and rightfully so, by the way. I don't apologize for that. We've been critical. This is kind of what we do here. I know it's a strange concept. We're critical of people, no matter the party, when we should be, when they're doing something that we think is wrong, and then we compliment people when they do things that we think are right, and that because that would mean that you have principles. You know what I mean? And so all of us, I heard everybody talking about it, and it was in the text. We've been very critical, and I don't apologize for it because I think he's done some things wrong, Lindsey Graham. But Lindsey Graham yesterday, let me tell you something, sir. You
well done.
You will get a well done yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And that was because it was precise. Yeah. It wasn't long. It wasn't rambly. It was to the point, and it was pointing. I told Bubba I knew there was potential for this. I didn't know he was going to get a chance to speak.
Yeah.
In the break between the two, he got out there with the press and basically gave that same speech. Not as passionate as he did there, but he made all those points.
Yeah.
And even then, I said, Lindsey's. If we can get a mic in his hand, he's got to. He's going to call this what it is.
You know what I'd love to know?
And I would not call him some far right person.
No,
not at all.
And he certainly hasn't been a close ally of Trump.
But I have,
and he did say he voted for some judges that I would disagree with him on confirming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Greg brought up, I think it was during a commercial break in the kickoff hour, that was this a hey, I want in, or was this planned? Because the Arizona attorney that was asking all the questions yesterday,
hairdo.
Yeah, you know, she was asking questions for the Republicans, and then when it turned is when the GOP, the Republican senators got it back and said, okay, it's our turn now. He slid a paper over to Grassley or whatever. Did that paper say, hey, I want in?
It basically said, I want my time. You know, they have time, and they were yielding it to the prosecutor.
So they basically said, give it back to us. Okay.
Yeah, the press is claiming they benched her.
Well, they needed to. They did. At one point.
Rick and Bubba.
Phone troll time. This way we can get a lot of people in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll roll through it quickly. A lot of comments, a lot of questions. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. The next person gets their opportunity. We'll start with Joshua. Speaking of Joshua, Bubba. Joshua, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, I was just going to say, man, this is my first time calling. Love the show. You guys are the only ones I trust to talk to, but that is crazy how data can control everything right now and what our government's doing and manipulating the situations where you can control this group of people and they think it's right so that it spreads out. And you've got control over this whole state through a manipulated situation, and people don't get that.
Yeah, it's this stuff matters, and even if it may be going a way that you like, hey, I'm kind of glad we're trying to destroy this person, or I'm kind of glad that they're going to keep this in this one place. When things are outside of the way the government's designed to run, you have to be concerned no matter what result, because the long-term results, to your point, will be devastating. Shane, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Yes, I just call and say y'all wrong about the white supremacists. Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, they're the biggest white supremacists in the country, ruining everything.
Well,
committing all the crime.
Yeah. Well, I see your point, but you know what we meant. But I understand what you're saying. Clark, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good. This is not a political game. This is federal programs protecting the women employees that work for them. That is period, plain and simple, end of discussion. They are protecting the women and giving them a choice to allow them to raise their families or make medical decisions for their body in a state where they reside and work. Thank you.
What?
Was that conspiracy, Eric?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Was it not?
Clark, you still there? I was going to beg y'all for a timeout, but he didn't. He hung up on his own.
What he was saying.
He still had 4 seconds. Well, it sounds like what he said, I think, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but I was going to walk it out, that he loves the fact that Alabama has decided that they don't believe that abortion on demand for birth control should be an option because they think it's the murder of another human being. And he's glad that Alabama is being punished for that because women's rights supersede the government running the way it's supposed to. He wants a tyrannical government to overrule the people for what he prefers, but what he's not thinking about is when that same government does the same thing on something he thinks is morally correct, or, you know, he went out and voted and got the votes, and then the government comes in and just overrules you or punishes you and then sends their agencies after you. He's not going to think it's funny when he's the one that'll get in the crosshairs.
Well,
but what he's saying is that they're standing up for women, and if they have to punish Alabama and they have the power to do it from the executive office, I'm glad they're doing it. I think that's what he said.
Well, we could play, if we want to play that game, could we not also make the argument that Colorado is unfit for any military base?
Yeah.
Because they allow marijuana there.
Yeah.
And that could impair your vision, and you could be basically high on the job and go in there and set a missile off by accident. I mean, we could make that argument, too, if we want to play what the states are doing game.
Right. And then how would he feel if there was a president that was anti-marijuana being smoked on demand, and they went to Colorado and says, I know that the committee voted for y'all to have this government military base, but I'm not going to let you have it because I don't like marijuana smoking.
Yeah, and
how would he feel about that? You wouldn't like that, Clark, would you?
Yeah, we've looked at the numbers, and the addictions are up. People moving to other harder drugs are up.
Yep.
We've got a massive drug problem in the military there, so we need to get out of Colorado.
Right. So you wouldn't like it, Clark, if it went that way. This is a non-political issue, and you're making it political, and I think that's going to be to your own demise one day, if you get your way. William, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Fine. Look here, first-time caller, long-time listener. I just appreciate you guys for everything that you do and
thank you.
How true you are with the public. I really appreciate that. I got a comment on this Russia collusion thing, and with so many higher-ups in the government now being exposed, so to speak, and knowing exactly what they did and how they did it, my main concern now is China, which I believe owns Joe Biden's whole family. But it was a strategic move to put him where he is today.
Yeah, China has got a lot going on, and probably a legitimate concern on your part. Now, who they own and don't own, I think based on the other information that is not gossip that we just had come out, there's 9 different Bidens
They've got money from a foreign power.
From lots of places, not just China. But China's included, I'm sure. Bubba, how about this? This is a name you don't forget. I think he called yesterday. He looks like Yak, and Yak said he wants to talk to you.
Yak.
Yeah, Yak is back. Yak, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to call. First of all, I'm going to get the last thing first, first thing last. Okay, first of all, I want to sympathize and empathize with Bubba.
Yep.
Because I want to ask this one question. I'm a military vet.
Okay, thank you for your service.
Thank you. I'm a reservist vet also. Born and raised Columbus, Mississippi, out of all places. And I want to ask Bubba this question.
Okay.
Do you think we're becoming what we fought against?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
I think we're becoming exactly what we fought against.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you why I say that. I served, born and raised in Columbus, Mississippi, didn't graduate from Caldwell, didn't graduate from Robert D. Lee, had GT scores high enough to go in the military, okay? They sent me to Lost in the Woods, a monument thing, because I trained girls and boys together. We were the first ones in Littlewood. Shipped me out to Fort Gordon, Georgia, trained in the radio corps. Worked 123rd Signal Battalion is where I was stationed in Germany for 3 years. My first term. They send you over to 18 years old. They give you a German class so you can learn the language. Then they take you serving on the east side of the Rhine-Main, okay, in the Signal Corps. I was number 2. My Mexican buddy was number 1 in the company. Anytime they had an ORTEP situation, they put Burgess or I, Charlie Gordon, on that task to show them that we was ready. And then they send you on a border tour to show you what we're protecting, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So they take you to the Czechoslovakia, Russian, German border. And they tell you a story of how the wall went up one day. Half of the people were divided from their family. Some of them jumped over the wall from the factory and died, trying to get back to their family. All of these things, and here you are, a little dropout from Columbus, Mississippi, and you get to see the wall come down before your tour ends.
Yeah.
Incredible, wasn't it?
It was incredible. And how does it feel now to see our country turning into what you guys fought to stop?
This is what's killing me. The youth.
Yeah.
I had 2 baby mamas in high school. I jumped from Lehigh to Caldwell, from Caldwell to Lehigh to run from a situation because I had 2 pregnant mothers.
Yeah.
They allowed me to join the Army. I finished high school, Wartburg, Germany, Hindenburg Concern through Big Ben Community College out of Washington.
Yeah.
Not D.C., Washington State.
Yeah.
And these kids need to know, because you don't graduate, don't end it.
Yeah.
And then the ones that make it, the little percent that make it, get to college and get all this, and then they go and drawing guns and killing each other, killing their baby mamas. Y'all need to know, America is the promised land. America is where everybody wants to be. If you got any hope of anything or any future, it is the United States of America. You got too many ways out for you to suck out. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Yak. Appreciate that. Wow, what a story. And he said even when you get down a bad road, even when you make mistakes, this country offers, like no other country, the ability to still make something of yourself.
Amazing story.
Yeah,
and we appreciate your passion.
And hopefully...
And your service.
Yeah, and hopefully we can all do our part to be sure the next generation has the same opportunities. And we got to do at least, there's some things you can't control, but you got to participate in the things that you can. That's really, that's all you can do. Yeah, and one of the things is when you're shown a government that is leaving the boundaries of the Constitution and attacking private citizens, I don't care how you feel about why they're doing it, it's going to lead to disaster, and it has to be stopped, and people need to be punished.
And you need to vote for people who will make those changes.
Yeah, 15 minutes to the top. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Looking back yesterday at the coverage, Lindsey Graham pretty much sums up the entire circus that went on involving Kavanaugh and Dr. Ford. And when he got the microphone, he wanted to be sure that the American people understood exactly what was going on. So here it is from yesterday, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina.
Are you aware that at 9:23 on the night of July the 9th, the day you were nominated to the Supreme Court by President Trump, Senator Schumer said, 23 minutes after your nomination, I will oppose Judge Kavanaugh's nomination with everything I have. I have a bipartisan, and I hope a bipartisan majority will do the same. The stakes are simply too high for anything less. Well, if you weren't aware of it, you are now. Did you meet with Senator Dianne Feinstein on August 20th?
I did meet with Senator Feinstein.
Did you know that her staff had already recommended a lawyer to Dr. Ford?
I did not know that.
Did you know that her and her staff had this allegations for over 20 days?
I did not know that at the time.
If you wanted an FBI investigation, you could have come to us. What you want to do is destroy this guy's life, hold this seat open, and hope you win in 2020. You've said that, not me. You've got nothing to apologize for. When you see Sotomayor and Kagan, tell them that Lindsay said hello, because I voted for them. I would never do to them what you've done to this guy. This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics. And if you really wanted to know the truth, you sure as hell wouldn't have done what you've done to this guy. Are you a gang rapist?
No.
I cannot imagine what you and your family have gone through. Boy, y'all want power. God, I hope you never get it. I hope the American people can see through this sham, that you knew about it and you held it. You had no intention of protecting Dr. Ford. None. She's as much of a victim as you are. God, I hate to say it, because these have been my friends. But let me tell you, when it comes to this, you're looking for a fair process. You came to the wrong town at the wrong time, my friend. Do you consider this a job interview?
The advice and consent role is like a job
You
interview.
consider that you've been through a job interview.
I've been through a process of advice and consent under the Constitution. Which
Would you say you've been through hell?
I've been through hell and then some.
This is not a job interview.
Yeah.
This is hell. This is going to destroy the ability of good people to come forward because of this crap. Your high school yearbook. You have interacted with professional women all your life, not one accusation. You're supposed to be Bill Cosby when you're a junior and senior in high school. And all of a sudden you got over it. It's been my understanding that if you drug women and rape them for 2 years in high school, you probably don't stop. Here's my understanding. If you lived a good life, people would recognize it, like the American Bar Association has the gold standard. His integrity is absolutely unquestioned. He is the very circumspect in his personal conduct, harbors no biases or prejudices. He's entirely ethical, is a really decent person. He is warm, friendly, unassuming. He's the nicest person. The ABA. The one thing I can tell you, you should be proud of. Ashley, you should be proud of this, that you raised a daughter who had the good character to pray for Dr. Ford. To my Republican colleagues, if you vote no, you're legitimizing the most despicable thing I have seen in my time in politics. You want this seat? I hope you never get it. I hope you're on the Supreme Court. That's exactly where you should be. And I hope that the American people will see through this charade. And I wish you well, and I intend to vote for you, and I hope everybody who's fair-minded will.
Well, Lindsey Graham, I don't know that. We Be Big is our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls. We just have one, and then we'll get to some other stuff. I do want to point you to carshield.com/Bubba. If you are driving an automobile right now and it does not have any warranty left on it, if it has a problem, that's going to be on you, okay? On you. And there's no inexpensive car repairs for these new high-tech automobiles. So right now, go to carshield.com/Bubba and do something about it. Drive with peace of mind again, knowing that your automobile is protected. There are protection plans available. They offer 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, rental car options while your car is being repaired, and they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice directly on all covered repairs. Now, we're going to save you 20% on your plan, too, if you go to carshield.com/Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected.
The link also is found at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So kind of take that worry out of your system by getting that car protected by Car Shield. We have one more phone call, and if it's based on what our new interns are telling us, I think it's important for us to make one more additional point, and then we'll go to other things. Anonymous, you're on the show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
I love your ministry. I'm a believer as well. I've got something very interesting I want to run by you just to see if you have any interest.
Okay.
I've got a Navy SEAL friend that has introduced me to a lady. She's one of 5 people in the world who has physically seen crimes against humanity against a lot of the big names that you've kind of heard about. One of those names is HRC, and I think you know who those initials are. She's an eyewitness to HRC cannibalizing children. Representative Jim Jordan in the Congress is trying to get her to be able to speak before Congress as we speak now. I'm not sure if he'll be successful. This lady, her life is in jeopardy, as you can imagine. She's actually one of her children has been killed by this machine that we've been told.
Machine.
The Clinton machine.
All right, now I just want to be clear what you're saying here, because I want you to know you're saying this and people are actually hearing it. You're claiming that a woman told a Navy SEAL, who then told you that the Clintons have a machine, and she was an eyewitness to Hillary Clinton eating children. I just want to be sure that you realize that's what you just said.
That's exactly what I meant to say. Exactly. And the machine is the Clinton machine that takes out people who try to expose.
It's not like a physical machine. It's like a machine.
You don't mean a machine.
Who's eating children?
Like
It's
the
not
Clinton
like
organization.
Y'all are getting hung up on the wrong part of this.
It's
I think.
right. It's not
This
like a
guy's
grinder.
claiming Hillary is eating children.
Yeah.
No, physically eating children.
Yeah, I will say this.
Cannibalism.
I will say this to you, and again,
Adrenochrome,
you weren't the eyewitness, but you said there's a woman. If
Who told a Navy SEAL?
Yeah, who told a Navy SEAL? If they end up getting this person's, testimony before the country, we'll hear it. Great respect for you, sir. Don't mean any disrespect, but I would say that we have to be. This is where we don't need to go. Do I think that Hillary Clinton is bad for this country? I do. Do I think that they went after Trump wrongly and they've gone after other people who oppose them criminally? I do. I do think that we know, Greg. We know that this.
We've got the Durham report hot off the press.
Yeah, we know that, but do I think that Hillary Clinton eats children? I just don't. And
I'm gonna have to draw the line.
Right.
The whistleblower, are they saying they saw it?
They are
one of 5 people in the world who told a Navy SEAL, which anytime you witness a crime, you call your local Navy SEAL to report it.
Right.
Especially something so horrendous.
Do I think that one day all involved will answer to the killing of children? Sure.
Yep.
But do I think, when I look on the list of things I'm worried about with the Clintons, their taste for children's flesh is not on there. I mean,
as a producer, though, I'm just thinking it'd be a great podcast.
Rick,
it would if we could get her on. I would certainly do that. A lot of views. A lot of views, Hams.
Yes,
a lot
it
of views.
Would. Yes, it would.
A lot of views.
Yeah.
Rick,
it may exceed Skinwalker. It might exceed Skinwalker.
We got a guy jumping out of planes, and the FAA don't like it, but it got a lot of views. But don't know that it was the best idea.
No, 100%.
He may end up in jail for 20 years.
Well, you're right.
Well, how do you guys explain this picture I found of Hillary Clinton asking, "Do you have any adrenochrome?"
Okay.
Okay. See, this is obviously a real picture.
That's not. Stop it.
What are we doing? Hood on.
All right, so we've taken it
I
too
would.
far.
I would caution those that believe that the current state of the left and the Clintons are not good for the country. You're with it. Hey, we agree with you. But when you try to walk up and you just stick with the Durham thing.
Rick,
stick with the Durham report.
When you carry it that far,
right.
People think you're nuts. Right. Okay, let me be clear.
I think you're nuts,
and there it is.
I do.
Let's stick with things that we have documented truth. The Durham report.
Right.
Let's stay with that.
I would stay
because
with that.
when you carry it on down the road to these kind of things,
right,
it hurts your credibility on the things we actually know.
Yo, does it ever?
with normal walking around everyday people.
Right. Durham report, I'd hang there.
Yes.
I would not pivot off Durham report and say this also something else you might want to know.
Yeah, I mean, in all of this part of the Pizzagate thing and all that.
Yes. Oh, yes. I would like for that caller to email me, and maybe I can get in touch with the Navy SEAL buddy that could get me in touch with the whistleblower.
Thing. Yeah.
But
I don't think they're going to talk to you.
Can I prove?
Just asking.
Can I prove that Hillary Clinton does not eat children? No, I can't. No, I cannot.
I don't think you can prove she does.
I cannot prove that she does not.
I think if I said I don't think Hillary Clinton eats children, I feel like you're right, but I feel like I'm on pretty steady ground.
Yeah.
You are.
I mean, it is.
I'm going to stay with Durham report.
Right.
I'm going to let Pizzagate slide on down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did this woman see her, like you said, Bubba, in the break, maybe eating one of them turkey legs from a county fair?
I don't know.
And maybe mistook it as something else? I mean, that.
All right, so
right?
Have we seen Hillary
be
ushered out of a crowd and metal falling out of her pantsuit like the Tin Man?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes, we have.
We can
and that's
stay with
still,
that.
no one's ever explained that, and I'm troubled by that, quite frankly.
Someone,
what metal in there was coming apart?
Now, if out of her pantsuit fell a bunch of little toys that children are attracted to, maybe or maybe she builds a house that's made of candy and cake. These are things we might want to watch.
It cooks meals deep in the woods.
Yeah.
Now, I think someone here is weighing in.
She builds a gingerbread house that you could actually live in.
Yeah.
We better look.
Yeah. Give it a second look at that point.
So the caller is referring more to child sacrifice, not cannibalism as much.
Well, I don't think either one of those is happening.
Again,
I'm just saying if we're investigating.
And the caller said cannibalism.
Right.
He did.
He was clear.
Because he knew the Navy SEAL who knew this lady.
Right.
Yeah, and again, if I witnessed something bizarre today, I don't know that I know a Navy SEAL to call to report it to. Do y'all? I guess I could get on the air and ask for
I have never been so confident at saying what I'm going to say next. We need to nickname this new intern. Okay. We got to leave this topip.
I agree.
We've covered it.
I don't know. Callers might try to pull this into his name, so we got to be careful.
That's true. Look out. Look out. All right, we're not going to have any names that are associated with cannibalism.
Okay. Cannibal Gamecock.
Yeah, that's it. So here we go. Timing is everything.
Gingerbread house.
That's right. Sure. We see a cauldron.
Or what about Hansel?
Oh, okay.
That's good.
That is.
What about Pizza Baby?
No. All right.
Eddie Van Adler.
Can I prove she doesn't? I can't.
Rick and Bubba.
Laid it out any clearer than that. And he called it what it was and what it is.
You watch Dr. Ford, you can't help but feel sorry for her. I don't know what she's been through and what it was. There were some holes in her story to me that didn't make sense. But obviously something's not right there. And I don't know what she's been through or whatever, but I do not think, just based on hearing these, and I don't know, I wasn't there. You wasn't there. Anybody else with an opinion wasn't there. So we don't know. We've got to believe somebody. But we got two people with absolutely mutually exclusive stories. One is right and one's wrong. There is no middle ground here. There was a couple of things she said that I thought were a little bit odd that I didn't really follow. The fact that she didn't even know where the house was exactly. And she didn't know how she got to the party because she couldn't drive yet, and she didn't know how she got home. Now, I would have kind of thought those details would have been something when you had that kind of, and I understand traumatic event, but it seems like those would have been details. So-and-so got me home, got me safe. I remember that person. I'll always be thankful to them for getting me home. And the other thing that I thought was very odd, this process was delayed because she wouldn't fly to Washington, or she didn't want to fly, or was scared to fly, is the way it was, rolled out in the media. But then we found out that she vacations all over the world and flies everywhere.
And for her, comes to see her family once a year, has to fly and flies a lot for her job. And
Costa Rica, the Pacific Rim. I mean, she's been to all these places.
Hawaii's a long flight. We all know that.
So it almost looked like that in itself was part of the delaying tactic to continue this destruction of Judge Kavanaugh's character, knowing that the media and charges and accusations and rumors and all this would just, continue to boil during that time. But really, it gets down to this: no matter who you believe or what your political setup is, or if you like Trump or dislike Trump, it was a sad day for America that it's come to this. And this process, and I want to point out, and this was pointed out yesterday if you didn't get to see all of this could have been handled a month ago in private so that her identity was not out there and that his good name had not been slandered. But there was a clear political movement and agenda to not participate, not ask for an investigation, not participate in the investigation that was going on, so you could wait to the last minute, dump this in the public domain, and then scream we haven't had an investigation. That is clear, and it is not up for debate.
That's correct. And everybody can see that. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation or desires are. Everybody can see that. That is crystal clear. From the information yesterday, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Thank you for being with us
as we start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Alapuka, Cam Solo is here, and an unnamed intern will probably name this hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. And, I want to say this about the last caller we had. That
and he was just reporting information. That doesn't mean he believes it. I hope.
That if I went to my mailbox today and I had mail that was misdelivered to me.
Here we go.
And I opened it up and it was an invoice for an oversized oven. And it was supposed to be delivered to a gingerbread house that the Clintons owned in upstate New York. I'd ask more questions. You know what I'm saying? I'd have more questions to ask.
Terrible. You're awful.
But I can't go down that road at this point.
Let's just hold at the Durham report.
I'm going to stay with the Durham report.
Let's just hold right there.
I'm gonna stay with the things that we know.
Right. Yeah. Here's what I would do. I would read the Durham report and go ahead and contact Greg and get a reserve on one of his puppies. That's the kind of stuff.
That's what we know.
Yes. Right.
Let's just stay with that because we veer off. I think we're not doing ourselves a favor with what we know.
Right.
Right there.
And look, let me tell you, if this turns out to be something that's valid, but let's just stick with what's valid.
Yeah.
You know, I just think that's going to break our credibility a little bit. That's going to take away our momentum. Don't you?
Yeah,
think?
I mean, if you see that invoice and she's ordered the deep fryer extra large 2,000, then we got questions.
Right. So we if you see a gingerbread house that people could live in, right, that the Clintons have built
in the woods,
and then we catch an Amazon order for giant oven,
right,
and you're saying maybe even a giant deep fryer.
Sure, you have to ask questions.
Then we'll go. All right, you know what?
But until then, I'm gonna stay Durham report.
Yeah, and I'm probably not going to ask Mr. Durham to go see if he can round up this allegation too. He probably.
No.
I think.
Let's stay with what we got.
Right.
It was 4 years, took a little time,
right,
but we got it.
Is this fall in line with all this, all these celebrities that you see on talk shows? I think Ellen had for somebody on and referred to something, and you got the Tom Hanks rumors. And is all this in the same category?
Yeah, it's the QAnon bunch.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where all this comes from.
Well, and it goes back to this, and we say this on the show all the time. We got enough. Okay, I got news for you. Let me tell you what is true. This society has gone down a road of debauchery that is only getting worse, and I think, unfortunately, will probably continue to get worse. There's enough wicked, evil stuff that's not up for debate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even need this. Yeah. I don't even need this stuff that may or may not be true and can't be proven, or hasn't been proven is a better way to say it. I got plenty that in front of me every day that's really, really a big deal, really, really bad, that I know is true. I just can't work cannibalism in. I mean, I don't have room.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, and I just I don't even need that to know that I need to oppose, the Clintons and their agenda. I mean, when a team runs a score up, that wasn't necessary. We had plenty. You had the game in hand.
Yeah, reverse wasn't probably a good call.
Yeah, right. Yeah, flea flicker right now, really, with the third string quarterback. Come on.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's stay where we are, and we're not going to go down that road, even though we appreciate you informing us about it. And if we can get the Navy SEAL and the woman on an interview or something, then we'll reconsider. And when we hear what they have to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm speechless because there's a lot of people that believe this stuff.
Oh yeah, sure.
We should take that call from them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Isn't there somebody on the?
Well, there's somebody that says we should listen. And are y'all done with
absolutely.
this?
I really want to know what this person. Just one more.
Greg's calling for one more.
Well, unfortunately, Greg, I'm looking at the bank. I think I can get you more than one.
Oh, really? Well, let's go with at least one. Let's go at least one.
Right. All right. Ashley, go ahead, from Greenville.
Hey, y'all. So, Hillary wrote a book and dedicated it to Satan.
That's incorrect.
You know that, right?
That's incorrect. Yeah. Saul Alinsky wrote a book that she read and considered Saul Alinsky to be her hero.
And he quoted it a lot.
Yeah, and he dedicated his book to Satan.
And it's called Ruse for Radicals.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what she's for.
Right, Ashley, but you have to be real careful. You just said she wrote the book and say that's already
I'm
incorrect.
sorry. Yeah, I got that wrong. I apologize. But I'm just saying that's what she's about. So why would you put anything past her? We know they're evil. They're disgusting.
Right, but it's a big leap for me to say that you do not believe in, you're not living out what Scripture says a person who has truly been redeemed is living out. And I can name a lot of things before I ever get to cannibalism.
Long list.
Just because, so for instance, say that someone is an adulterer. Well, that's already rebelling against God, but it's a reach to say they also eat human flesh. You know what I mean?
If they worship
you can be evil without ever getting there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But if you worship Satan, you cannot put anything past these evil people.
Right, but it still has to be true.
Yeah.
I
give you that. I understand your sentiment on that.
I mean, look, let me tell you, everybody's capable of anything if they go get wicked enough, but I'm just saying, but you still have to say it. You can't say, like, Rick has the potential to do something, but then I've never done it. Having the potential to do it and then doing it is still two completely different things.
Yeah.
So
is that why they believe the potential? Like, I got to know more.
Now, they claim the people like Alinsky and them that referred in the so-called Satanists today, they don't believe in either.
Mhm.
They're just rebelling against the norm, that when they say Satan, they don't, that they, now,
Well,
they
they
may be lying.
dedicate it to him and say he's the original rebel that rebelled against power.
And but as far as existence of God or Satan, a lot of them don't believe
a lot of
it.
them, they're trying to be cute, saying none of it exists. Now, there's some that tell you that's why they're doing it, but then you go into their life, and that's also a cover.
Yeah.
They're actually really doing it.
Yeah, these people, they are their own God, and they're after power and influence, and eating a kid isn't going to give you power or influence.
No.
Framing Trump will. There's a difference.
I'm just saying, just because somebody does something that's bad, you can't say that means they also do all things that are bad.
Right.
Bad's bad. But
let's just let everything stand on solid proof.
Right, yeah.
The Durham report is proof.
Let's stay right there.
Let's stop right there.
Right. Let's just stay. And then if the other stuff, if a report comes out in 2 weeks, I don't think we can get Durham to do it, but say somebody that is legitimate has investigated this claim, and they come back with as much proof as the Durham report has on the Russian dossier.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll come on this air, I'll speak into this mic and say, you know what? I was wrong. But I still waited till it was proven. What's wrong with that?
How about Greg has to take a pop off the Suckler 4000?
Right.
If this is true.
Okay. I'm up for that.
All right.
Okay. You did it for free. I mean, easy.
Right.
Yeah. I'll hit every one of them.
Right.
Tents.
Just and look, we'll see.
I will.
But
if this comes to be true,
we can't live in a
Sky's the
world.
limit.
We can't live in a world where we do things to people that we vilify when they do it to us, and that is saying things about people that can't be proven, and you don't know whether it's true or not.
And when you do try to make a point, start off with facts, not you just made it up, because she was wrong. Sweet, I'm sure. Nice to be
Very
around,
nice.
but
Very nice lady.
She had it incorrect from the jump,
Right.
and that doesn't help your argument.
Yeah, if you've been telling people that Hillary Clinton wrote a book that she dedicated to Satan, that's not factual.
That's not.
Now,
That's not
somebody
right.
she reveres did.
Right.
And that's
And
factual.
basically, it's a handbook on how to communism,
Right.
socialism.
Yeah, how to revolt.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We'll come back. We have.
I don't know if we got enough space there.
Yeah.
For what we were trying to do.
Well, we tried to put some space with it, so I'm just going to tell y'all a little something that I dealt with yesterday, and
All right.
we'll let that space.
Okay.
And then we'll name the last two segments of this hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we'll make our way back. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Blake in Alabama. Blake, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you? Thanks for your patience.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I was just going to say, do y'all consider yourselves anti-bias, or are y'all biased media?
I think every one of us as human beings are biased, but I'd like to say that I have principles that no political party can violate.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, y'all try to act like y'all's show is pretty anti-biased. I mean, y'all are like the worst on conservative issues. I mean, y'all lean so right.
Yeah, we do lean to the right because that would be a principle. The right represents my principles much more than the left does.
Okay. But, I mean, y'all don't even look. I think when this whole thing started, you didn't even look at the issues on the other side. You automatically went straight to y'all's side, didn't even look at the issues on one side, and completely just went with that. Okay, y'all didn't even look at any issues. You didn't even consider emotion at all. You just looked at what you want as a political party, and that's what you went with.
Blake, what are you referring to? Can you give us
be specific?
Can you bring that in just a little bit?
Tell me where we were biased, not principled.
Okay, because as soon as you come on, even this morning, you're automatically talking about how the left media, and I understand there's facts to prove it, but there's no middle ground talk. It's all what is wrong with the
Blake.
Democrats.
Can I say something? I didn't say anything about the biased media. I haven't uttered that word one time today.
Do what?
I didn't say anything about biased media when I came on the show. Now, if that was in the kickoff hour, I certainly didn't say that.
I'm saying that y'all.
We didn't talk about it.
No, but you said y'all came right on the air today talking about how biased the media is, and we did not do that. That's incorrect.
Y'all came right on and started talking about how awful the Democrats are for doing what they're doing.
Right. Yeah. Well, I do think they are. That's a principle. That's not a bias. I mean, do you think what they did is right?
No, I mean I'm middle ground. Okay, I agree with both sides.
So you agree with us, but we're biased. Does that make you biased?
No, but okay. What I'm saying is, y'all always harp on biased media when you are a biased media yourself.
Well, Blake, there's a difference in someone who is supposed to be presenting the news to you as a journalist and people who are commentators. Do you get the difference in those two?
I can see that, but I can't see how your opinion. Y'all try to throw out that opinion so much that y'all get in the way of your own self seeing what you're doing on your own show.
See, a commentator does give their opinion. They do it, and we try to do it here and present it sometimes in a comical way and sometimes in a serious way. But it's kind of the back porch conversation about things, and that's what we do. We are commentators. We're not journalists, and don't pretend to be.
I have a question. Do you believe anything Ms. Ford said? Anything?
I said, which I hope is not scenario 3. I think that.
I feel sorry for her, Blake.
And I hope something, if it looks like something has happened traumatic in her life. But again, like I said when we started, if one person says this happened and another person says it didn't happen, all you can do, all I can do, all anybody can do is now try to figure out what seems to be factual and confirmed and what seems to be unconfirmed. And from what I watched yesterday, if there may be some things. Blake, I'm trying to talk, man. You asked me a question. Now, I mean, I know you stirred up and all that, but let's get back to the point where you can talk and then I can talk. I've worked on it. I used to interrupt people, and I've tried to improve on that. Why don't you work on that too?
Sir.
Okay. So what I'm saying is this: they cannot prove. You know, I would think she would know who drove her to the party, who drove her home. She would know where it was. She said that she didn't like to fly, but then she flew everywhere. And also I have to say that Kavanaugh, you would think if he was that kind of human being, that all these years of vetting that he had to have and all these years of all these women that he worked with, that there would be more women saying, this doesn't surprise me, he's got an issue, and that just isn't there. And then the way it was held back, and it didn't look like to me, unbiased, Blake, it didn't look like to me that this was an attempt to help a woman that needed justice. It looked like she was being used by a political party to maybe come up with a way to keep this judge from being confirmed because he might be the type of judge that would rule in a way the Democrats would not be for. That's 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba, the old aging process, isn't it a blast?
Oh, it is, Rick. I love it.
Isn't it? We've been on the air long enough as that you guys out there have been able to listen and watch us age and deteriorate right before your very eyes and ears.
Fall apart, Rick, like an old car.
Yeah. So I you know how we try to, when you get our age now, we're 59 and 58. I'll be 59 in October, Bubba and I. we're the oldest members of the show, and so we're approaching 060, and we talked about how when we hit 050, things started becoming a little more difficult. We talked about the unexplained
You
injuries.
might want to clarify that.
The unexplained injuries. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. What happened? I have no idea.
I had that in my 40s.
Yeah, I was just sleeping and I got injured.
Yeah.
So anyway, and one of the there's these signs that you look for that says, all right, I am officially old, and one of them, of course, revolves around hip replacement.
Oh.
If hey, so and so failed here when that broke his hip.
Oh yeah.
Hey, my mama, she broke her hip.
Well, when I fell, you remember when I fell on the pine straw?
We thought-
and I was laying there. First thing I think is, did the hip just get out?
And when you fell in the home improvement store,
Yeah,
we
that's
were
it.
worried about your hip.
Yeah, got trapped in the corner.
Back again, more signs to your aging. You're falling everywhere.
Right. So I've been told, over the last few years, and I've been trying to. I have gone almost 3 years, and I'm not trying to think I can have something where I have not been to a doctor for anything. And this is the
You
long.
didn't go get your checkups?
Well, I mean, giving blood. I'm talking about I'm sick or I'm hurt or or whatever. And so
That's
so
good.
So I have had like a lot of people when you're getting older, and I've got friends that are already ahead of me. They're a little bit older. I was getting where I did not have good movement, and like when I would try to do a little better or whatever, I kind of my hips were hurting, and I felt through here and so we were doing some work Friday at the farm, and I worked all day down there. Well, this was the first time because pain is part of my life every day. But usually, and all men are this way to some extent. I'm sure there's women this way too. Wow, this really hurts. This really hurts. Oh, it went away.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just move on. If you can get it to go away, you don't address it.
Yeah.
You just move on.
Discomfort goes.
Yeah. And so, there's days where I think, got to have foot surgery today. And then by the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. And so this has happened on various parts of the body. And so the hips were starting to really bother me. And then.
Well, they don't lie.
Yeah, they don't lie. And so I was.
When surgery?
So I got home Friday night, and I could tell that the pain in my hips and down through my lower back, it wasn't letting go like I needed it to. And then it kind of went through Saturday, and then Saturday night was first time it didn't. There was times when I would get in the bed and go, if I lay in this position, all pain stops. And this time it wouldn't. It just haunted me all night long. So I didn't sleep real good, and then I worked on it and stretched a lot on Sunday, and then I actually was able to sleep Sunday night, probably from sheer exhaustion. I thought it would be.
Right.
But it was hurting, but it was not hurting the way it was all day Saturday. And if I ride in an automobile for over 30 minutes, it feels like somebody's put an ice pick into the right side of my right hip, and I have to roll over on the left hip to keep driving.
Yeah.
Especially in a bucket seat. And by the way, I was told yesterday that there is something to that. That the way the bucket seat makes your hips sit, if you got a hip bother, the bucket seat will drive you crazy. So the truck I'm okay in, but when I get in Sherry's little car, it's like I can only sit here for 30 minutes until I got to make some kind of move. So anyway, so I said, well, that's it. I'm going to see my friend, everyone's favorite physical therapist, Mr. Lopez. So Lopez has been the physical therapist for all Burgess family injuries.
Oh yeah.
And so he's very familiar with us showing up. And and so he said, hey, just call me, when you're done with everything you're doing today, head this way. I'll see if I can't take a look at it. So he doesn't waste any time. I mean, he didn't. By the time he took the measurements and the lack of movement, I was so wanting to hear, hey, just come see me for a couple times. I'll probably get you back. Or I know what to do today to get this pain. He said, hey, I got to take you next door. I said, next door?
What's
What?
What's
said,
next door?
He said, you got to go see the surgeon.
Oh,
what?
And he said, hey, you got your hip's bad. And I was just like, what? What? He said, we got to get you over and get an X-ray. And I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't come here for all this. I mean, what are you talking about? And he's like, these are. And at one point, then students start coming over. Okay, Rick, don't tell them what's wrong. See if you can figure out what's wrong, Mr. Burgess. And now students are working on it.
Test case.
Now they're doing there. And I found myself wanting to tell the guy, it's not my labrum. You know what I mean? And so anyway, and he would say, don't tell him. I said, what am I? Am I the class now?
I think you
Am
are.
I that far gone?
You're a test.
Also,
You're the
students
guy
are
on
coming over.
operation.
They're all measuring me. They're moving my leg around. And so then I go in and I have to get X-rays. And this one doctor, all he does is hips now. I mean, he's the hip replacement.
The hip guy.
And so
he's hip to the groove.
A lot of paperwork, tremendous amount of paperwork. So anyway, so I go in and by the way, the X-rays. Hey, put these little throwaway shorts on.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't really prepared. When they're X-raying your hip, they're shooting right at you, standing there, and they're shooting at the hip area.
They sure are.
Right.
Was not prepared that when they threw the picture up on the screen,
the clarity is amazing. Isn't it?
Wow!
Yeah.
Hey, am I at the hip doctor or the urologist? What are we looking at here?
Wow, it's cold in here.
And they've seen so many.
There's a whole classroom in here.
They don't even pay attention to it. I'm like, there's my gongly. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't say that. Everybody,
Come over here, class.
Yeah, right.
Look.
Okay, which one of y'all think what's wrong, Mr. Burgess? Other than the obvious. So anyway, I'm like, wait a minute. And but I will say, he looks and he says, all right, hey, and he did some exercises on me too. He goes, hey, serious business. Appreciate what you were just told, but honestly, you are going to have hip replacement, but it's not now. And I said, oh, okay. He goes, and I said, well, these younger people. He looks at me and goes, yes, he's a little bit older than us, or about our same age. He goes, yeah, wait till those young people get our age. They're going to find it. They don't move like they want it to either.
Mm-hmm.
He said, look, I mean, you got arthritis in here and you're bone on bone right here, and you're going to have some discomfort from time to time, and we'll work on that. And then he said, so I don't think you're going to have a hip replacement right now. Here, let me give you some steroids to kind of take care of this current situation where it's aggravated and all that. And then he goes, but now I want to take a look at that labrum. I was like, what?
No.
He goes, yeah, I want to do an MRI tomorrow. And I'm like, no. I thought I was done.
Rick, not the MRI.
Not the MRI.
This whole time, is your picture still up there, or is that you taking that down?
You know what? I don't think you're supposed to do this as a patient. I cut the light off.
That's okay. That's what I was going to say.
And he just looked at me. I think we've seen that.
Around all that equipment,
if I'd have known more,
around all that
I would have given a better
equipment,
presentation than that.
Rick, around all that equiment, it's very cold
Right.
in there.
They
have to keep it
I
cold.
was afraid when they took my picture. It's very traumatizing.
Right.
But anyway, so I got to get an MRI today. I'm not completely clear.
Good, Rick. You're getting blood tests. You're getting MRI.
Now I got to get an MRI.
What's this medical week?
Hey, that farm work is hard.
He said I want to look at that labrum.
When you decide to get your hip done, that's probably a good time for me to get my knee done, too.
Probably.
No, Bubba, one of us needs to be here.
Yeah, I think you got it backwards.
Let's do it all together. Yep, we'll let y'all have it.
Okay, good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Look.
Okay. My standpoint is, I'm not based on a political party here. Okay, I think it's ugly what's going on up there.
Yeah,
it's just a horrid thing. You don't ever go play on somebody's emotions based on political gain, and that's what's going on. And it's the ugliest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, we agree on that.
I'm just overall around disgusted with the way the country's handling things.
I agree.
I'm not meaning to come off as angry at y'all, because I love y'all show. I listen every single day.
Thank you.
So I'm so irritated. I hate that our country is based on two sides, because our country is one. And the way that they've used sexual harassment in the past 2 years has been just for political gain, and that's it. And it's so ugly that our country is so torn apart that we can't agree on anything. And everything that one does, they fight to the other. It's just a cat fight at all times. I don't understand I'm a young guy. I'm only 20 years old. At what point in our history did the country turn from a one nation under God to two parties under Satan?
Well, yeah, I think we would agree on a lot of that. So I'll give you this, and we're going to the break. Do you think Judge Kavanaugh, did anything show you that he's guilty of what he's being accused of?
No, there's no factual evidence that came out that he did anything wrong.
I'm not sure what Blake disagrees with us on, but I understand I understand your frustration. I certainly do.
Yeah, we agree with you.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we continue to look back at the historic events of yesterday,
sad events.
And again, one thing I think you cannot get over in this, no matter who you believe, no matter who you think is the victim in this, it all could have been handled different. And there were people who made a decision not to handle it privately, not to honor her request for anonymity, and to bring this and make it a public spectacle. Don't forget that.
That's undeniable.
That is a fact.
Yeah. 866 We Be Big. We'll finish up with phone calls about this. We'll talk about other stuff today too, but let's go to Joseph out of Dothan, 103.9. Joseph, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Morning.
Hey.
Well, yesterday I decided when I was hearing all the committee's talk and everything, I decided to make a few phone calls. Called Dianne Feinstein's office, got through. Called Cory Booker's office. Called Kamala Harris's office. I all asked them the same question. I said, why y'all have such a double standard when Booker's got a case against him and Ellison's got a case against him for abuse, and the other one's for sexual assault?
Yeah, that's
he actually openly admitted it.
And they said what?
Yeah, did they even? What happened? Did Cory Booker? I heard one of y'all text yesterday in the group text that Cory Booker was about to weigh in. Did he ever weigh in?
He did. He did.
What did Cory have to say?
Well, I want to know what the office said. Is he gone?
Yeah,
he dropped it.
Yeah. He might have just left a message. I'm
Cory,
not sure
same thing. They had huddled, and they obviously felt their best move was to keep asking for an FBI investigation.
Yeah, that they must have handed that one out.
Which, look at the process, look at people who explained it, look at the people on the committee who explained it. There have been multiple background checks, okay? The FBI is not going to come in a week and do an investigation and go, he is guilty or he's innocent. Doesn't happen that way. They are the committee. They have the witnesses in front of them. They need to do the questioning. It's just a delaying tactic. That's all it is.
Yeah, Kavanaugh even brought it up yesterday, and he said he was using a term he knew as a judge. They're just going to give you a couple of the 302s. And
right.
Then he said that just means they'll interview everybody like y'all are interviewing, and then they'll give you what everybody said, and we're here before you
and you're
today.
going to get back. As I said,
Right.
Rick, you remember before this, after the zoo is over, I told you it was going to be worse than Clarence Thomas. We're going to be right back where we was. We have a he said, she said. And that none of us know. We have to decide who we felt was the best witness in this and what kind of evidence around them supported their case. The thing we cannot deny is the process. And that's where you need to look to find the motivation. She was a victim in this too. Bless her heart, okay? She should never have been put in that seat, and it could have been handled privately. And they act like that it hasn't been investigated. The subcommittee has investigators who do this. This is what they do. They specialize in going out and digging in people's backgrounds to find out if there's hidden things. That's what they do. The Republicans do that. The Democrats do that. The Democrats did not want a part of that process. They tried to hold it. We're not going to be in it, and then cry for it at the last minute.
Of greens, man, have you responded to this? And for good reason. You know, we know that our body is designed to run on servings of organic, delicious fruits and vegetables. But let's be honest, most of us trying to get that done in our normal diet. I mean, some of you may can do it, but it's hard. And I know there's a lot of knockoffs, or some of this has been tried before. Be careful of that. Some of that's junk science. A lot of the inferior products use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with few health benefits. Field of Greens is different, and that's why we take it. It's made from whole organic fruits
and vegetables, not a watered-down or freeze-dried supplement. It's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient Field of Greens chooses was scientifically chosen to support your vital organs, your heart, your lungs, your kidneys, also your immune system. Now more than ever, that's important. I sure have seen the results of this, and I couldn't be more pleased. So if you'd like to find out more about it, go to fieldofgreens.com. For those of you that usually email after, I'll go ahead and tell you now during this time they have on the show. It's the green canister. They have other products. I haven't tried those. I may, but right now I'm just loving what's happening with the green canister, which is the original. So fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. That'll get you 15% off. Thank you for the emails you're sending and for the comments you're making, in conversations about how you two are loving the benefits. I just told you I just had my checkup, and my doctor said exactly what Field of Greens said my doctor would say. Hey, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is, keep doing it. So fieldofgreens.com has played a major role in that, and I sure am thankful that they came to the show. Well, it's time to nickname another intern. Rick and Bubba University now has our final student for the summer, Pearson Branham from Jacksonville State University.
Yep.
And Pearson is the nephew to Rick and Greg Burgess. Can you imagine having Greg and me as your uncles?
There you go. It's definitely something. I've enjoyed it over the years, though. I've learned, though, off the air, the exact same, just with less of a filter, for sure, at the table and stuff.
Did you as a kid, and your mother used to ask us this all the time, why do y'all aggravate children? And Greg and I just took great joy.
Oh, yeah.
And still do with Greg's grandkids. We aggravate them too now.
Yeah.
But did you remember us aggravating you all the time?
Oh, absolutely. All the time, especially at y'all's house during, family functions, for sure.
Yeah. Has your mom told you stories about how she was aggravated by these two?
Oh, she told me she was tortured all the time stuff. And I see it, too, especially, when we're Christmas, Easter, and we're all together and stuff. They'll aggravate her all the time at the table, just gang up on her all the time. It's awesome. It's so funny, though. And
Greg hadn't thrown her doll up in the fan again.
No, it's been years since I did that.
That's good.
Our children are real now. I can't play with them like that. I can't do tricks with them.
Yeah. Right. So you are about to graduate from Jacksonville State. You'll join Speedy, Rick, Bubba, Helmsy.
Yes,
hey, I went through semesters.
Hey, absolutely. I am finishing up my 5th year, but only winners get a victory lap, so
there you go.
It's okay.
You're celebrating.
That's good.
But
absolutely.
Bubba took how many laps?
How many laps you take, Bubba?
Well, I took 12.
I took 6. So
people don't believe that.
That's okay.
They don't believe 12, so I just say 10.
Right. 10 sounds better.
I say round it down.
So you know that one of the things that we ask, and I know you're dreading this, is have you ever had any other nicknames?
The only thing I've been called is just P, the letter P of
Super P.
Are you leaving Super P out?
I was going to try to leave that one at home, but it seems it's made it here on the show today.
Well, you'll always be Super P to me.
That's right.
Yes,
with
sir.
your little Superman uniform. Remember, he liked to wear costumes. Spider-Man costume on.
Yeah. Yes, sir. He had a little when he was a baby.
Yeah.
He had a little Superman outfit, and
he liked to wear
Super
a lot.
P for Halloween. That's what it was.
We all called him Super P.
But he wore it year round.
Here comes Super P.
I love that.
So that's one. But that one you were successful in getting it off of you, didn't it?
Yes, sir. And until today, until it came back.
Right up until this interview.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So tell us things. The audience is always wanting things to get nicknames from. What are some hobbies? What do you like to do?
Most of the time, I really like watching a lot of sports, a lot of football, a lot of basketball. I'm really big. My favorite sports team is Carolina Panthers. I'm really big on them. But I really just, kind of like watching sports whenever I'm not working or doing schoolwork. Just kind of hang around and stuff.
All right, so Carolina Panthers.
What are you going to be going into when you graduate? What are you studying?
My major is sports management with a minor in communication. So whenever I graduate, I'd like to do something with sports, but a little more on the media side of it and stuff. Whatever I want to do or whatever I do decide to do, I just want to be around people. I'm definitely a people person, and I like to talk and just.
And of course, your dad is. Is there a promoter any bigger
That's
than
right.
Russell Branham?
It's in your blood.
You talk
Yes,
about
sir.
a promoter. He's P.T. Barnum, baby.
Absolutely, he does a great job what he does.
He
It's
does.
awesome.
He always
Yes,
has.
sir.
So that's in your blood. So being involved in sports management, minor in communication, you like sports. Carolina Panthers.
Yes, sir.
Super P was a childhood nickname.
There it is again. Yes, sir.
Well, no, we're trying
I
to
love
get
it.
The
I
P
love
could
it.
stand for Panthers this time.
Our
Yes,
people.
sir.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that
Yeah.
Bryce Young pick?
I like it. I honestly
Okay.
like it. I'm not an Alabama fan, but I do like
It
Bryce
doesn't
Young.
matter. You just want the best in
Yeah,
there.
Bryce Young's a great player.
So
Did you see the footage of him with the other players at practice?
He's a little small.
Wow. Wow, there's a lot of big guys around him.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's going to be standing behind people that have eaten meals bigger than him.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes,
so,
the Clintons are going to be there?
There you go.
Hey, buddy.
You also have already worked with the sports information department, right, at Jacksonville State. You've done an
Yes, sir.
internship with them, and
yes, sir.
you've worked with that. What is the whole sports media?
Yeah,
up there,
so
right?
for sports information, what we'll do is we'll film and broadcast all the games on ESPN Plus. So football, basketball, volleyball, softball, baseball, everything like that. And so I've done a lot of the hands-on camera work and stuff. But our team, we've had people who they produce the games. We have a graphics team, everything like that. So
And you've done all that. Did you mainly do camera there?
For the most part, I've done camera. I've directed maybe 2 games.
Okay.
But I prefer being on the camera there just because I've been so comfortable with it over the past few years of doing it. And actually, I just finished this past weekend, so to film my last game.
How'd that feel? How about that?
It was I loved it though, but it was kind of weird leaving it. But
what sport was it?
Fun. It was baseball. We filmed a baseball game.
That's right. It might have been softball.
You see Crow hit his last home run?
I
deep
did.
center?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Love
I
it.
did. Yes, sir.
And you also were a basketball player in high school.
Yes, sir.
Good basketball player. Got a good shot.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And
for the White Plains Wildcats.
Yeah,
That's
for the
right.
that's another. You graduated White Plains High School.
Yes,
Go
sir.
Wildcats.
Yes, sir. Go Wildcats.
Yeah, you just soon shoot one from 3-point land.
Yes, sir.
He's your kind of player. He'll fire one from the outside, buddy.
Yeah, I may not make it all the time, but I'll definitely shoot it out there.
Not afraid to shoot it. You ain't afraid to shoot it.
No, sir.
If you look at the math, there only should be 2 shots: a 3-point shot or a layup.
Right. Well, that's true.
Yes,
so
sir.
now, what made you want to come here?
Just because
What possessed you?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Especially today.
Definitely. As far as the job stuff goes, the media side of it, and I love it, and especially like behind the scenes of producing, as far as like what we've been doing as interns today, and on the other side, just being around y'all, and it's super cool, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I think this can help further me in my career whenever I graduate.
Yeah, sure. And you with the stuff you just talked about, you like Cam Solo probably can work a little bit over there in Adler's world too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that'd be great. All right, so we're going to start getting emails for nicknames.
Okay.
Have you been dreading this moment? What did your mom say? Did she say, "Do you realize what's about to happen"?
She just said, "Quote, get ready."
Okay.
That's
Right.
yes, sir.
Right.
And Nana actually, she called me as well and told me to prepare for it and said it was coming. And
Yeah, I had a
so-
talk with Nana about this on Sunday.
Oh, really?
And she was like, "Does he know what he's getting into?" And I'm
Yes,
like,
sir.
"Yeah, of course he does."
Hey, I'm ready. Let's rock and roll.
All right, so what we'll do is,
Bring it.
and you know how it works, we'll gather up intern nicknames.
Yes, sir.
We'll break it down to a final 3 to 5, and then the audience will vote. If the vote's too close and there's not a clear winner, then the show itself will decide.
Okay.
But the part for those you as a student at Rick and Bubba University,
Yes, sir.
look, searching for a degree in common sense. You have no control over your nickname, and that's the part where it feels a little
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but-
your opinion will not come into play.
No, it won't matter at all.
Yeah, but that's all right.
Matter of fact, I wouldn't even show your hand because sometimes that hurts you.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what hurts you the most, Uncle Greg. Don't let his people find out that he likes one. If they think Greg likes one, yeah,
The
it's over.
minions
It's
are
over.
in.
Yeah, yeah, you don't want any part of that.
Yes,
Oh, wow, they're coming in pretty hard here.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll narrow it down, and then we'll take the vote. Pearson Branham, Jacksonville State University, loves the Carolina Panthers. Played basketball at White Plains.
Why are you already laughing?
Sports management, sports media. That's his focus, and a minor in communications. And he also is the nephew of Rick and Greg. So we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The delaying tactic. That's all it is. You have to see that without knowing and seeing that procedure. If you don't look at that as the key piece of evidence in all of this, you do not want to know the truth.
Yeah, Feinstein, if she really was heartbroken about this story, she had him right in front of her.
In a private setting.
She could have wore him out. She could have pressed on him. She could have come back and said, "I've interviewed him, and I got a problem with this. Here's what he said." She didn't do it. And because it was all strategic.
Kept it in her back pocket until she could leak it to the media in the 11th hour of this process to create confusion, diversion, divide, all for a political agenda of keeping him off the court because they think he will rule in a conservative judicial mentality that they despise. That's all it is. That's all it is.
We go to Darlene in Georgia. Darlene, go right ahead. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I think that everybody in the nation seems to think there's only two options to this. She's lying or he's lying, when there's actually a third option that's pretty well known in psychology, which is kind of interesting to me because I haven't heard anybody talking about it in the national media. I wish everybody would go to TED Talks and look up Elizabeth Loftus, How Reliable is Your Memory? She is a very famous researcher on false memory, and the markers of Dr. Ford's memory seem to fall within what would be considered very easily could be a false memory. She remembered this memory years later in a therapy session. At that time, she did not know the accuser. As Kavanaugh became vilified as evil in the worldview of people who think that he should not be on the Supreme Court.
Well, she's one of those. And she's one of those. Her political views would be against Kavanaugh being a judge.
Exactly. And so all of that rolled up together makes it reasonable that since she was already in therapy, which means there was already some issue there, it would be very easy for her to now be convinced that Brett Kavanaugh was the person who did whatever happened to her, and it could very easily, in her memory, seem very real that way when it was not him, it was somebody else, that something happened to her, and now she is convinced it was him, and it'll feel real to her for the rest of her life if she's created this false memory. But if you look up that TED Talk by Elizabeth Loftus, you will get all kind of, I mean, it's not the first time something like this has happened. It's the first time it's happened with a Supreme Court nominee.
Yeah, you make a good point. Now, sometimes people are just lying and they know they're lying, but I know people that I know their character and I know they're not lying just to lie, and I guess I'm certainly guilty of it too, because a lot of times when I see things happening in other people that I know they're good people, I have to think, well, I must do that too. I just don't realize it. But I've been involved in stories before, and like a person who was there with me, I'll hear them telling somebody else the story, and I'm going, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
You're not remembering that right. That's incorrect. I was there, and you know that really isn't correct. So we all do that to a degree if there's a lot of time that gets between when it happens. So I'm certain that some of the things I'm remembering, say from high school, I may remember the basic things, but I'm not remembering the details. Now some people say, well, you would remember you would remember who did this to you, but you're saying, well, no, not necessarily.
No. If she had remembered it from the time she was 15, it would be a different discussion. But there's so much time, and every time you bring up a memory, and think about it, every time you bring up a memory and discuss it, you change it just a little bit before you put it back into your brain, and you change it to meet your current assumptions, your current beliefs, and your current worldview. So every time you tell a story, it changes a little bit probably when you put it back in. The other thing I want to mention is the fact that since she's a psychologist, she knows that lie detectors do not detect lies, and she knows that that lie detectors are they're not even valid scientifically. And if I didn't get to see all of everything yesterday, because I'm kind of glad I didn't, because it was all kind of sickening on both sides to me.
Yeah.
But
it was a difficult watch.
Yes. If you cried all the way through your lie detector, certainly your lie detector isn't valid for anything, because all lie detectors tell is your autonomic nervous system, what kind of reaction you're having. And if you're upset and crying, your autonomic nervous system is going to be all over the charts anyway. So the lie detector is nothing. And to me, since she's a psychologist, she knows that lie detector is nothing. That was kind of disappointing to me, too.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Pearson Branham about to get his Rick and Bubba University nickname as we come back. All right, so we got some good ones already. Give me a couple that are good, and we'll get some off the phone, too.
All right. Boy, there's a page full.
Yeah.
Can I give some bad ones?
No, you may not.
I think you got to go with Super P just right off the top.
So you think, that one stays?
Be on the list.
That
we got to have it on the list.
Super P is there.
I love plain white pea.
That's funny.
I really like that one.
Got that one.
Kind of a title White Plains.
White Plains Panther.
Yeah, there we go. And then, do you think White Panther? Could that go
Wait a
to-
minute.
No.
Right, because of the obvious. Okay, we won't do that.
That's not a good one.
All right, okay.
So we got People Person, because he said he loves people. Super P there. Super Puppy. You mentioned Uncle
Greg.
Rico.
Yeah.
Carolina P. Sporty P. The People's Panther. Long Ball. Peacock, because of the Gamecocks.
Oh, that's funny.
What do you think about that one?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like
What
that.
about Carolina Pete? Did you mention it?
I did.
And you
Just
Carolina
did.
what?
Just did.
Carolina P?
Mhm.
Pete.
Oh,
Pete?
Yeah, it was Carolina Pete is the one I saw in the email.
Why Pete?
What is that?
I'm getting
Texas
Carolina.
Pete,
That's what I thought.
Carolina
Yeah, is that
Pete.
what that is?
Yeah,
Typed to? That's what I was thinking.
Oh, that's
Why
confusing.
Texas? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of Carolina P, but not Pete.
I think somebody hit it, though. I mean, they did. I heard that. I had the same one.
We got Pushing P, 3-point P, 2 unks, Super Nephew, Yard Dog.
Yard Dog. I like Yard Dog.
How did that drop in?
If I had a nickname, I'd want it to be
Because
Yard
of
Dog.
Greg's
Yard Dog.
because of Greg's stray dog.
I guess so.
That used to be the bunch of cut.
Let me take a few off
Yeah,
the phone
Yard Dog's
here.
got a graph.
All right, Marty, go ahead. What's your suggestion, Marty?
Hey, with being Greg's nephew, I mean, we've got to have intern pan down.
Pan down. I'm gonna pan down.
That's not good.
He likes camera work.
That's
Seth,
not good.
Seth, go ahead. It ties to the camera. Seth, go ahead.
Biggins, Pearson made a critical error in that he let on that he doesn't want Super P.
I got you.
So I think it'd be rude not to call him that at this point.
Right, it's on the list.
That's
It's
how
on
it
the
works.
list. Craig in Alex City, what do you say?
How about Super Panther?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Nah,
put them both together.
That's on there.
Billy, Louisville, go ahead.
What about the People's P?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good.
I like that.
Ted, go ahead.
How about a little Neff X?
Little NFX.
That's funny. I'm afraid I'd mess it up, though.
That's pretty funny, though.
We're getting a lot of sweet peas, too.
Yeah. Beth, go ahead.
Well, it sounds like he's a legacy. How about either Super P Leg or P Legacy?
P Legacy.
P Legacy's not bad. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to make it, but it's not bad. Let's go to Mike in Atala. Mike, go ahead.
Intern nepotism.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That is a good one.
Yeah, of course. Well, you almost named Greg that.
Yeah, I can't say a word.
And it's not a bad word, is it, Greg?
No, it's not, Rick. It's actually positive.
It's a positive. All right, so I think that we like Super P, no doubt. Do we like plain white P?
I
something
kinda
about that
like
owns me. And then do we like Peacock?
Peacock's good.
Peacock's good.
I like that.
Plain white peacock.
Do we like Yard Dog?
Yard
I
Dog's
don't
good.
get it. What is Yard
Pan
Dog?
Because you
Down's
got a
good.
Yard Dog.
Well, what that has
All right, so did you say no? Greg, just say I don't like that.
I
You don't
like
have to
the
get a
name,
speech
but
on
it doesn't apply.
We don't have to get a speech on it. Do we like Carolina Pete or P?
I like Carolina Pete for some
I
reason.
think they were wanting to say P and accidentally wrote Pete.
I think too, because what does Pete have
That
to
makes
do
it
with
even
anything
funnier
we're
to me.
It
doing?
has nothing to do with it.
It doesn't. Which that's it. Well, do we like 3-point P? Nah. Do we like nepotism?
Yeah.
What about NFX?
I do like Pan Down.
Pan down's not bad.
Intern Pan Down. Mike does it.
Adler?
Did we already say intern super pizza?
No, we're not going to do that.
Here he goes again.
Adler. Sorry.
Bubba, do you like NFX or do you like, what was the other one y'all just said? We just said it.
See, Pan Down.
Pan down. Do you like Pan down or NFX? Either one of those?
NFX is growing on me a little bit.
Yeah. It feels like you a little bit.
Yeah, Pan Down has long running history here.
So probably
with Greg.
probably it.
Yeah. That's good.
All right, so here we go. Here's what I got, unless y'all got something better. I've got voting for these 5. Super P, Plain White P, Peacock, Carolina Pete, or Pan Down.
That's a pretty solid list.
It's a good option.
Carolina Pete.
You're going with Pete.
Yeah, I just think that's funny. I mean, because of Texas Pete. He's
Yeah.
from Carolina, and I mean, he likes the Carolina Panthers.
Yes, sir.
I know it, Greg, but
But he's not from Texas.
Greg,
I don't understand how it's tied to Texas Pete. but-
well, Carolina P, and that reminds me of Carolina Pete.
Greg, we had somebody.
I'm telling you, they
Greg,
accidentally hit 3.
Greg, we had somebody
They
named
accidentally hit 3
What was the other
extra
one?
letters.
Barbecue Smoke Neck?
Yeah, I mean, Rick, we also have one named Meow on patient 0.
No, I don't think we can ever say a nickname.
No, I was just breaking down where it came from. You're right.
Look, I like Yard Dog, and I had to give it up.
Oh, I love it.
All right, but I don't know why I like it.
I
But
told you
did.
I wish my nickname was Yard Dog.
Peter Panther.
All right, here we go. We're voting for only these 5: Super P, Plain White P, Peacock, Carolina Pete. I love that it's in there. And Pan Down. All right? That's what we're voting for.
Got it.
We don't want to hear any others. We're voting for that. Okay? Jason in Alabama, which one are you voting for?
Carolina Pete.
I knew it. Okay, all right, keep it with over speed. All right, let's go to Dallas. Dallas, who are you voting for?
Intern, Cataquilla.
That's funny, by the way. That is funny. Cataquilla Mountain.
Inside joke.
Hard to say.
Easton, go ahead.
From Cook's Pest Control, I'm going to have to go with Super P.
Super P.
Super
There it is. All right, thanks, buddy. Let's go to Jared. Jared, who are you voting for?
Hey, I think that the obvious choice should have been the Super Panther P, but I'll choose Carolina Panthers or the Carolina Panthers one. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, we don't have that one. You mean Carolina Pete?
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, good Lord.
That'll work.
Let's go with Buddy. Buddy, what's your vote?
I thought it should have been Super Nep, but I'm going to say Super P.
Super Nep would have been a good one.
Jody, go ahead.
Plain White P.
All right, thank you. I thought that would pick up more votes. Thomas, go ahead.
Super P.
Okay. I know you're struggling over there. All right,
I told you. Can't
get away from it. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, what do you think?
Super P.
I warned you.
Shane, what do you think?
Super P.
This is great. Let's go. This is so good. Melanie, what's your vote?
Hey, Plain White P.
All right, let's go to Hambone. Hambone, what's your vote?
Carolina P. Hey, I'm going to pan down when he does it.
All right, Dan. I'm on pan down that. Casey, what's your vote?
Plain White P.
All right, let's go to Rodney. Rodney, what's your vote?
I'm going to ride in Yard Dog.
Thank you. I talk to America. We talk to America every day. We're gravely concerned. Let's go to who's up? Jim. Jim, what's your vote?
FX.
Yeah, that didn't make it. Let's go to Dr. Mavry. Dr. Mavry, go ahead.
Hey, it's got to be Peacock.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Ted. Ted, what do you think?
I think I'm going to have to pan down.
All right. Thank you, baby.
You can tell by the way he was phrasing it what he was going to say.
Lee, go ahead.
Pan down.
Okay. How we looking?
Down the stretch.
Yeah, we got Plain White P and Pan Down both have 3. Peacock 1, Carolina Pete 2, but Super P has 5.
Jackson in Alabama. Jackson, go ahead.
Hey, y'all gonna win with Dick Vitale.
All right, let's go to John. John, what do you think?
I'm gonna pan down after it does.
All right, let's go to Jay.
Wow.
Jay, what do you think?
Wheel of Pete. Wheel of Pete.
All right, that's not one. Eric, go ahead. Eric.
Holly Roll.
Let's go to AJ. AJ, go ahead. What's your vote?
Plain White Pelosi.
All right, we'll do that plain white P.
That's a P.
Yeah. Kyle, what do you think?
I'm gonna pan down.
All right. Well, looks like we're gonna get to vote, Bubba.
Yeah, the staff's gonna have
Staff's
to
gonna
decide.
have to vote. Yep. All right. So where we got?
Well, we got Plain White P at 4, and Pan Down and Super P are tied at 5, with Carolina Pete only having 2 and Peacock only having 1.
The staff vote.
All right.
We come back, baby.
Here we go. I'm excited.
Here we go. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. You got more Rick and Bubba. The vote is next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That somebody was out there telling all this other stuff that could help explain some of what's going on. She may be telling the truth for what she believes, and yet he may be telling the truth too, and neither one of them is a villain. Both of them have been horribly used and abused in this system.
Yeah. Well, we said that. I know for a fact lie detectors do not work.
Yeah, and,
I mean,
and he even brought that up. He was asked if he would take a lie detector test, and he said they're not admissible as evidence. They're not reliable.
Yeah.
So there's really no need in going into that. It's just a PR stunt.
16 minutes past the hour. Thank you, Darlene, for your call with some expertise in this area as well. And that is a third scenario. We kind of brought that up, but you're saying it could also be that, and even there be no ill intent. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody here, I know. Here's the thing is,
that in there.
Can I please?
Here's the thing is, I know what y'all are doing, and it worked.
Nobody had an agenda with this.
This
Rick.
is over the mountain guy. Here.
I simply
It's
said.
just like when
I
he's trying to
simply
order
said
food.
this.
Same
It
thing.
is, and I simply made the comment about 30 minutes ago. I said, "Ooh, I
been
oohed
15.
him." I
You
said,
oohed.
"Ooh, I dressed up today, but I'm not fully committed. I'm not tucked in."
Right.
And he looked at me and said, "We're not supposed to tuck this shirt, Helms." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he
That's it.
said, "The guy that sold me this shirt said this is not a tuck shirt." And I said, "This is a you have on a golf shirt."
First of all, a
I think
guy's
you can
never
wear-
sold me a shirt. I
said-
go in and pick it out.
I said, I think you can wear this any way you want to. And I said, the shoes you have on, the nice belt you have on, the nice pants, you're trying to look more professional. I would tuck. That's all I
Of course,
said.
you hadn't seen my belt when it was untucked, but I get what
But
you're
what I'm saying is, when I look,
I knew it matched the shoes.
and I saw you had your daddy's shoes on, I said, "Well, now."
I think it works either way, but what's funny is...
I mean, that means it's more dressy. I mean, are you going to your mahogany wood office? I mean, if you've got those shoes on, then you know. Now, if you were going to go,
get it. This
if you
is
were going to
good.
go
I get it.
untucked, better known as the Rick and Bubba look, then you got tennis shoes on with that. You know, or some more casual shoes.
That was my point to the entire thing. I didn't know that I was going to force him to be tucking in. I didn't know.
Yeah, y'all pummeled him. So I heard Greg say when he said, "Well, the guy I bought it from, told me to wear it untucked." And then Greg said, "Well, would you ask him if your butt looks big in your pants too?"
Yeah, I mean, you get advice from the sales guy. How's this look?
I've learned you down the ball.
Right.
And you don't try to argue because then it just escalates.
Rick, let me tell you what's happening.
Y'all
right
just
there.
get it all
What do you
out.
got going today?
I'm going over to Jacksonville
You
State.
look very nice.
Listen, we'll mess with Speedy like when we were at Regions or whatever. We'll go, or at the expo. We'll go, let's both tuck our shirts and see if Speedy will tuck his in. And then he'll feel left out and he'll do it.
Look at me like, does that really happen? And
Or,
it did.
or if we go order something, if he orders something, go, man, you going to get that? What will you get?
Speedy's very susceptible. Do you think something's wrong with it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Man, why'd you order that? Why not?
I don't know how you lift your arms in that shirt.
Yeah.
Look,
You look spiffy, though. I'll give you that.
He actually
Hey, Speedy, Rick, I agree with the salesman.
It's a great shirt.
It's
by
called
the
a
way.
conversation.
I
Greg.
like that shirt.
Try it.
Yeah, I like that shirt.
Speedy, you notice I'm not jumping on you.
Yeah.
I was just curious where you were going.
You just sit this one out.
Yes, please.
When we get around to how he's got his computer set up, you can chime in. but the ours tennis swing.
Here's the thing. Y'all ready for this?
Right.
Here's what makes
I know
this.
what you're doing. It's working.
Here's what
I know
makes
you're
this more
doing, and it's
funny.
working.
Is that I knew probably once I walked out of the kitchen there was whispering going on.
Mm-hmm.
And because we'll do that, about hey, let's mess with them.
Yeah.
We do it about we all have fun.
Now
with
you
each
are
other.
tucked in.
Yeah, I know. And as I was tucking in, I was laughing, going, so it's working. What they're doing is working. And I can't get mad. I applaud it.
I know.
And really,
Because if I was on the other side, I'd be doing the same thing.
but deep down in the places that we don't talk about at parties, you do realize, honestly, the truth is, nobody here cares what anybody wears.
No.
Yeah,
You know what I
except
mean?
Helmsy.
And you
No.
and you
No,
can't and you
that's not
can't and you
true.
can't get
Helmsy
your.
lately is trying to be a little stylish.
No.
Yeah, besides him.
I have.
Well, he's always had a little spiff to him.
I got a little shiny.
I was simply saying, Speedy. This is the way y'all
he wants
take
glasses so bad he can't stand it.
it. I was simply
Give him
complimenting
mine.
Speedy on how he was dressed today.
Right.
And I was actually encouraging him. I think you can even take it to another level here. Take advantage of
Yeah.
it. And this is where this is
What's
great.
wear a
shirt.
cowboy hat?
It's a great shirt. It worked.
It worked.
So as you're tucking in, you go, okay?
I'm tucked in and uncomfortable now.
I did not know that this would make you
Tucked
uncomfortable.
in and it's
There was
uncomfortable.
no agenda when I made my first
worked.
comment.
And then for some reason, wrinkled Led Zeppelin shirt got in it.
Rick, I'm not sure where he found that shirt. But
Golly.
Yeah.
You talking
I tell
about
you-
Adler now?
It looks like something you wash a car with.
I tell you, the shirt Adler has on, it almost looks like that somehow, some way, somebody who worked with Led Zeppelin when they were all together and on tour found one wadded up in the corner of the merchandise thing and says,
Threw it
"Hey,
into
you
the
want
crowd."
to threw it into the crowd."
And it's not even a good one.
Speedy, you look like crap. Seriously,
Looking good,
Look at
Zeppelin
that,
roadie.
Look at that guy, guys. Look at him.
Well, at one point I went, so it's gotten so bad that Adler's on me now.
Yeah. Did you just jump in like you just heard something and you love to raise on Speedy?
You actually commented on his pants.
I did say that you were probably fatter when you bought those pants.
They're a little
Which is a
cinched up.
compliment. Which
Yeah,
is
that
a
is a
compliment.
Well, they're what?
They're a little cinched up.
Hearing what you just said.
.com with It is 6 minutes past the hour.
You surprised me.
Greg, I was telling Pearson about that in the break. I said we got this bank of sayings of people that sound goofy and stupid.
Yes, sir.
I think I got 3 of them.
Yeah.
That are actually
Well,
me.
we all have a few in there.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Interns Alapuka and Cam Solo. And we're about to have a brand new name, but first, welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, when we were talking to your nephew, Pearson, and I blame myself. I didn't even ask him what gang he's in. Yeah, it's totally my fault.
You talking about Sons of Anarchy?
Sons of Anarchy.
What all that you got there?
So on my right forearm, I have a wolf with trees and a compass.
Not sure how that goes together.
What does that mean
And,
exactly? You're lost in the woods looking for a wolf?
No, the compass is just kind of where I want to go in life. Like I can make the direction on my own and stuff. And then the design with the trees and the wolf is just kind of cool. I just kind of like that.
Oh,
And then on my left wrist, I have a bracelet with a cross on it.
Do you have a tribal armband?
I thought you did that with a Sharpie.
No, it does look like
All
it.
right.
It does
No
look
barbed
like it.
wire or anything like
no,
that?
No, sir. No, sir. I have a couple more, but nothing like that.
That's good.
Yeah, Speedy's got one.
Yeah.
Really?
What?
No, I don't.
No tattoo?
No. Greg will say anything. Well, you know that.
Of
Don't
course.
get pulled in. He's Uncle Greg.
I've
you
heard
know
plenty.
that.
Yes, sir. I
Yes, you
understand.
have. All right, so let's get to the vote.
Speedy, give us
tell us where we are.
All right. Peacock has 1.
That's mine.
Carolina Pete has 2. Plain White P has 4. Pan Down has 5, and Super P has 5.
Wow.
Okay. All right, so let's get started with Adler. Adler, what's your vote?
I got to go with Super Pete.
Oh, wow. Okay, there it is. All right, Helmsy.
I want to go Super P, but I want to keep it alive.
Well, that's fine. I mean, go with Super P.
Whatever your vote is.
Carolina Pete's out there for
Wherever it takes you.
All right.
right.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
There it is.
2-0 right now.
All right, Speedy.
That's Greg.
Greg, I mean, I'm sorry.
Plain white P.
Okay.
All right.
Because he's plain, he's white, and he's P.
Awesome.
I'm going to go Super P as well.
Oh, wow, it's over.
So does that do it?
Bubba, would you be mad at
Super P
Speedy? Don't be
wins?
mad at me.
What's the score?
It's Super P has 8, and then Plain White P and Pan Down have 5.
I'm calling for a recount.
Yeah, there's no. It's over.
I'm
It's
voting for Pan Down then.
Yeah, I was voting for Plain White P, but it looks like that Super P wins.
All right.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, sir.
There-
Well, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it comes all the way from your childhood, and Super P it is.
From actually,
You-
it was
you
about
couldn't
a 1
shake
week.
it.
Yeah, 1 week from since I was born to now. Here we go, still rocking it.
But
Now you
there's
say your friends are texting.
Yeah. I've
What
had
were they
people-
going for?
Most of them were going with Super P as well.
Oh,
A lot
really?
of people, even Dad, who came up with the name, he also
True.
said he likes that one as well.
Yeah. So, and I think the reason why I went in a different direction is that I've called you that for so long.
Yes, sir.
I was looking for a new spin on our relationship.
Yes, sir. That's, hey, no,
I
that's-
wanted something fresh from
Makes
him.
sense.
For just here.
Oh, for sure. That's understandable.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Super
Somebody
P's still here.
emailed and said the fake Greg Burgess.
Okay.
That's funny.
Instead of the real. Oh,
But
yeah.
we already voted.
Has
so.
did your mother ever say when you looked at the two uncles on the Burgess side? Did she ever say that maybe Greg, watch Greg? I mean, just
I
how
was a
much time
major
you spend with it.
Not not too much. She did say me growing up, I acted a lot like Greg.
Right. Well, she was complimenting you. That's
Moms are always so encouraging.
That's good. I appreciate it.
Well, Greg had a little fire to him, and you did too as a little boy.
Oh, I did. Oh, I know. Yes, sir. And,
Yeah.
Greg, I noticed you don't take any blame in what Greg did.
No, I don't see I'm responsible for Greg.
He hides.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know I've been accused of making Greg mean. I've heard those claims. I've even heard the case against me. Some of it damaging.
Yeah. Some of it
not flattering.
You're right.
Wasn't circumstantial.
No, it wasn't. But I think that honestly that Greg owes me.
Really?
Yeah, because he's been able to handle difficulty. He's been able to handle hard work. He's overcome a lot of things because
So
his
you
brother.
trained him.
His brother made him tough.
Oh, is that what it is?
There it is.
I hope.
Well, thank you, Rick. I've never thanked you for all that, but I'm doing it now.
Right.
Yeah, I hope my brother and sister can do the same. So
Right.
I'll make sure I use that.
I
They
was
should
about to
thank
say,
me. They should thank
they
me.
should.
from when they
You
grow
really
up
are a
little bit.
combination because you did act like Greg at times.
Yes, sir.
But your terrorizing of your siblings is more like me.
Yes, sir. That's what my mom tells me as well. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
right. Yeah. So
That's good.
it's good to be there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Have you heard the? And I know Helmsy always helps me with this last name, Nate Bartletsky.
No, Rick.
Bargatze.
Rick, if you can't do no better.
What's his name? Huh?
Bargatze.
Say it again.
Bargatze.
Bargatze.
You'd think he'd have changed that when he got famous.
Bargatze.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say to Nate, I think he's a very funny man, very talented. Could you have given us a stage name that we could say easier?
Yeah.
But he talks about how everybody talks about the older sibling thing.
Yes, sir.
But he makes the point, really, we got a raw deal because when we were born, our parents were not ready for children.
Exactly.
They were broke. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and
sir.
then all of our siblings end up with this well-adjusted family that kind of got themselves together and actually got a nicer house and all this. So we really, I think part of our, trying to make our younger siblings tougher is that we had it harder as older children.
Exactly. We should.
Our
be
parents
thankful for it.
our parents didn't know how to parent yet. They were, they
No,
were making
it was all new. It was trial and error.
Right.
and
Hey,
stuff.
much stricter. Too.
Oh, so much.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, they decided not to die on every hill after we were grown.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, thanks
Yes,
a
sir.
lot. You died on every one I had.
Exactly. We're the one. We ran through the gauntlet. We did all the trial and error.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
So
I think they're just tired by the time the others come
Yeah, they
along.
just don't really care.
I can speak to that as a parent.
oh, for sure. And then especially like Reese and Kinley. Reese, he hurt his foot, and so he's just milking that injury right now. He actually, I don't know if you saw, Mom took him to Walmart.
I saw this.
And he got on what's the little ride
Scooter.
thing, the
No,
scooter
he did
thing
not.
throughout. Throughout Walmart.
He rode with the scooter.
He did.
Because he's got a foot
because he's
injury.
too injured. And
What
so
is wrong
mom
with his
mom
foot?
was just like, whatever. All right, fine. I think she's just kind of over it now.
She'd have
you
never
know?
let you do that.
Oh, absolutely not. I would have had to walk on it without the boot and
Right.
crutches. So,
You're right.
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Can you
I
believe?
can't believe
that-
he got on it road.
And he has twin siblings. They're twins. Can you believe they're about to be 14?
I can't believe it. I feel so old about it.
That really. You remember when they were just like little bitty?
I
Yeah,
just
you know,
came
my
to work
cousin
here.
was their bus driver.
Yeah.
I had just come to work here at the show when they were born.
Really?
Yeah. So, wow.
That flies.
Yeah.
They're going to be
awesome.
driving in a year.
Don't even remind me. Good
Yeah.
grief.
Wow.
But you're right. You really stopped parenting
Hey, Highway
about number
9.
3.
yeah, everybody
know?
get off the road.
You remember the first strawberry or injury your oldest one had? It's like, oh my gosh, are you okay?
Oh, yeah.
The third one is like, get up, man, you good?
Yep.
Dust off.
Well, and like I say,
Wash it off.
even my fourth one claims that we forgot he even exists. Y'all don't tell me anything.
Right.
My favorite was when he didn't know his mother was in France.
Yeah, he walks. We had Live 360. He walks. He goes, "What? Mom's in France." I said, "Yeah, I know. Nobody told me my mom was in France. So you got to pay attention around here."
That's
man.
awesome.
We clearly discussed.
And by the way, which one are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so that's good. Well, welcome to the team, Super P.
Yes, sir. I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate y'all.
Well, how
letting me in,
cool
sir,
is
for
it
sure.
that was his nickname when he was a lud?
I know.
And now he's come here and we continue it on.
Yes, sir. I love it, and I appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll wear a Superman suit again.
I'll come in here one day with it on.
Right, probably won't be near as cute.
No.
Yeah, but so Super P now added to Rick and Bubba University. His classes now begin. To earn his degree in common sense, he joins Alapuca and Cam Solo as the class of 2023. We'll be
Here we
right
go.
back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He said, which is a compliment.
I'm just messing with
What's
you.
wrong with my pants?
Nothing.
It's
Just a
messing
little
with
Hell, I
you.
gotta go buy new pants.
No,
You pants are fine.
You're good. We're
You're
just
fine.
messing with you.
This shirt looked a lot better real early dark in my room this morning. It looked
Buddy.
a lot better. It looked good.
Rick, that's one of them. It's not even. That's one of them you buy in the parking lot on the way to the car. That are they're bootlegging merchandise at the show.
That one doesn't even make the merchandise
Wait a
booth.
minute. Yeah, we got these for $5.
How about Zeppelin fans don't even want that shirt?
Somebody tried to sell it to them, and they said no and threw it away.
Wait a minute.
Speedy, I do have
Wait
a
a minute.
question, though.
Wait a minute. Are you a next day guy with that?
Am I a next day?
No, he's had that shirt
No,
up.
Okay,
he got that in '82.
Oh yeah, because he did a remote at a thrift store yesterday.
Oh, no, that's a good question.
I thought he did a Facebook Live thing. Did you get that at
No,
the thrift store and
I-
wear it today?
I bet
I
it
think
was
this
in
was
there,
my
though.
brothers in high school, which does not sound good when I say it out loud.
And somehow you have it.
And now I have it.
You've made moves and took it with you.
Greg, and the fact that he's rocking it with a bush hog hat.
Yeah, Rick, that bush hog hat's been his go-to. He's gonna
Hey,
have
we're making fun of Speedy here, guys.
See how we turned it on? See how we turned it on you?
So let's just remember
Well, that's why you
that.
got to be careful walking up to the pile because also somebody pulls you.
Yeah, don't forget Speedy's who we're on.
Speedy, if I don't need to ask this, just say, but I mean, what are you doing at Jack State? Because you're awful dressed up.
He's got a
Usually you're not
speech to
dressed
give.
up when you go.
No. All right, so
He's gonna talk about tornado
the baseball
damage.
stadium got renovated, and it's
finally finished?
You're going to give
dedication
money to the-
ceremony.
to the team.
It's
That's nice.
No, it's the Jim K Stadium. It's going to be Coach Rudy Abbott Field at Jim
Right.
K Stadium, and there's a big family gathering luncheon and with a speaker, and then at 2 there's a ceremony with dedicating the field to Coach Case and
that's cool.
and kind of breaking the new off season. And then Sunday they host a doubleheader against Mississippi State.
So
it's
why are
it's
you
big
giving a
win.
speech?
I'm not. It's just that they said it's business casual today, and so I don't know if I'm pulling that off or not. Apparently, I got pants are too big, and I don't know what to do.
You
with my
are
shirt.
now with it tucked.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just really trying to
real
help you.
casual.
I don't even. That's been the most
Your
weird
pajamas.
things. The business casual thing. Don't ever.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Now trying to talk to your son who's at school and doesn't have everything he needs, and trying to figure out what they're supposed to wear.
Right.
Son, what are you supposed to wear? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Well, could you find out? Yeah, I guess. Well, what? Can you go ask Coach? Yeah. No, like verbally go up, have a conversation, and say, "Hey, Coach, what are we wearing?"
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
We finally figured it out, so I think he's good. Greg helped on
I
that.
delivered his clothes to him, and he seemed excited about it.
Right.
Is he gonna go untucked or tucked?
We discussed that. I think he is going to tuck.
Yeah. I think Coach is requiring that.
Well, so you realize Speedy would walk in.
You would have been a bad
I
example.
hope he didn't buy one of those untucked shirts.
I hope I got it and tell him. Leave
You've
it
done
out.
enough.
It's fine to tuck if you have the figure to tuck. It's a crime to tuck if you don't have the figure.
I only tuck when I'm made to.
Yeah.
Dress
when
clothes.
extremely uncomfortable
I
right now.
tuck dress clothes.
But you've pulled it off. Good job.
Yeah.
I think you look nice. I really do.
Should I tuck this shirt in? Would that help this shirt?
Oh, please
No.
do.
You know,
You
dressed like
please tuck
this.
that in.
Dressed like this, Helmsy might go to eat lunch with us, Greg. If I'm
No,
dressed
he
like
still
this.
won't go.
Oh, okay.
It's got to be more than the dress. You can't
Adler-
just look the role.
Okay.
See
how you can get pulled
I
in?
tried to help a guy out this morning, and I'm now getting pummeled.
Right. Well, no good deed goes unpunished.
No.
Please tuck that shirt 1 second.
Even Led Zeppelin hates your shirt, Abby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, we're back. 866, we be big as a number. Thursday night, yours truly, Rick, Bubba, and Speedy, representing the show at I-92 WLWI Country Night, Montgomery, Alabama, with the Montgomery Biscuits. Looking forward to meeting all of you that have have won to have a little something to eat and a little grip and grin, a little photo session before we go out. And then Bubba will throw out the first pitch. We'll play Country Song or It Ain't with the entire stadium as well. All those details at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events.
Speedy, can you bring your glove tomorrow? I need to toss just a few since I haven't thrown the baseball in 10 years.
Bubba's got to get warmed up.
Find one.
Let it rip.
Yeah,
I'm kind of the same way.
Be careful.
One up.
You know,
I just toss, just a little easy toss.
Yeah, just a little toss. Warm that shoulder up. Get ready.
It needs a good warm.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So speaking of baseball, how'd you like that little?
That's a good time.
Thank you, buddy. Speaking of baseball, Aaron Judge, which can hit the ball a long way.
Big man.
We have an interesting broadcasting moment. You'll hear this because the announcer, the Blue Jays broadcasters, they're noticing that Aaron Judge keeps looking to the dugout.
Yeah, the Yankees are playing the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
And you can clearly see him looking over to the dugout, and then watch what happens.
All right, here we go.
A long hold here by Jackson, and it's 2-2. All right, Buck, so you and I looked at each other at the same moment right when we saw this 3 pitches ago.
Watch what he's looking at.
Yeah. What is that?
Where's he looking?
Where is he looking? And he did it more than once.
Yeah, it's really, really unusual.
Yeah.
But you and I both looked at each other when we saw that.
Like, did you see what I saw? And
well, how do you lay off that pitch?
You know, throwing allegations around without knowing, but
no.
What,
you know what?
Pause this. I got a question.
I wish I had that guy's voice.
So that guy can announce. So is he's in the plate waiting on the pitch and glances over?
Yes. Yeah. Watch it again.
That's what I'm asking. So he's not doing it when he backs out of the plate. No. He's doing it while he's in the box. Is he possibly looking at the catcher's?
Well, he'll tell you in a minute.
Well, you'll see how
he'll be looking down
out
for that, but he might have out of his peripheral. But
watch what he's looking at.
Yeah. What is that?
He looks like he's looking up towards
his dugout.
And his dugout is on the right.
It's really, really unusual.
It's really unusual.
It's really unusual.
Somebody's hitting the trash can.
Great down and away slider, by the way.
Yeah. You don't want to go, throwing allegations around without knowing, but
they're implying he may be being tipped off to the pitch,
which is fine, by the way.
This is a full count. Full count, 2 outs, top of the 8th.
See it, and he couldn't see the catcher with the way he was looking right there.
Yeah, you can.
He just did it again.
Whatever he did worked.
Yeah.
Yickety.
Wow.
Yickety
Well, I
yak.
tell you, he started looking at the ball at some point.
Yickety, yickety, yak.
Now the announcers are really thinking, what is going on here?
I never liked the numbers on the Blue Jays uniforms. I don't like the way they look.
The Blue Jays make me feel weird, period.
That's true.
They're in Canada.
Wow.
You can see the catcher.
Mm-hmm.
See the catcher perfectly fine.
He explains in the next video that we have what he was doing.
So from the announcers, they're not saying it, and they're not accusing him, but they're saying that is he being tipped off on the pitches, looking into the dugout,
right,
or is he trying to look at the catcher to see what the pitch is? Obviously, he had success at the plate. Well, he was asked about it later on after the game.
The Blue Jays broadcast appeared to catch you looking at, it was unclear where, but maybe at the first base coach or the catcher for location. Was there anything going on there as far as where you were looking during that time?
For what?
Right before you hit your second home run in the game. Was that the 8th inning?
Yeah, it was kind of a lot of chirping from our dugout, which I really didn't like in the situation where it's a 6-0 game, and I know Booney got tossed. Like, I was trying to save Booney by calling timeout. Like, hey, hold up here. Like, let me work here. So I was kind of trying to see who was chirping in the dugout. So it's 6-0. Like, Booney got tossed. Let's go to work now.
I actually believe him.
Yeah, he said he was like, we're up 6-0. We're in the 8th inning,
and you're chirping,
and y'all are dogging the ump over there on calls. I mean,
just let it go. And by the way, great music in the Yankees dugout.
He went on to say, "Boogie Wonderland.
I wonder if you'll get flagged for that.
I think we will.
I bet you
Oh,
will
really?
too.
It was a little strong in the mix.
I was thinking.
Yeah. So anyway, so he was like, I'm not doing anything other than going, guys, we're up 6-0.
sense.
It's in the eighth inning. Can we stop?
Well,
We've already had our manager thrown out.
Yeah, you see how this is like these
Is that right?
conspiracy theories. You see some facts, but you may not completely have the whole picture of what was going on. And I believe in what he says.
Well, I see this. If he's lying, he's a good one.
He's lying.
He's a good liar.
Hey, yickety.
Second one of the night.
Did you notice
3-2. 30th career.
420
foot.
in the batter's box?
Look at my contract.
How big his feet are? I mean, it's
He's
just
a
like
large
it's
man.
as wide as the
I was
entire
looking
batter's
at my
box.
piggies.
He's just giant.
Right.
Look, Rick, look. I mean, look at his feet. How big they are.
Oh yeah.
Good. They're big as the plate.
They really are. That's a big man hitting the ball a long way.
I think he's looking at his feet.
Now, what is this?
And how he laid off that slider down in a way I won't know. That was a great pitch.
So, what's up in 10 here? Since we're on baseball, Bryce Harper.
Yes, Speedy sent that to me.
Yeah, what is it?
He's looking to the dugout.
This happened day before yesterday. They were facing a rookie pitcher, and after the inning, he had some things to say over towards the Phillies dugout,
Just
and
before he
at
ran
one
over
point clapped his glove like, I'm owning y'all. And Bryce Harper took issue to it, and the bench is cleared.
can't
No
wear
punches. No punches were thrown or anything like that.
All right.
But
You can't wear that color scheme.
yeah,
Come
the
on,
Rocky.
talk.
I love it. Like the fire.
Yeah, oh, sure.
Absolutely. Bring the fire on.
Well,
Catcher's got to do his job.
need
Appreciate
more
that.
of this.
sorted out and
Yeah.
decide who's still in this game and who's out of the game.
Yeah.
Wow, that guy there's got
wow.
some hair,
Oh, my
doesn't
goodness.
he?
Yeah.
16.
Hey, the WWE calls need new wrestlers.
Leonard Skinner lost.
Ball.
Yeah.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah, right. Well, I was going to say. Yeah,
We're clearly being
buddy.
in YouTube jail today.
Yes,
for sure.
definitely.
YouTube jail problems. This archive will be out sometime over the weekend.
Maybe.
Yeah, see you next week. It's been a really good show.
It's been a good run. It's been a good. I hope you ain't got your heart set on that one today.
Sure. I got to do Blaze TV for the
If you make
subscription.
if you make plans for it, make another plan.
Right.
Right. All right. So we come back.
By the
we
way,
got a good
Brandon,
fight in 11. We got
hold
a pretty
on.
good fight.
Brandon Marsh is the greasy hair guy that we just saw, and evidently that's his thing.
Oh, he constantly looks like he's wetting his hair.
Yes, that's
throughout
it.
the whole
They
game.
say he does.
Yeah, he looks like what was the Undertaker or whatever that used to be on because he would do
sure
his that
does.
way.
Yeah, and he'll
Brett
get
the
his hair-
Hitman
it's
Hart.
long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's the look I'm going for. Brett the Hitman Hart.
I get y'all mixed up a lot.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What a day, what a week we've had. Huh?
There's not a lot of difference in my two choices for you right now. We can try to update the circus going on Capitol Hill as it continues again today, and all of us as Americans got to be getting really, really tired of it. Can we just vote now, please? But Bubba, we have this and something very similar: dwarf midget wrestling. Now we can do either one because this is one of the things that Greg has brought up over the years when we get into political correctness. That there are little people that seem in the entertainment business to not be politically correct even about themselves. Yeah. And he always uses the example of tiny wrestling to make his point because we've got things here like, say, the fairgrounds in Nashville, which, Greg, I know you've been sent this invitation.
I have.
This is called, don't miss the main event, Micro Rumble Steel Cage Match.
Okay.
Micro Rumble. And it has a bunch of little folks here in all sorts of costumes and different characters ready to.
Now we're going to have to get Boaz in line.
Are you familiar with the World Lucha Libre Council?
I didn't know that was a council.
I know that is for the Mexican professional wrestling.
You talking about the luchadors?
Yeah, and they have.
They love the wrestling in
Here's
Mexico.
a line from the story, Greg, and this is from. It says Bubba said it. Mexico's Lucha Libre, a wildly popular mix of sport and entertainment, has long featured, and here's the word they use: midgets and dwarfs.
Okay.
Now this
Yeah. So what if you're not a dwarf? So they're calling it dwarf wrestling? Something I saw.
Midgets and dwarfs, this says.
Okay.
When it is lucha libre.
Lucha Libre.
I saw them in their mask.
Lucha Libre.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
Yeah, that's a picture, Greg, that you need to.
They can get after it.
Now, do you.
High pitch.
They
can get.
So you're saying if this word and these types of words are need to be removed, we've got to get to the tiny wrestling community and ask them why they're not moving forward.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Rick ran into a man at the expo.
Greg Burgess, if you don't look at that TV. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, look at that. Uh-oh.
Hey, Greg.
You think that? Look at him.
Oh my gosh.
Now, one guy, he's really small.
Now, what are these?
Look at that guy. He's
what
real
are these
small.
masks they're wearing? What is that?
Oh, listen, the
about?
luchadors love to wear masks.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Bubba, you know,
The Mexican wrestlers are all
wear-
about masks.
That's part of their thing, Bubba. Some of the characters have masks on.
Yeah, they do.
But anyway, Rick, I ran into a man at the Rick and Bubba Expo, and we'd been talking about the wrestling in Boaz, and we talked about the featured wrestler, Little Papa Pump. You remember that?
Oh, he was on our show.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, this guy said he owned a construction business, and Little Papa Pump used to work for him and did construction work. They'd like drop him down in small places, said he'd get after it. And he said a guy kept messing with him and said Little Papa Pump took him down.
No, he did not.
Yes, he said
Look at him trying to shake it off.
Oh, Greg, look, Greg, we got a ring full now.
Oh, my gosh, that's madness.
Oh, Greg.
Look at that one. He's really small.
Well, Greg, matter of fact, you must be speaking of the 90 centimeters, less than 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
And he's known as Micro Man,
buddy,
with a tiny mask on. I'm not.
Okay, look, that's him right there in there. Boom.
Oh, Micro Man just
How
went
about
down
that?
hard.
Was awesome.
Guy in
There's
the
somebody
audience.
in the audience with a mask.
I wish that was used so
Greg,
badly.
don't forget the term wildly popular.
Oh, Rick, listen, the luchadors, they're all about them.
Yeah, did you?
Did it just say Social Security and retirement plans are still out of their reach?
Huh?
Is that what that sounds?
Oh, is that what the story was about?
Well,
is that what it just said up there?
Because these
Brother,
are
that may have been an infomercial.
well, no, these articles are.
That's a story
These
about-
articles
Is it
are
about-
taking on their treatment.
They don't have any health insurance.
They said Mexico dwarf wrestlers overcome.
Look at
I'm
Micro.
going to tell you the truth. I could watch that
Look,
all day.
When it gets toward the end of that footage, see what the character generation, the CG says.
All right.
I could. Well, look, the guy in the audience with the
Yeah,
mask
it's talking
on,
about working conditions, Bubba.
and there's his wife beside him, and her husband has a mask.
Social Security benefits, pension plans are still out of reach. It
Okay.
absolutely says that.
Sure does, Bob.
Look at the little dolls.
There's just. I got to tell you, Greg.
Lower 'em down.
I want y'all to look at the highlights of Micromania.
Micro guys.
And I want you to look over here on Capitol Hill and tell me if you can tell any difference.
Chaos, Rick.
It is.
Can I ask you about Capitol Hill? Who are all these nut jobs that get to roam around in the halls?
Gosh, Greg. Did you see that slam?
Standing room only.
I would like to
He
see.
threw him like a pillowcase.
I would
Bubba,
like to
watch
see
this
some
right
of the
here.
senators
My
do this.
goodness, my goodness, right there, Chuck Grass.
Boom! My goodness.
I love that.
That's much better than full size wrestling.
Would you like to say that old White House guy get slammed just like that?
Yes, Rick.
Which is like his last name's White House.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to spend
He's
about 2
pleasant.
seconds with him.
Yeah, pleasant.
The
That right there ain't far behind.
you want me to just
Orin?
No, you want me to just. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Other things you need to know about, all kinds of cool things for Dad in the Rick and Bubba store. We got some of those. So if you follow us on social media, Helms has got some options out for you. There's plenty. Go to rickandbubba.com. Somebody help Daddy's shirt. And then we got all kinds of cool stuff. Coffee mugs, hats, shirts, stuff for the grill. All there at rickandbubba.com. Also, if you want a signed copy for Dad of the new 31-day devotional Transformed, the link is you can go to our store and it'll tell you where to go to get it. But if you just click on it and order and you're not clicking the link for signed, you'll still get one. But if you want a signed one, I think there's a limited number of those that are left. In June 7th, that'll be a cutoff for that to get them to Dad. You need to use the right link if you want it signed, and you can find that at themanchurch.com. Also, you can find it on rickandbubba.com. The sliders that go by, you can click on that. But if you go to themanchurch.com, click the store, look at the very top of the store. There's a banner. Click there if you want a signed copy for Dad, and we'll get that to you before Father's Day if you order it before June the 7th. So all kinds of cool stuff for Dad at rickandbubba.com under the store.
Rick, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever had the desire to fish on a kayak?
No.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Never.
And you know,
I do it all the time.
there's a good reason for that.
Not in the ocean.
Well, yeah. Are we in? Are we in a
I
lake?
will.
I'm talking. Are we in a lake? Or are we out in the blue water?
Well, this is we have
Hawaii.
some footage from the blue water in Hawaii where somebody said, "Hey, I'll go fishing while I'm here.
Well,
got my kayak and I'm gonna head down here." And
yeah, me and kayak don't go together. I had a bad experience in the Pea River in Elba, Alabama, when I was 19, and
That's when you said, "Oh, life jacket ain't necessary."
It was. I've told that story before. I know, Bubba, but some of you that are newer to the staff, you may not have heard it because I don't tell it a lot because it was terrifying. But I actually nearly lost my life in the Pea River going down Whitewater in a canoe.
You got pinned.
Yep.
Under some rocks.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, watch this right here. What happens to this guy out fishing?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So look. Good night.
Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
It looks like a scene from the movie
Look
Jaws.
at this.
And for Scott
Good
Haraguchi,
night.
an
He's
experience
trying to
so
get him a
scary,
bite.
he says if he didn't catch it on video, people probably wouldn't believe him.
It's incredibly bad luck, but incredibly good luck to capture it.
Scott was out fishing on his kayak over a mile offshore from Kualoa in shallow waters. He had the GoPro turned on because he had just caught a fish, and he forgot to turn it off.
Leg in the water.
That's when this happened.
Good call.
And I heard a whooshing sound that sounded like a boat, like heading towards me without the motor. And I looked up, and I saw this big, wide brown thing, which my brain thought was a turtle. But then I got slammed by it, and then I realized it was a tiger shark.
He was able to kick the shark away and even kept on fishing. It wasn't until he looked back at his video that he realized just how lucky he was. He doesn't know why it happened, but says after the attack, he also saw a wounded seal.
So I'm thinking that the shark actually disabled and wounded the seal, let it die, or was waiting for it to die, came back and thought I was the seal, and attacked me instead.
The marks on the kayak pretty small, and Scott not hurt, just shaken up. Just happy to live to tell the tale of the one he's glad got away.
I realized that life is short, time is short on earth. Make the most of it, be nice to people, all that stuff.
If he had not kicked, the shark let go when he kicked it. See, it had locked on.
Tiger shark ran me.
Watch him kick right there.
Yeah.
It falls off.
Tiger shark! Tiger shark ran me.
Tiger shark ran me.
I wonder if he caught any fish after this.
That's a good question because I think most.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be
That's
fishing
pretty good
anymore.
when he had it laying in his lap.
But here's what I'll say: after the tiger shark shows up and injures the seal, but I also think the fish probably said they're out. There's no need to fish now,
Right, they're clearing.
because the fish are like, "Hey, tiger shark's in the water."
And why would I want to bring the fish in towards me, knowing the shark could be chasing?
Yeah.
Look at you thinking.
Well, like Bubba, you said, if he doesn't kick him, the shark's got the kayak. He may capsize.
He may have flipped it over.
Yeah,
I know that's scary.
But we're always making excuses for sharks, which I get tired of.
Yeah.
Sometimes sharks just attack anything because they're sharks.
Yeah, that's what they do. They eat everything they can get their teeth on.
See if they like it.
Well, he probably thought I was a seal. No, he probably just saw something else that he might want to bite and kill. I mean, they always make some excuse that a shark didn't mean to kill a human.
Right.
That's just not true. I mean, sometimes they just kill humans because that's what was in the water.
They're eating machines, so they attack things they see in the water.
Yeah.
After the attack, he was able to chum for some fish using the contents of his pants.
There you go.
I just read that. I just read that on the article.
Right. Understood.
So that happened.
That's
real.
Yeah.
Look, I'll give him credit, but let me tell you something. You'll find out how quick I can get that thing to the shore.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That shark looked like Hillary Clinton going after something.
Go, Greg.
Like Hillary Clinton going after children.
One day you're going to eat crow, Greg.
I know.
Look, we said on the air, if that story turns out to be true and somebody proves it, I'll come on the air and say I had that wrong.
Yeah. I had to eat crow many times.
Yeah.
I actually ate it.
Yeah. With duck sauce is not bad.
That ain't bad, is that?
No.
Yeah. So, tiger shark.
Greg, that's unnecessary.
Hey, Greg.
Well, that's what he yelled.
I don't think we can
That is what he yelled. That's true, he did.
Tiger shark ran me.
A lot of tiger sharks, a lot of that happened around Hawaii. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
They'll bite you.
And they don't have a lot of great white attacks there.
I know.
So
It's usually the old tiger.
What is the deal? What's the deal there? Is that
Tiger.
climate?
Must be.
Climate.
Something
Well,
about
I mean, I don't know.
I went
Water
boogie
warmer.
boarding.
So
I went boogie boarding in Hawaii off the coast of Maui, and I think about that all the time. On my honeymoon, I went out. I let Aaron get some sleep. Went out in the water.
Not early in the morning.
It was afternoon.
What about these people that surf at night? Now that
no.
Yeah,
What are
just-
you
you're just
doing?
begging to be bit.
That's people that take
Like,
unnecessary
bite me.
risk. So do I want to know about Merpeople? I'm seeing on the list today. I don't think I do.
Yes. This is called Weirdo Alert.
Oh,
Was it the Whitakers?
Video 7. Have we had enough weird today?
This
Oh,
is
I
weird.
like. Let's end on weird.
Look, look, we can come out of this at any point, but I wanted y'all
I
to
bet
see
I'll
this.
come out pretty soon.
Okay, yeah.
Do I need audio? Yes or no?
Yeah.
What's the
This
code
is-
word?
This is a trailer. We do need a safe word around here. This is a trailer for a new Netflix documentary called Merpeople, and
Are they real?
And we're definitely getting in jail today.
I think Netflix is okay with playing trailers.
Boy,
But
yeah.
I've never been busted on that. but
You're
here we go.
shaking hands with danger.
I know.
When someone sees a mermaid, it's magical, it's mythical, it's made up. Or maybe it isn't.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, now we got people
This is
identifying
a
as
$500
mermaids.
billion industry. There are pageants, there are conventions, there are competitions, there are auditions, there are shows.
Wait, that's a job? I always wanted to be a mermaid. I can't really grow much as a mermaid in Arkansas because I feel like I'm trapped in this box.
I gotta watch this.
I'm in.
I'm a landlocked mermaid.
They're putting on tails.
There's so many things I want to do. I'm all about entertaining.
Greg, stop. Greg.
I'm the first mer person with music out.
What in the world was that?
All right.
Gracious. Alive.
Oh, there's a large mermaid. Did y'all see that one?
That's Ursula.
That was a sea cow.
The sea witch is there too.
Manatee. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good night. Alive. What did we just watch?
Greg, this has got you written all
Oh,
over.
I'll watch this.
It's amazing how flexible some people are, though.
Well,
really
the
is.
one guy
Especially
they
that dude.
Yeah, well, that guy, he just said, and believe it or not, Bud Light just signed me.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
they want me
great.
to,
That's good.
They want me to
Hey,
celebrate.
Oh my goodness, we got people crying. Look.
Yes, like
Hey, Merpeople, this Bud's for you.
God,
for all the mer people.
Hey, Merpeople.
This is about people following their dreams, guys. So let's not.
Greg,
make
what if
fun
you
of
had
it.
this talent?
Hey,
You didn't know it.
effeminate
I had no
merman, this Bud's for you.
Yeah, you talking about something? We got some weird.
Yeah.
Real effeminate mer people.
This ain't nothing but the Furbies in water.
You're
That's
such a
all this is.
weirdo.
Hey, human manatee. Hey, sweetheart, this Bud's for you.
Real weirdo mer people.
How can people have this kind of time? I just
Greg, if you don't think we got it good in this country.
Look.
Greg, what's your talent if you dress up like that and swim around?
I'd do it 1,200.
phone calls.
It's their dream, you guys. Don't
Their
make
wildest
fun
dream.
Don't make fun of their dreams.
Rick and Bubba, interns ready to take your phone calls.
Loving it.
We'll chat with you right after this.
Night.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good episode.
We've reviewed more records
I love it,
for
Buzz.
this nominee
Yeah, that's
than
great.
for any Supreme Court nominee in history.
And Orrin has done a good job. We just wish he had a little better.
Well, Rick, he's
Wait a
been there.
minute.
Listen, he was there during the Clarence Thomas.
I know.
Wait a minute. Hey,
he's been
so
there.
That's amazing.
So
Just
that's
think about
going
what
on
you just
live.
said, Bubba.
That right there is sad.
I know.
So that's going on live, and they've already gone outside. The Democrats.
Yeah, they're
have,
holding.
and
They're holding a
their
press
own
conference in the hall with all the.
That's great.
And there's not an ounce of sincerity
we got
out
some
there.
grandstanding
There's
going
not
on.
an ounce of sincerity out there. Not an ounce.
Who's tight face?
It looks
I don't
like
know.
he's had. It looks like he's wearing a mask.
Blumenthal.
Yeah, that's it.
Blumenthal's, as we call
That's
him here.
Harris on the right, and the other lady, I believe, is from Hawaii.
Is
I
she the
can't
one
say
that
her
told
name.
men to shut up and stay out of it?
Yes.
He needs to lay off the plastic surgery.
He
He
does.
really does.
Blumenthal,
They can't pull it back any further, buddy.
better known as called tight face here.
My goodness.
What's he saying?
Kelly needs
Rick?
Botox.
Can you hear him, or are they still on Hatch?
They keep talking to Hatch. I wish we could hear what they're saying because
Let me see if I can go back.
theirs
to
is more like the midget wrestling.
I wish the luchadors would bust right in the middle of that crowd.
They may
Throwing
have it
people
up now,
everywhere.
Rick, knowing that they went bigger
Yes,
screen.
try
with,
it. Try it.
Okay, listen.
We don't have either one of them.
That's Stephen A. But
A single
there's the buzz. That's the
Still
buzz
Warren.
we want.
What's Stephen A. think about it? Go to him.
Let's see what Stephen A. thinks.
Look at competition
Right.
on a Thursday night.
Yep.
There's always somebody that's compromised because of the short week.
Yeah, you're
That's right, buddy.
You're right about
Stephen
that.
A.
We were just talking about that.
Short jokes.
This is the one, Greg, who told men that we don't even have a say in this.
Yeah, we don't have a say in it because we're the problem.
Right.
Okay.
We should have gone to
Excuse
CNN
me?
because you know they've gone to the
She did?
Democratic coverage.
Did you say a little? Oh, we said men just need to be quiet and stay out of this.
No, she did. Yep.
Step up
and said it specifically to you.
Mm-hmm.
So Bill Bubba
That's right.
Bussy in the CRTV shirt can shut up.
Right. I'll tell you what,
Pretty
I
hard
got more
rotation.
sense to go up there and get in the Senate and be in that mess.
That's a fact.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
And that's a bigger point. And,
I'd rather be
and
in
I
the-
say this, it's because what we're going to get, and we've already gotten there, but at least there was a little remnant in there. We're going to lose the remnant and be left with nothing but the lowest people of our society.
Yeah.
Because nobody of any
Wants to
character
go
and
there.
integrity wants to go up there.
No.
So we're going to be left with a whole house
good.
and
There's
a
a
whole
few
Senate
left, but they're
full
far and few
of the
between.
worst people in our society.
Yeah.
Because they're the only ones that would lay in that mud and be okay.
He looks like a bad guy in the Avengers movies.
He does.
Yes. And a little bit, I hate to say this, a little insensitive here. And Bubba and Speedy, you do an impression, and that was when Fire Marshal Bill.
Yeah.
He's got a
He
little
got
bit of
a
Fire
bit.
Marshal Bill to
It looks
him.
like he laid out in the sun and got his face burnt real
Yeah.
bad, and his face got stiff.
Talking about Blumenthal, he does.
It looks like his face is hung out of a window permanently.
Yeah. Also,
like the wind is just constantly blowing it back
He also
at
looks
90
like,
miles an hour.
He also looks like a guy that is in the middle of transformation into the villain who will take on Spider-Man.
Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's got
just
got
two more
just a-
treatments.
Rick, just a little bit of Willem Dafoe. Just a little bit.
All right, we'll come back. Your phone calls are stacked up. Down that old farm area down there. In that farm area down there, we have Camp House, and then we got the little house that we got when we bought the land, little Meemaw house, and there's some stuff being done on that. And I remember this year, sadly, unlike last year, to go to the propane tanks and check the level. How are we looking for propane?
You got to be ready.
Get
For
ready
the
for the
winter.
winter. You got to be ready. And one tank was fine because it's the one I forgot last year, and we ended up with no heat, and they had to come out and give us some propane.
Right.
Camp House, looks good. Little White House didn't look good. A little low. So
How low was it?
20%.
Yeah, that's low, Rick.
You can't let that.
And you
go.
know, don't fill it over 80.
Right. Well, you know what else?
Because of the expansion.
You know what else I know?
What?
Found out the propane tank on White House got a little leak in it.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh,
But
not
they're
a leak.
replacing it. They're replacing it. It's all good.
Rick's got a
Did
leak.
you smell it?
Oh yeah, you could smell it.
Yeah.
And so they're replacing it. But I started thinking to myself, because you talk to the propane people,
Right.
And propane world can be kind of confusing. You get kicked around a little bit. And I think I've got two different companies with two tanks that are side by side, which is odd.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm going to try to get that resolved. But remember the days when we used to do parody songs a lot. And so I started saying the word propane a lot, and all of a sudden I thought, what a great parody song to get Eric Clapton's Cocaine and redo it for propane.
Propane.
Propane. She don't like propane. And do a whole song about how
Got a leak,
like maybe your wife doesn't want propane heat anymore,
Right.
And you keep coming back to it, and how she wants you to go to
Or
something
all the
different.
things you can heat with it.
Right? Yeah.
You know, you remember that, do you remember butane? See, that was the forerunner of propane.
I do remember people having butane. I
Right.
do. Yeah. I do
Oh, a
that.
butane tank? How
Yeah.
What about a butane lighter?
Oh yeah.
So there.
Oh, I mean,
Don't you think that's got potential? She don't lie. I started thinking in my.
How about she won't light? She won't light propane.
She won't lie. All right, here we go. Phone troll. Rick and Bubba, University interns, Alapuca, Cam Solo, and Super P. All taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and there's room for you if you want to get in. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will end your time here on the program, and then we'll move to the next caller. We continue. Kip, 30 seconds. Kip, go right ahead. How are you?
Hey, guys, doing good. How about y'all?
We're fantastic.
Hey, I know Bubba's house is getting fixed down at the lake. You think y'all could do an on-site soon? I got $1,200 for Greg to swim around like a merman.
All right.
Okay,
we got $1,200,
I'm going
Greg.
to get one of them outfits.
Hey, we're building.
You find your big tank so we
Yeah,
see it.
That's right. We got to be able to see
What
it.
if I did it and I said, well, this is really good, and I just did that from now on?
Yeah.
What if we
My new
added a
job.
tank, and when you came on the ticket seats, Greg's in there swimming around?
It says don't tap the aquarium.
Brian's in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, and I already said a prayer about that hip, Rick. I hope everything goes well.
Thank you, buddy.
And on the other issue, Hillary eating children, no, somebody made a mistake. After she lost to Donald Trump, she started eating pro, not children.
Oh, 866 We Be Big. If you call now, there's lines available now that we're clearing them, so fire away. Let's go to Billy out of Columbus, Mississippi. Hey, Billy! Out of Columbus, Mississippi on 96.1. Billy, go ahead.
Hey, this is Billy, a lady. But I had a shark story some years ago. We were at the beach, our whole family, and my son and I were in the water. Just a little bit above my knees. I'm 5'5", so it wasn't very deep. And all of a sudden, my son, who was about 8 feet away from me, started screaming and carrying on and thrashing in the water. And I said, my God, what's going on? He's fallen in. He's drowning. I'm screaming for people on the...
I'm mad at y'all.
Who didn't throw a timeout for that?
Nobody
did.
His son
survived.
I didn't realize we were doing
For
trouble.
all we know, he didn't make it.
And she said, I tell you, I got lost in the story so deep, I didn't even think
it. It was Billie. Billy.
Billy, call back and finish that.
Don, go ahead. 30 seconds, Don.
Billy girl.
I'd just like to give y'all a little something to smile on this morning since y'all not, you got a frown on your face. This little 11-year-old boy was out in the front yard playing one morning.
Oh, boy.
And this man come walking down the street and said, son, can you tell me how to get to the post office? The little boy looks up and said, yes, I said, I sure can. Said, you go about 2 more blocks straight on down the street here. And said, when you get down that, turn to the right. And said, the post office will be about the middle of the block down there on your left. The man said, thank you, son. Said, by the way, said, I'm the new Baptist preacher in town. Said, if you'll come to church Sunday, said, I'll teach you how to go to heaven. The little old boy looks up at him and said, no, sir. Said, I don't think I'll be interested in that. Said, you can't even find the post office.
That's good. That's good. Look, a little smile.
Is that not a great storytelling voice?
It was a great story.
Yeah.
That's why I gave him a timeout.
I almost started saying zippity-doo-dah, a zippity-day. My, oh, my, what a wonderful day. Nothing but sunshine. Okay. Yeah, he's got the perfect voice for it. Yeah, and one timeout is gone. Only one remains.
He's got him.
866. What?
Just talking about the beach and stuff. Is within the last 2 weeks, did y'all see that the alligator that came up on the
shore? Was it a crocodile or alligator?
It was an alligator. But and then also a 14-foot great hammerhead shark has washed up on the beach in Alabama just in the last
That's pretty
2
normal.
weeks.
Yeah. What about that alligator though?
The alligator's not.
That's not
normal.
Can the hammerhead get you with that little mouth he's got? Probably not.
Good question, Greg.
No, I don't think a hammerhead's dangerous.
They don't
What'd
really
you just
bother.
say? I'm not afraid of hammerheads.
No, I'm not either. Hammerheads don't
You got a
bother.
little bitty bite on the bottom.
It was 14 foot. That mouth can get you. That mouth can get you.
I ain't worried about hammerhead.
Yeah.
I'll grab that hammer.
When's the last time you heard somebody got bit by a hammerhead?
You don't.
Never.
You don't.
I don't think they can see
But
you to bite you.
If you're at the
That's
gold
true,
ticket
unless you're
season,
beside
there's
'em.
one as long as from me to Greg. You're not sticking around.
Oh, I am for sure.
You are
Absolutely.
Okay.
I've got experience in the hammerhead world.
What if they was?
Do you?
All right,
absolutely.
Bubba, how about this? What if there was
show you a big picture if you like.
What if there was a hammerhead shark here,
Well, just
and
'cause
there
you
was
walked by a hammerhead,
there was no indication it was dangerous, and all you had to do really was walk through some water to get to that door to go eat the food that's outside, and it was sausage balls and all your favorites. I think you do it.
How deep's the water?
Yeah, it's not that deep.
But you had him at sausage
How
balls.
deep?
About knee deep.
How big's the shark?
14 foot.
It's 14 foot.
But it's a
14
hammerhead.
foot.
Yeah,
It's a hammerhead.
But it's a
hey,
hammerhead.
Hey, but its little head again.
Do I have a stick?
Yep.
It'll get you.
That's right, Speedy.
You can
That's
have
right.
anything you want.
Can I have a stick and a rock?
You can have a
A
stick,
stick
not
and
a
a
rock.
rock.
Okay,
You could step on his head.
I
and
might
jump
go
on.
through that to get that.
Yeah, that doesn't
Now,
surprise
if it was any other shark, if it was a tiger or something, I wouldn't do it.
That great white.
bull. I don't want anything to do with the bull.
Hey, bull get you.
Bull, no.
Bull
They'll
come
get
right
you.
up there on the
Hey,
dock.
He'll run up in freshwater too. Huh?
It had 40
let you
pups
go
in
either.
it. That 14 footer had.
Are
14
you
pups in it.
serious?
Yes, 40.
Chip.
No, it did.
40.
Is that where? Is that from it?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It is. Chip, go ahead.
A lot of sharks.
I thought I had a lot of pups.
Well, this is all about pups, but it's Greg's pups. We're missing a great opportunity. We can install a Simply Safe camera and start doing a 24/7 filming of all the puppies, and everybody can see how they're doing, which ones they want to auction off or buy.
That's a good
Puppy
idea.
cam. Puppy
We've
cam.
tried. I got a camera on them.
And if we don't hurry up and get the puppy fixed, we're going to have a fall puppy cam, too.
No, I got her fixed. We're done.
I will tell you this: a puppy cam, the views it would get.
Speedy's been trying. Speedy's been saying this for 2 weeks.
I've been begging for it. I want to see. I want to see like log into
Yeah.
the camera and see Greg come in there and lay down with him. And
See, I got a report this morning that she went out there and one of them was missing. And she got to looking and found it outside. There's no way. So it must have been latched on to the mother as she jumped up and drug it out.
That's funny.
Because there's no way they can't get over the wall.
Right. You're probably right.
I'd love to have seen that on camera. In fact, I got a camera in there. I'll get Lisa to rewind it.
Okay.
But
It's not rewind. It's not a tape, Greg. There's not a
It's
physical
not a VCR tape.
Well, you go.
Mac Daddy, it's not a VCR tape.
You look
I'm a rewind when you do it.
Hey, morons! You call it what you want to call it, but you can look at it and do it. But anyway, so.
But are you scared of hammerheads?
That'd been good. That'd been good
Scared of
footage.
hammerheads is the question, Greg.
I'm scared of 40 pups.
Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
me.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Crash landed.
Jeff. All right, let's try. Let's go to Brad in Gadsden, Z93. Brad, go ahead.
What's happening, Rick and Bubba and everybody? Y'all doing all right today?
We are.
Hey, I was coming to work today and my heart was broke. They was tearing down the Gadsden Convention Center where y'all played Rock the Pumpkin.
How about that?
really?
What a
Where's
sad,
that at?
sad thing.
What are they going to do with it?
Have no idea.
Well, we've
Have
been
no
to
idea.
many,
Right
by the police
shrine.
station.
we've been to many events over there
I
over
know.
the years.
Oh, that was standard when we were
Oh
there.
yeah.
God, man, I wish we'd have saved some pictures from Rock the Pumpkin.
Well, I got
Do you have some?
Yeah. Dangerous right now. We only got a few more minutes.
Hang in there.
Mike in South Carolina. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How y'all doing?
Good.
We're great.
Good voice.
Y'all still do the Rick and Bubba Expo?
No.
No, I haven't
this
for
year.
a couple of years, yeah.
That would be a good thing to bring back and put Greg in the mermaid tank.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
I totally agree with
Combine
that.
Pet Greg.
If we'd have had time, we'd put him at the Montgomery Biscuits Thursday night.
Hey, Greg, well,
Y'all
you're
have a
way
good
up
one.
toes.
Thanks,
You don't.
man.
You might not need the outfit.
Yeah, I think you could do it.
You're
Greg.
part mermaid anyway.
Yeah,
You are.
he's gotten an email.
Yeah, it's probably something about production. Look,
Yeah.
he's already
Oh, yeah.
moved on.
I think it's about puppies.
We
Buddy,
got
Confused.
I think it's about
I don't know what he's
puppies.
talking.
Raj, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I wonder if the merman could really nurse them puppies, like for real.
Oh, this is good.
That's Greg, get out of that.
I mean,
Just get out of
all
it.
into
Greg,
something.
get out of
Okay,
it.
we got 30 seconds.
I mean, just stay out of that.
I don't know what that is.
Don't let him pull you into that. He's just now found that email the rest of us found in junk.
Yeah. No. This something will work.
Huh?
It's something to do with here.
It's something to do with here. Thanks for being with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Look back
For some of you, you're wrapping up the whole day. For others, you may be hearing it in a different order, so there's more to come. Whatever the case may be, whether it be live or archived, we'll catch you on the next Rick and Bubba Show. You can also follow along, find everything you could possibly ever want to know right there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and